keeps it in second at the moment, running behind Ricky Copsey. Oh, I think he's back.
How long was that to try and get YouTube? It's just a complete one power cut, complete conundrum. What the flip was going on there? I've no idea. I really
You've
haven't.
done very well to get us back up and running again.
Right, carry on though, because I'm just sitting here going, oh, I've done that, but now other things to do, obviously.
Okay, so we're still with Marcus Askell at the moment. Hasn't managed to get himself up into the top spot yet, but he's got a whole 2 seconds to make up on Ricky Copsey. So that is a big ask with a minute to go.
Yeah.
Ash Whiffen, a little bit off the pace. Another sort of 2 seconds back again. I think we've see Marcus goes across the line. So yeah, we're looking at about 3 seconds. I can't see the points behind the main timing screen at the moment, so you're looking at about 3 seconds. So that gap is opening up between Ricky and Marcus. I don't think that's really going to change in the next 30 seconds. Probably got another 2 laps or so to go. So Ricky, TQ time for these guys in the 13.5 was a 22 and a 3:02 last time. Ricky starts his 22nd lap now. Marcus also onto his 22nd lap. And that is the end. So let's see how these guys finish off. Marcus really pushing there, cutting that so tight on that last lap. Didn't beat the last round. 22 in a 3:03 for Ricky, 22 in a 3:06 for Marcus. There we go. That is heat 6. Done and dusted. That is your blinky
Don't forget
class.
you're recording this one, John.
There we go. So, Nick's just going to fiddle about with that. Modified class up next. Modified being the no limits class, other than the limits that are set out within that class. There are no limits. So the difference between modified and the stock classes is that obviously there are some pretty stringent limits on what you can and can't have in the stock classes, whereas modified is much more open. There's no limits on your electronic speed controllers. You can boost the motors, you can put timing on them. You know, you can really speed these things up, and as long as you can handle that pace, you should be able to put it round the track quicker than the stock guys and girls can.
I'm back.
Excellent.
I know you missed me.
It's great news. I'm glad you're back.
What's wrong with that shot? Okay, we got a problem. Whoa, sorry.
Alrighty, so it should be car number 4, I believe, leading us off, which will be Harley Eldridge.
Yep.
Memory. I did that off memory.
And there we go.
I didn't even have to look at the sheet. I can't remember who else is in the heat.
Well, it's Ollie against Harley. And the situation, we've had 2 rounds, 2 to score at the moment. If Harley wins this one, she will be on pole for this round, which is going to be a major change of the coming rules. Because
changing of the guard.
A single race changing the guard, absolutely, yeah. But at the moment, it looks a little bit like Ollie has a slight advantage. Matt White's been scored the fastest in the first lap, which is impressive stuff. But it's Ollie chasing down
Yeah, Ollie taking us round at the moment. See if you can pick Ollie's car up there. He's the car, just drop one back. That's it. Keep those two, that one and the pink one in the, if you can try and get, well, there's a bit of a way.
You've got Damien Giddins is in the way at the moment. Let's not argue that point.
There we go. So through, 2 leaders through.
Ollie's ahead
Harley
by
in the pink.
2 or 3 tenths. Harley's actually running just in third by hundredths of a second.
It is Zach Smith. Crept himself up.
As they now to get past Ollie Meggitt. And it's certainly, I think, they're lapping. So Ollie Jeffrey's now much closer to Harley. They are, of course, not directly racing. This is qualifying. 2 rounds of 4 to count. The first 2 rounds have gone to the pink car. Harley Eldridge in the lead of these two. Ollie Jeffries in the multicolour. Thank you very much, Ollie. Yellow, pink, white, you name it, he's got it car just behind. And these two are now in first and second. Zach Smith third, Carl Branson fourth, Matt White fifth, all putting in some pretty good times. Currently, about 3 tenths of a second is the advantage that Ollie had. I'm not sure you can actually get a shot, you get them both in. Yes, you have. That's brilliant shooting there. Thank you, John.
The power Ollie's getting down, coming out of the corner onto the main straight now, unreal power. The body shell's almost sort of twisting as he comes out of that corner.
I mean, they haven't got, in fairness, this is not a long straight by touring car standard, so they're not really able to reopen these modified brutes up, which, you know, at certain tracks I've seen them hit 80 miles an hour. I'd be surprised if they're getting much above 45, 50 just because the sheer lack of chance to absolutely open their legs and show their class, to quote David Coleman from many years ago.
I mean, this has got to be, you know, I'd say the straight at the Mendip track, for example, is probably two and a bit times the length of this one.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, things like Huddy Arena, they've had speed cameras on them and they're doing 78 miles an hour and you're going, that is quick. What they tend to do is they hit the speed and they accelerate again. That's not getting close. I mean, they're actually off the power by the yellow line in the main straight. And you can see it in a second. We'll look at Ollie and I'll tell you when he's coming off the power. So as he comes around through the switchback, and he's put it down there, and he's off there. So he's off about 2 of the grid hashes ahead of the. So he's actually only on full power for what, 40 metres, something like that. But the key point is though, he's getting closer and closer and closer to Harley. Let's keep that, you know, tight the bit and both of them in, please, John. So let's make some interesting shots of the two of them. Now, of course, at this point, Harley actually needs to let Ollie through if he gets closer because they are in qualifying. He lost a couple of small tenths there.
0.7 last time round between them.
Ollie lost a little bit. He just lost a little bit that last time. Oh, and Harley made a mistake, and that should let him through. And off we go. And that's Ollie now ahead.
And that's all it takes.
And that will be a red. Now the interesting thing is, it may mean that Harley will drop out of second. It doesn't particularly matter because he's got 2 wins. He's already got maximum points, and the battle is actually just time. Can you get maximum points? Get maximum points. Then who has the best individual lap time? So that's not particularly important. Obviously, Harley now hassling Ollie, but that is just. You know, as long as he does punting one, that's absolutely fine. Ollie now at 22,300. From memory, they were doing 23s last time round, weren't they? So, did you write it down? 23,309. There we are. So they're actually on 22 flats. This is slower. So, even though Ollie will pick up the winning points, he won't actually move the top of the timing sheet. That'll still be held by Harley with their faster qualifying.
You can see with these two that with Harley behind now, she is actually slightly catching. So it is that rear position. It does give you those markers to aim for on the corners, those braking points that you can use from the car in front. And especially when it's somebody the speed of Ollie there, you know, you're only going to gain from that really.
Yeah, she's following around. I mean, she knows as well as we do this is not a round she's going to win because even if she gets past, she has to get past and lead by a second. And there's only 16 seconds to go. But yeah, it's worth it. You know, I'm going to show what I can do. I'm not bothered by you. If we get into a fine line behind, you can't gap me.
And the thing is, you know, if you put the pressure on, it might, you know, unlikely at this level or the level that these guys are racing at, but you might just force that mistake. You never know. You
can't tell. So both stop. Ollie picks that one up with a 22 flat, so that's not going to take him to the top of the overall timing sheet, so we'll give him the points he needs to potentially launch an attack.
There you go, only Ollie Meggitt improving in that one. Everybody else going a little bit slower. There's been no real change in the weather.
No.
The track's not any wetter, hotter or colder, so pretty
Or
similar
nicer,
conditions.
let's be honest about that.
Yes, that's very true. So we are back to race number 8, which is the Tamiya GTE and MTC class. Remember, we've only got 2 of the MTC cars in this one. Cars 7 and 8 of Damien Giddens and Matthew White. Sorry. Of Peter Harridance and Nathaniel Goodban. Ah, dear. Great classes, these ones. Plenty of action. Got the Alpha going round again. Formula E car is up there doing donuts. And shame real Formula E cars can't do donuts as easily as that one can.
And they can actually, but just because they've got no grip.
Okay, so these guys are going to bring it round onto the line now. So do not be expecting the blistering pace we've just seen from the modified guys. These are
no. Slower.
the Tamiya classes, so much slower. Car 1 is Steve Adams, and we've got Tim Harrop, Carl Matthews, Carl Osborne, Gavin Lanaway, Martin Reeder, Peter Harridance and Nathaniel Goodban. I don't think they're all in this one though. I'm missing 2 cars.
Yeah, there's a few cars that have entered, but they've for some reason not actually appeared in the event.
So car 8, MTC of Nathaniel Goodban, bringing us round. Very nippy round, just as he comes out of that centre section there. I like that corner. Already gapped car 1 of Steve Adams. Steve having a bit of a spin at the end of the straight. But Nathaniel really pulling away with this one. So Tim Harrop, car number 2 in second. Nick's favourite. Where are we? So leader down the straight. Nathaniel Goodban makes his way into the centre loop. Now he's coming up on a bit of traffic. He's got a couple of cars in front of me. It'll be interesting to see how these guys deal with this. So car 2 of Tim Harrop, the pink and white GTR. There, slides out the way. Oh, crikey. Our leader almost gets a little tap just to push him on a little bit from car number 3 of Carl Matthews. Carl has a bit of a nightmare there. But there you go, leader through past the Formula E car. A little bit of a hesitant Ferrari there, letting him past of car number 1. Oh, not very often you see a Ferrari get air like that, but Steve Adams showing us that they can do it. All right, drop back onto Steve actually, 1 car back. Just coming down the straight now. Round he goes. That is the airborne, I think, Ferrari of Steve Adams. Give Steve a couple of laps to go round. There you go. Weirdly, and very weirdly, the exact same braking point as Ollie Jeffrey's
just not going as fast.
before.
Yeah, they're slowing from half the speed to nothing. Well, you know, you still got to slow the cars down, haven't you, one way or the other.
Dear. Okay, so Steve down the straight. Goes into the switchbacks. Pushes himself into the centre section there. Runs it round up to the top end of the track. Threads the eye of the needle. Let's see how straight he gets. Oh, a lovely line through there. Made up umpteen seconds going through that like he did then. We won't give it an exact time, but it was good.
An
So
exact time being good. Excellent.
Yeah.
My exact time is good.
It's a good time. He's coming up on the Alpha now. Now, is this a point where the Alpha is going to break down to get out of his way?
Well, there's a possibility. I mean, it's just seeing a large oil cycle in a minute now. Actually, I had an Alpha, so it was very reliable. Oh, there it goes.
Did you have it through lockdown and then sell it just after?
No, I had it long before lockdown. What a cheeky monkey you are. No one likes a cheeky monkey, you know.
Oh dear. Oh.
This is.
So, the last.
Who is this red car we're following, by
We've
the
got
way?
a minute and a half left of this one.
Who is the red car we're following, by the way?
The red car that we're following is Steve Adams.
Ah, good old Steve. Keep talking, I'm just doing things.
Sorry, you were stood on me.
Now you've stood on me. Oh.
Okay, Steve brings it down onto the straight. Let's see. Drop back one more car to car number 2 of Tim Harrop. The pink and white GTR that's going around there. Just had a little tap on our leader. Leader's just gone past him, but we'll follow car number 2 until we give him a couple of laps of glory. And he goes, threads the eye of the needle, pushes it round the onto the main straight. Front of the car wobbling there. Now, whether that's just the sheer speed going down the straight,
The sheer
rattling these
unremittent
things.
power, yes. Could be that.
Okay, so go on, drop it back one more. We've got a white car that's struggling a little bit. It's just coming onto the straight now, and that is car number 3. So that's car number 3 of Carl Matthews. Let's follow Carl round. Give Carl a little bit of
Televisual love.
A little bit of televisual love until the end of this one. I think we've only got about 10 seconds, 7 seconds left. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's like, and the finishing the lap he's on business. You know, come on, it's not the end of the world.
Oh, and he does get through for another one. See if he can get past the Alpha. Alpha's very pointy, you see, and he lost a bit of time going wide there. Lets the leader through graciously on his last lap. I would have held him up if it was me, but hey.
That's why no one likes you.
That's why I'm not allowed to race
I need
anymore.
to keep fiddling with you. I'm really sorry. It's just honestly, I'm going to have such a row with someone when they get back from Scotland.
I think Frank's
That hasn't worked, has it?
That hasn't worked at all. Hello, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Yes, I think Frank McKinney's probably the one we should blame for that, to be honest. Okay, so we are on to the Formula 1 class now. Race 9, or Heat 9, I should say. Nick keeps taking it off the screen where I can change things. So let's change that to Heat number 9. So the Formula 1 guys going out now. I do like these cars, they do look great. I do like a nice realistic looking RC car. That's one thing that definitely pleases me in RC racing. Realistic looking RC cars.
Ah, yes, there we are. See, we're going to say, oh, yes, and you need to at least hear me saying, oh, yes. Otherwise, it's bloody pointless. What's going on here? Right. Anyway, after the panic that has effectively just meant we've shed most of our viewers, hey-ho, what can you do?
Well, we pulled it back, Nick. We pulled it back.
Pulled the fire out of the
Yes.
freshness, whatever it may be.
That's what we did.
One thing like that, yeah. Also,
So,
I don't understand why items I've completely closed are open, but there we go.
your choice, cameraman.
Is this the first of the kids' races, or is it?
This
F1?
is the
The
Formula 1
race.
the pinnacle.
Pinnacle
of
of motorsport. Yes, absolutely. Who are you going to go for?
Car 4.
Oh, car 4. That's no,
Aidan Gale.
hang on, car 4. That's a supermarket in France.
There we go. So Aidan Gale brings us round.
Is that because he's stripy?
No, Aidan Gale's this black one.
Is it? No, it's not a black one on the car. It's not like one there.
Oh, okay.
No, it's car 4 though.
Okay, that is car 4.
Don't forget, they don't go off in order.
No. Oh, car 4. Bit of a spin. Struggled a bit there. So this, I thought it was a Lotus, but I think it's actually an older style Renault. A black one, isn't it?
Mm.
Come on, Nick, you should know. You should be picking these paint
That's an
jobs
old
out.
smile, Renault.
There you go.
I'm thinking chili baby. I'm trying to get sugar back after I expand the whole stuff.
God. Oh dear. So Aidan Gale we're following around now in car 4. He got himself past the Renault by the looks of things. I think the Renault's had a bit of a crash or is out. I didn't see what happened. I have to go and put my sunglasses on in a minute, Nick.
No,
the
it's
sun
bright.
is actually coming out.
The sun in England. That means it should be rain in 5 minutes.
Yes. In fact, I think I can see the rain coming in.
A jolly statement you are.
Okay, so car number 4. Car number 4 of Aidan Gale. Just making his way to the top of the track, threading the eye of the needle now. Struggles a little bit to get that line straight through there. And the car number 2 that's behind him, I think that is our leader of Daniel Robbins. Aidan pushing a bit to try and stay in front, but he does give him space to go through. Very gracious. Let's follow the leader for a little bit. So these guys, as they come down towards the end of the straight here, I don't know if you guys can hear it at home at all, but as they come down here, they just hop a little bit, just under braking, and I think that unsettles the cars just slightly as they're going into this sort of first corner. You really notice it on these Formula 1 cars. Daniel holding it together pretty well, keeping it nice and consistent as he goes through. Makes his way through a back marker there. Very nicely moves out the way for him. And there's Nick's Renault, I'm going to call it. Moves out the way nicely for him. Needle through. Threads the eye of the needle onto the main straight again. Hopping his way down round the first corner. Through the switchbacks. Pushes himself into the centre of the track. A little run through before the left-hander goes up to the top end, threads the eye of the needle again. Oh, let's call it the Schumacher corner onto the straight there with the banners. Now this is pretty hairy. If you're leading a heat and you're coming up to a bunch of 4 or 5 cars, they are all getting out the way really nicely though. Oh! I thought that was going to come back in on him there, but it didn't. Graciously waits before he goes back on the track. Okay, so a little bit of clear space. Got 2 or 3 corners in front of him now. Tony Robbins still leading us out in this one. Just drop back to the blue and orange car that's had a spin at the end of the straight there. The spin stopped me from being able to see the number on that car, but I'm sure I'll be able to see it as he goes past. I think that is number 5?
Who am I identifying here?
Orange and blue.
Orange and blue. That's the
needle.
modern McLaren car. Modern McLaren. 2 modern McLarens. This is the further modern McLaren. Couldn't tell you. 6 or 7 years.
Car 7 of Craig Williams. Oh, it's too hot for my coat now, Nick. Okay, so we are still following, or should be still following car number 7. We are. Down the straight he goes. Into the switchbacks. Drops down into the centre section of the track there. Hops the curb a little bit. Loses a little bit of time there. I think that might be is that the Williams going to hold him up a bit? It isn't, because he slides. Almost takes the leader out with that slide and the car in front. Oh, and he's upside down. That is not the way you want a Formula 1 car to be. So through the centre section for the last time. I think even a miracle is not going to get him another lap now, because everybody is finishing as they go past. And there we go. So, Daniel Robbins takes this one, 18 in 3:10. Now, the last 2 heats, and I think this is almost where we cut out on the power cut last time.
All right, don't tempt fate. Let's cut out power again, shall we?
Every time I mention it, Nick gets 3 more grey hairs.
I've now got 26,000 million.
Okay, so on to race 10 we go. So this is the first of the Tamiya Junior E class. You'll notice the body style of the cars changing. Obviously from, not from the Formula Ones, but from the actual touring car classes that we have. These cars look much more like more sort of roadworthy cars, if you like. Road legal is the word that I should use.
Yes.
So we should have 6 cars in this heat. Apologies for the wind noise there.
Was that you?
Yes, always. So car 1 of Archie Matthews, 2 Finlay Lanaway, 3 is Oliver Woodall.
You take one to the water,
Webb. 5 is Kenny Hyde, and car 6 of Theo Dambreen. Cameraman's choice on this one again.
Oh, fantastic!
Unless we've got anybody requesting.
No, we can request on the on YouTube just to follow people, but no one has so far.
Put your requests in, chaps and chapesses.
Yes, and we'll ignore them. No, we'll absolutely make the most important thing in our lives.
As long as Nick lets me know that they're there, we'll get.
If I see them, they'll be there.
Okay, so Finlay Lanaway leading us out in car 2. Oh, crikey. Luckily gets back on his wheels there. Oh, man. That's just a terrible thing to happen there. But these guys are hopping all over the place. So we are with car 3 at the moment. Car 3 of Oliver Woodall.
Good old car 3.
Well, he's having a bit of a battle with the purple car there. These two not really helping each other out very well. And almost came together again, but I think... Oh, nightmare. Nightmare. Bit of oversteer on that one. Too much grip on the first corner. Let's hope the panic hasn't set in and he can just keep it together, calm it down a little bit, get himself back in his lines. Although the lines of these cars slightly more muddy than the lines of our touring car classes. However, still entertaining. Let's see if we can just...
Oh, that was me, wasn't it? I bent it all up so I could... Yes, what a bastard. Not a naughty person.
Yes, you are. Okay, and we are still...
Yes, we are.
With car number 3. Let's see if we can find car number 2, who's leading us out.
Finlay Lanaway.
Car number 2 is the grey car. Just got... Oh, dear, just been taken out by car number 3, who hasn't waited.
Well, you know, different thing to do when you're a youngster, isn't it?
It is. It is. This is what these heats are for. There you go. Gets through that time.
I hope we're not seeing any afters. That's all I can say.
So down the straight comes our leader. Plenty of clear track in front of him now. So providing this yellow one doesn't do a swipey move.
A swipey move? What, swiper, no swiping?
It's not going to happen now because the yellow one's rolled. So leader with a car bouncing on the straight in front of him. Misses it very skillfully.
Hello to X0 Plays Gaming. Hello, Colin Webb again. Welcome to our second stream. It's significantly less popular than the first stream after the issues we had. Well, these things happen.
So, we are with car number 2 of Finlay Lanaway. Tamiya Junior E class. That's a class sponsored by Tamiya to help promote the junior side of racing.
For under 12s and people who haven't got much experience of racing either, so I think it's a great initiative.
Yes, little to no experience required for racing in these classes, which is exactly what we want to see. Still with Finley at the moment. Down the straight he goes, just coming up onto a little bit of traffic now.
I think our other camera's still working, by the way, because I mean you haven't switched it for so long.
I'm sorry, Nick. Whilst I've been doing everything,
because basically you've been doing the entire job, whilst I've been staring at computers. But now I'm back with my poignant statements.
Thanks for pointing out I haven't been doing enough.
Well, you haven't. Nothing else I can say really.
Let's see if I can switch the camera when our heat leader comes round again.
The grey car?
The grey car of Finley.
So it's 3, 2, now.
Look at that, beautiful.
I was more just testing if the camera was still on or it had gone flat.
As seamless as the first time we did it.
And that'll be it for another 3 hours.
So... Oh, a bit of a tangle in there for Finley. He's lost a bit of time on that one. Still leads us out, though. A lead of an entire lap plus. Car 2 finish now. So Finley finishes with a 14 in a 3:01. In fact, an entire lap up on second place of Theo Danbreen, who finishes with a 13:3:02.
There are some, I'm just looking behind me for the drivers going up for the next heat. There are some really quite small kids on this next one. So I think we've had a kind of a mixture of kind of 10 to 12 year olds, and now we're having a mixture of 8 to 10 year olds.
Yes.
I think some of them, I think being up the Rotten was the highest they've ever been in their lives, I think.
Okay, so let's just make sure.
I just realised that car which got involved in the accident brilliantly for a 10-year-old, he's got the Fortnite stickers on it. He's sponsored it by his favourite ever-decreasing island space-sized game. You can't argue that, really, can you?
You can't.
I want to see other things. What else? What other things should kids sponsor things by? Chuppa Chops.
Mawams.
No, everyone likes Mawams. Do you want a Mawam? Everyone likes Mawams. Have one of your own Mawams you bought for me. I'm offering one of the things you bought yourself. Oh yeah, look, we've got Donald Duck on that one. Excellent work from the caravan there. Let's see more. That's just blue and white. What we got here? Oh yeah, that's a Red Bull one. Next one is a green. Oh, lime green. Oh, it's gone. It's disappeared. The lime green one. Oh, that seems like a full stop. Yeah, they've gone off because they heard a buzzer, not realising it wasn't their buzzer. We've all done that, if I'm honest. We've all gone off on... I bet you've gone off on the wrong buzzer before.
I only go off on the wrong buzzer.
Two, 11, a million. Right. It's cameraman's choice, but make sure we know which one it is. Hang on, but who's going to go is the question. Two he's gone for. Harry Standing. Usually the car 2 has 21 on his car. So
maybe it's a copy of his favourite racing driver's number.
There isn't a 21.
Well, Hamilton's 44.
Yes, but they said there isn't a 21 at the moment. I'm not saying there will ever be a 20, but this is one at the moment. I love that. Maybe he's copying his favourite racing driver. Hamilton's 44. Yeah, but he's 21.
Well, you know what I meant.
Well, it's kind of a sort of concept, but it didn't really kind of flow in any kind of logical brain way.
What I meant is there's clearly numbers higher than 21 that you can choose from. It would go past that. Sometimes, speaking of someone whose brain operates weirdly sometimes, because that obviously made perfect sense in your head, didn't it? It did, I knew exactly where I was going with
It's like saying, I'm going to America, they use dollars. but we have florins. No. I mean, it's a related subject, but it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Anyway, the 21 car of Harry is going well. That's another word for...
What's his predicted time?
Well, hang on a second, because I'm not on the right page of my multifarious pages. The predicted time is... He's the leader, actually, Harry Standing. He's second now. Is 12 laps in 352 seconds. Which is interesting, because he's only supposed to be 300 seconds. I've gone Spooner's in 325, not 350.
Now, I've got to say...
Go on, then.
Car number 7...
Which one's that?
Which is threading the eye of the needle now, just going round the corner onto the straight.
With Donald Duck on the roof.
This one here.
Yep. Is he on camera?
Okay. That, driven by Poppy Hyde.
Yes.
Probably one of the best evasive manoeuvres I've seen today of the 4 cars at the end of the straight that it weaved through to get through cleanly. So, Poppy, a bright future for you, I believe.
In defensive evasive driver. You'll be a stunt driver. I am impressed by... Oh, no, yes, maybe.
So let's see, where is Poppy? Poppy is leading.
I'm not surprised, because looking at it now, of the other cars, she was the only car actually moving forward. Everyone else was kind of stopped.
Coming off some back markers, got past that one cleanly. One more to get past, so let's see. Let's see.
Looking left, look
Poppy's
right.
skill.
Oh! Tipped up the spearmint-coloured car.
Using
now she's got a problem with the grey car,
no.
and now there's been some unpleasantness.
Go, Marshall, go!
Oh! The Marshall had his leg taken away.
And Poppy losing.
Oh, and the spearmint car's got a body shell problem. That's a Nissan GTR. It's hard. The concentration's gone.
So there we go.
Drop back one car to the sort of grey and black and that one, because that obviously is sort of like has a Mercedes tribute colour scheme with the looks of the Petronas and everything else. Perhaps it's number 44. Who can tell, Matt?
Well,
it's actually number 3, which is, of course, the driver Tyler Standing. The question is, though, it's nice. He's got a nice little nice little paint job there.
Mm-hmm.
So has he put number 44 on it somewhere for you?
5 he's put on it. 5 is the number painted on the bonnet.
But it's not. He's not.
No. That's the number painted on the car. That's not his race number.
Right. Okay. Why would you paint 5 on the number?
Whose car 5?
I don't know.
Somebody
Nigel Mansell used to be 5.
Well, there you go.
Somehow think that likelihood he's oldest is 10, so he's unlikely to be that much of a massive fan of a slightly overweight 65-year-old former racing driver. I'm just saying that.
Maybe the parents are fans of Nigel's.
They could be. Perhaps they're only making plans for Nigel. Do. I do like that paint job. I think it's very well done. It might actually be the paint job that comes out of the kick, but it's nice.
Aren't the Mercedes cars just all black now?
They are. They are supporting.
Good
stuff.
Good for them.
But that is more the kind of colours they were when they were more Petronassi. But they're all black. They've got shiny bits. At the moment, they're just sitting around going, hang on a second, why aren't we as fast as we were? Now, oddly, my feeling about the Mercedes, they are as fast as they were because they're still massively fast in the third team. It's just that Red Bull have really improved.
Yeah. No, I'd have to agree with that. Just as well money to throw at it. So 10 seconds left in this one.
10? 10 big seconds in the final hit rate of heat 3. The final heat of qualifying round 3. One more qualifying to go before 2 rounds of finals. Is that what you're telling me, Matt?
That is exactly what I'm telling you, Nick.
Wow.
Exactly what I'm telling you. And I cannot get over how exciting this has been so far. It is as close as it could possibly be at the top.
Is it?
No.
How far is Harry won that by a lap? But this is not about winning. This is absolutely about taking part. This is the whole point of this is people learning and growing and taking part.
Hang on now, because has Poppy finished?
No. Yes, she has.
She has finished. Yes. Okay. So, yes, a lap down in the end.
Just yes, yes.
Okay. Yes. So now there we go. That is the end of round 3. We now move back.
Gives you a chance to put another letter in. You can type 4 into that.
Yeah, I can.
I'm going to type 4 into it. That's what I do.
4, and we'll take off one of those ones.
Jesus, the economy of movement you have is unbelievable.
I got it. I got it covered.
You have, you know. It's As you proved when I was busy, I don't really even need me, to be honest.
I need you to plug all of this in.
And then replug it, and then literally sit there swearing at computers, going, "Why isn't this working? Why isn't this working? Why isn't this working? Why isn't this working?" Until it works.
Yeah, until you can phone somebody that can tell you which button to press.
Interestingly, the only person I phoned was about a different problem entirely, which he actually solved, and was not the problem we had. Well, it wasn't even a problem. It was a confusion. There was a confusion going on, and no one likes confusion going on.
No, nobody likes that.
So race 1's coming up for the final round. So after 3 rounds of qualifying, Glenn Westwood is the he's gone. Glenn Westwood is the fastest qualifier. Matt Quislick is second. Stu Colby is third. Billy Kavanagh is fourth. Dave Ringsell is fifth. Gareth Holton is sixth. George Munn is seventh. Michael Chapman 8th, David Cliff 9th. I don't think any of these are actually in this first race, where we have Trevor Little, Ben Webb, Luke Jury, Guy Dean, Niall Quislick, Bruce Little, Nick Bruty, Peter Knight, Andy Lewis, and Craig Williams. So it's cameraman's choice again. Gone off with car 1, which is Trevor Little, with the pink machine. A bit wide there, didn't kind of pick up the front end as he would have wanted. Coming back through the switchback before coming down the main straight. Not totally sure he's happy with the front end of that car. Taking it wide. Rear end's kind of being forced to follow the front end rather than wanting to follow it. It's quite that point where it's just effectively, I think that to me is a little bit over aggressive steering. He's steering and the rear end's sliding to follow where the fronts are. Might be just getting a little bit into the rhythm and getting a little bit. That's one way of doing it. Luckily got away without being upside down. Obviously just trying to hold it this time, and not this time. So he did go upside down, and now he is upside down. So that's Trevor Little. Let's move one forward, that green-orange car. Car number, don't know. I think it's car number 2 actually. I'm not quite sure. I think that was car number 2. I'll check next time round. It is 2. So that is Ben Webb. Ben currently scored in 7th. With traffic ahead of him. Good news about this heat is every single heat they've actually bothered to paint their body shells. They haven't just whamped out a rattle can and hope for the best. Gets past 1 nicely. Oh dear, he got up the inside there on the inner hairpin, and then it was switched back, but then a little bit of power as they went down to the bottom of the circuit on the right hand side. Got him past, and now going to the top corner, sweeping through the infield S's, and now around the double carousel. Just lines of others. Making good progress at the moment is the number 2 car of Ben Webb. Surprisingly, it's not really reflecting in his overall position. He must have had a very bad start because he's actually looking quite like one of the fastest cars out there in the orange and green, but it's not doing him much good in the overall timing. So my guess is that something didn't go particularly well at the start of the race. It's predicted, he's in 6th and not really predicted to go much faster than that.
He's certainly pushing his way through the traffic well.
I know, it's kind of, why therefore is he so far down?
Overall?
I think I know why he's so far down. But I don't think that is car 2, that's car 7, the leader. That's why. That's my bad eyesight. That actually is Nick Bruty, the leader. So now, it's interesting, you see, because we could work out that car was going too well to be in 7th place. And we couldn't work out why it was until we realised I can't see a blooming thing.
There we go. Key, I think, for future competitions would be slightly larger numbers for the older commentators.
How about slightly younger commentators? I now feel I should find car 2 so I can give the driver a bit of time on the screen. That's 1.
That is 1.
That's 8.
Much easier to see these at this speed.
5, 9, 6, 7. Is he not running anymore? Oh,
Two, there you
Drop
go.
one back to the orange car with the black side flash. That is car number 2 of Ben Webb.
Upside down.
Upside down, that's Curse the commentator. But I felt he needed some coverage. You know, because it's only fair after him wishing about how well he was driving. It wasn't him. But let's be real about it. That isn't the first time that's happened. It won't be the last. Probably not today.
No, certainly not today on any count.
Yeah, it's been an interesting time so far.
I was reading out the completely wrong heat earlier on.
Show off. There's someone connecting us here. Colin Webb's you're 45 seconds behind us, but you know. Crunch Day asks, when will the EU Championships get underway, or when World RC Car doing world events again? Nothing this year. There's the plan is for everything to start back next year. The Euros will definitely be as they are. There's a I think I don't really know which worlds to start with, to be honest. There is every likelihood that they will just have, because they've lost a whole cycle in 2 years, they'll just come back with the ones and they won't exist. However, my understanding is that the Worlds for 1/8 Nitro cars, which was due to take place in Brazil, even though it's a year away still, won't take place in Brazil, and the Brazilian will drop out for a cycle and have it back in 3 years, just because they think that Brazil is a little bit difficult place to go to at the moment, even though we've got a year to go. So it's likely, I believe, that the Nitro Worlds will be in Europe, but it's not guaranteed. And then it go to Brazil again in 2 years after that.
I think even if things hadn't gone absolutely insane, Brazil wouldn't have been the easiest place to have gone anyway.
Well, no, I actually had because we were thinking about we were almost going. We were never quite booked. We were just kind of like, someone said, "Do you want to go?" We said, "Have you got any money?" They said, "Do you want to go? Have you got any money?" We're at that point, and I had a look. It's quite a difficult place to get to because you can't fly to that part of Brazil directly. And the only way you can get to Brazil in any sort of less than having your arm chopped off is going via Paris. And well, it was, the flights don't exist anymore, going via Charles de Gaulle. And the last thing you want to ever do is transit in Charles de Gaulle, because the chance of having your luggage with you is 0. Mm. So there were lots of things that were going on. But yeah, we almost went there. Yeah, so 2 years ago we would definitely have done the touring car worlds, but that is now up in the air whenever that happens. The 1/10 Nitro track worlds were supposed to be in Australia. They won't be in Australia, but no one knows where they'll be. It's almost like I think they're going to try and put all the events in really the safest places and the most welcome places they can find, and then actually the countries that missed out will get them back again in the following cycle. But nothing's signed in stone, but there appears to be a concept that let's make it easy when we start this all up again. But the Euros should be back. The Euros will be back, and any club that was supposed to host the Euros 2 years ago and a year ago, if they wish to host it, will keep it. So, for example, Robin Hood Raceway will still have the 10th, and Huddy will still have a couple of the races and everything else.
Yeah.
A couple of the events might not want it because it doesn't fit in where they are, but it should be a pretty. The calendar will be very, very similar to what it was last year. This year it didn't happen, and last year it didn't happen. Just we're all hoping it will happen. But my only advice to anybody out there who's over the age of 18 is get vaccinated, and it'll give us more of a chance of it happening. Isn't that right, John? Drivers, Heat 2. Let's go. Who are we with? He's got 9. He's gone with 9.
Oh,
Harry Jeffries. He's gone with. Who I noticed has got one of his dad's bodies.
Oh, nice.
So
that's how you get people to get out of your way.
So after the first couple of heats where he just had to drive a kind of a one can, he's now got his dad's body. He said, "Dad, I want the car."
They won't get out of my way. Give me your shell.
That might work. I can't believe that. Why this? Every single time I do this thing, it resizes itself into a position that looks awful. But never mind. That's the joys of using a timing screen captured from the internet rather than directly from the timing equipment. But we're very flexible though. We'll get the timing on somehow. So unfortunately neither Casey Granger or Chris Granger here today, so obviously the Granger family have found something different to do. I will say better, but I'm sure there isn't any better to do.
Harry Jeffries putting himself up into second place in this one at the moment, running around behind Malk Hall.
Yeah, it must be quite concerning because Harry's really not very old.
No.
don't think I can't believe he's even 8. He might be 8. Obviously, he's got the best equipment. Because even Ollie's second-hand car stops is better than anything I've ever had.
Oh, man, that was a committed move there.
Yeah, I think that's what happens when you're 8, though, isn't it? Basically, you're on it and that's it.
Yeah. That was I am going round the outside of these two.
So he knows what he's doing, doesn't he?
Yeah, flying.
It's very irritating for someone so young. Anyway, obviously, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we get this one right because it's his dad's shell. Right, let's go past this 11 car accident near them, and let's pick up somebody else. So where should we go? Who have we not picked up? I don't know who you didn't talk to last time. Let's have the white car with the green tail going around the bottom of the circuit now. Whom I think is car number 1, but I might be completely wrong. I think it is car 1, so that should be Mark Passingham.
Yeah, car 1 would be Mark.
I know, it's whether that car, which is white, purple and green, is Mark Passingham.
I see.
It's whether I've got the right car. Well, we've got the right car, haven't we?
Yes.
No, but the right car isn't on camera.
So just threading the eye of the needle now.
White nose.
Down the straight.
Green
Around the
tail.
first corner. Lovely, all over it. So that is the number 1 car of Mark Passingham. Mark currently running in 5th. Oh. It's always nice when you've got somebody you've just got past who's fairly close to you and they just crash behind you and just give you that space back.
Yeah, they basically say, no, you deserve the track. Why are you wearing a coat like a cape? Are you the masked Avenger commentator?
I'm going to whip out my sword in a minute.
Yeah.
It's easier to throw it on and off. That's why I'm wearing it like a cape, because the sun is coming in and out. So,
Jay Grimster says, hello, RCTV, Formula 1 and working a bit on the RCs. That's a good Sunday. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it, Mr. Grimster.
Nice. A good way to spend a Sunday, working on your cars if you're not racing. Thursday nights were always my
Are they?
my night for doing work on my RCs.
Yeah, so now you've got a bird, so that's it then.
Yeah, they all went then.
What should you have you doing on Thursday night? Is it a crochet evening?
Said before I left, I've got some stuff to put on eBay whilst you're away.
Oh
my God. What am I not going to have when I come home?
I've got some stuff to put on. What is it? Oh, basically it's your memories and your life.
See, all those things you had before.
I think you'll find your mind now, and that's it. And no, I'm not going to ask permission.
No, forgiveness is much easier to ask for.
That's true. Wonder how Matt Hancock's doing with that at the moment. I think a good silence says more than anything else.
I don't think we needed to say much more. Oh, terrible accident at the beginning of the straight. However,
sorry, are there many dead?
We are still with the number 1 car of Mark Passingham.
Nice, there you go, Mark Passingham.
Yes.
I suppose Mark Passingham. I don't know. We've had this conversation before, but I think I love the way you're kind of going. Passingham.
I'm going to ask him. I'm going to get him over here, and I'm going to ask him.
Are you? What, in an aggressive way like that?
Come here.
Come here, man.
How do you say your name?
Excuse me, boy. Just see where we are now in this 17.5 blinky environment at the moment. Just so you know.
Yes.
Glenn Westwood has already secured pole for the final with 3 wins. And it's between Matt Quisling, Stu Colby and Billy Kavanagh who joins him on the front row.
Nice.
Thank you. I thought it was nice to give that information.
It's a great bit of information, actually.
Thank
I
you.
enjoyed that.
Trying to remember what I'm supposed to do in these jobs. I remember most of my job, which is pulling my hair out for technical reasons. That came back very quickly.
Right, I'm just going to go and see who's going to collect Mark's car.
Crunch State said you can work on your RC stuff and buy RC stuff since you're in lockdown, Nick. Well, actually, we're not in lockdown. We're kind of in, what are we in now? Semi-release, aren't we?
We've almost been released.
Well, and they decided against it. They almost released it, then stopped it again. And now we are in the UK, theoretically, in 2 or 3 weeks' time. I haven't told you my big news, have I?
Oh, go on.
My sister's marvellous. Even though I punched her when I was 11.
Yep.
She phoned me up yesterday and said, what are you doing on Tuesday? And I said, dunno. She said, you're coming to the game.
What game's that?
England, West Germany. England,
Really?
Germany, West Germany. England, Germany. She got me tickets for it. Well, she got 18. Apparently, she just, because they've doubled the amount of tickets, she just kind of doing that thing you do, refresh, and suddenly she got 2 tickets.
Wow.
I know.
Nice.
Whilst I've gone to a lot of football in my life, I haven't been to international since about 1992. I used to go to every England international for about 6 years, even the pointless friendlies. I lived in London at the time, so it's easier.
Yeah. Nice.
So I'll be cheering them on
So
as we lose on penalties.
Yeah. There's been a few calling for the penalties to be the case.
Hang on, what's he gone for? He's gone for 2. He's gone off. He's just literally gone straight off with Glenn Westwood, the man who's got 3 poles. Well, 3 top scores anyway, which is given him pole.
Okay.
Oh.
Glenn really pushing that thing there. Maybe
he's
a little
decided
bit too hard.
No, he's decided that 3's not enough.
You want a clean sheet,
3's
wouldn't
the
you?
crowd.
If you've done 3, you want the last one.
That's right. That's how I feel about all quads. Let's. I think we've given Glenn some love before, haven't we?
We have.
Drop back 1 to the multicoloured car behind him, which is car number, don't know, 1 I think it is, of Matt Quislink. It is Matt Quislink's car in the 1. That's orange and white and everything that's nice.
Is Matt the only one that's challenging for the challenging for any space at the top of the top of the qualifying?
He's looking to get second. Yeah, I think he probably will be second at the moment, but he's not far off Glenn. But
well, it's Stu Colby that's leading us out in this one now.
Is it? How's he done that? How's he cheated the score he has? Little old Stu in car 5.
Yeah, he's up there. So let's see if we can find car 5.
Oh, that's going to be easy.
There's 8,
3,
7,
1, 4, 3, 9.
There you go.
Yeah, they like green car behind the blue car at the bottom of the track. John,
sort of fluorescent green with a brown bit in the middle.
Yeah, now it's going directly away from you, the green tail. That's it, bottom of the track. There she is.
Lovely. So quite individual having a brown streak in the middle of the car.
Yeah, it tends to mean you've had a bit of an accident, doesn't it, normally?
Yeah.
Brown streak in the middle of something.
I found that fluorescent yellow and fluorescent purple actually make fluorescent brown.
Fluorescent brown? That just sounds like a really bad curry.
If you mix the 2 fluorescents together, it's got to be fluorescent.
Does it?
In my head. I
don't know really. I mean, this is how fluorescentness works. Is that how it works? Because I don't really, I'm not a, I am the ultimate 1 can of rattle can, off we go, hey ho,
Yeah, I find that much easier. I did do a bit of shell painting, but it is so massively time consuming.
Then you stop painting shells and then just not pick them up on the beach anymore.
Yeah. What's all that time collecting them from the beach?
I worked out that whilst you might feel a bit better about yourself when you go on the grid, it doesn't make you any quicker.
No.
And in fact, if you're a top racer, it actually makes you slower because the paint's heavier and high up.
Well, the thing I always found with a really detailed painted shell is that it just annoyed me more when I crashed.
Yeah, that does sound a little bit more like the situation as I recognise it, yeah.
Oh, crikey. So car number... That was a large section of track there. But anyway, so we're following car number 5. Oh, Stu Colby. Oh man, terrible place to come off there. Stu made it through that one though. Still keeping it nice and tight.
He's dropped to third on time. Not by much, so this would be my 3 seconds.
Yeah, Glenn back out in front now. So I must have just had a Glenn or possibly Matt as well.
I think it's just a kind of a little drop off of pace, that's all. It's not huge differences. They're all just probably just sitting there thinking about the finals now, you see.
Saving tyres.
I don't know they are, but I have no idea they're saving tyres. They might be allowed lots of tyres. On a tyre fest.
Well, I mean, if you're going to use a lot of tyres, I would say why not extend the race time and have a pit stop?
Hey?
Yeah, that's it. Have a 10-minute race. If these tyres last 5 minutes, we'll have a 10-minute one. We'll change tyres halfway through.
They last a lot more than 5 minutes. Whether they're at their absolute peak for more than 5 minutes is questionable. You can run them for hours, these things, until the cords show.
Good. There we go. So these ones are finishing off now. I think Glenn is pretty much set to take that one. Oh no, Matt's popped himself up by 0.1 of a second.
That's good news for Matt. That confirms him in second overall.
There we go. Lovely.
It's going to upset Glenn though. He hasn't got a clean sweep.
maybe he backed off to let him.
Is it windier now? It's got slightly brighter, but windier.
Yeah, it's bright enough to make me squint. Okay, race 4, 13.5 turn blinky class. That's the first of the 13.5 classes. And I think Zach Finley's going to really want to put some pace down in this one. It's his last heat of the day. So Zach, Adam, Matthew, Byron, Carl, Ethan, Frank, Gyla, Nigel and Aaron in this one.
Okay, so everyone warm-up laps. There's cars on the straight. We can have the marshals for their positions.
You only get one overall result. And so if you win overall in the finals, you get 100 points. TQ, you also get 100. Okay, cool. So I think Harley will be saving her second set of tyres to run fresh for the first final, but it will be interesting to see if Ollie puts pressure on to try and get the fastest time to TQ, because he's in championship pole position. Thank you.
Come on then. You sound like you've had some information
I've had
there.
some information, but I've had information, but I have information that I should be leaking out.
Oh.
Like an oozing and slightly rusty water bucket.
I like it.
However, oh, blimey, why? Crazy focus there from John. Yeah, it's your choice, John. Two, he's gone with again two. So he's gone with Adam Southgate. Yes, so I have found out an answer to one of your questions. You have 2 sets of tyres for the meeting.
For the meeting?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
So it's down to you to decide when you use them.
Crikey.
So you could save them all for the finals, or you could use them all in qualifying. It's when you use a fresh bit, because apparently they are quicker when they're fresh. And there are points for qualifying as well as the finals, and there's many points for qualifying as well as the finals. So the question is, are people who are looking to try and get on pole, would they? That's worth as many points. So would they run their second set of tyres? Would they save them for the finals? It's just all ifs and buts and maybes.
Depends what you're going to push for, doesn't it, to get your points, I suppose.
What are points, mate?
Prizes.
They do indeed. Well done. It's not like a prize in points.
I keep thinking this is like the right-click menu that you get on the on your computer.
Yes, they're again pointing at stuff. You've got the right heat number, by the way.
Yes, race 4, I believe.
I'm just questioning. I'm not saying you're in any way incorrect. That would be wrong of me. Probably dangerous too.
So we are okay. Zach's leading us out in this one from Adam. I think we're still following Adam at the moment in the purple car number 2.
Scott Warden a few minutes ago said, watching from Lansing in Michigan. Good luck, Basil Airbrush. I'm not sure who Basil Airbrush is, but good luck to you as well. It's a great name. My name's Basil Airbrush.
Okay, so yeah, we are still following Adam around at the moment. Let's see if we can find. Let's see if we can find car number 4 of Byron Russell. 7. So there's 2 down the straight. There you go. The 2 that just come down the straight now. The yellow one making his way through the centre section. That's car number 4. Lovely. So there we go. Byron Russell taking us around now. Currently running in 3rd. Making his way up to a back marker. Nicely gets out of the way. Nobody lost any time there, really.
So Zach Finley, who is the hot shot in this race, I'm not sure he is overall. Obviously has been slightly hampered by the qualifying requirements. So he's currently qualifying 3rd behind Ricky Copsey and Marcus Askell. But you probably expect him in the finals to have the pace to actually get past them both. Just going to make it a little more interesting for him.
So Byron taking this round out. The switchbacks into the centre section. Runs up to the back end of the track and threads the eye of the needle. Flicks it right onto the straight again. He's still holding that 3rd position at the moment. So he's going to come up on car number 7 of Frank Dambreen shortly.
Sorry.
Oh, lovely.
What, me coughing?
2 cars in one. Oh dear, and then car 8 gets in the way, pays the price for it by having a little bit of a kink in the body shell. Oh, Byron really pushing it now, swinging the back end out as he's coming out of the corners. Pushes it in through the switchbacks in the first section of the track, drops it down into the centre section. Lots of power coming out of there, really pushes it up to the back of the track and straight through the eye of the needle, loses a little bit as the back end wiggles.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. Catches the curb, a little bit of a hop.
A bit over rotation in the previous corner, and I think it's kind of like turn it, gun it, see what happens. He turned it, over rotated, so he ended up gunning it into the barrier.
So interesting with the number 1 car of Zach Finley right behind him now. And what these guys are going to do, they've got 20 seconds left on the clock. Finley obviously easy to go through. Look, gets out of the way nice and easy. Byron almost gets taken out by the back marker that let them both through, but
well, 2 of the 3 lime green fluoro cars. The 3rd one luckily nowhere near them.
That is quite a difference in speed between 1 and 4 there. So Zach absolutely flying in this one. Zach with a 22.308, so still not on par with his earlier round. I believe that was round 2, so 22.308.
It's a good point here. The tyres have almost worked the new tyres, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see the temperature going up on the track has slightly slowed it down because it was quite good conditions earlier.
Okay, heat 5 on the way. These guys are just swapping over now. So for those of you that don't know, you race, then you marshal. So the guys that have just been up and raced will come down now and collect their cars, bring them back into their tents, and then you'll see them all put a luminous vest on, some gloves, mask, and all of that stuff.
No,
come out on the track.
That's nothing to do with the marshal, it's just what they like doing.
It is.
One's put a skeleton outfit on, the other one's got a very fetching basque, you know.
This is the routine. So you race and then you marshal for the next race when you finished.
This is the routine. You marshal and then you get into fancy dress.
So who have we got? Race 5. So the middle heat of the 13.5 Blinky touring car class. 13.5 being the motor turns. Blinky being the setting that the ESC or electronic speed controller has to be on. So we have car 1 of Bailey Graves, 2 Jack Collins, 3 Mark Butano, Buinato, there you go, one of those two. Mick Hendy is car 4, car 5 is Richard King, car 6 is Richard Ludlam, car 7 Victor Georgiev, and car 8 is Nick's favourite Tim Tims.
Oh, I might have changed my favourite by now. You can't.
You don't. You like that name and you know it.
Right, who's going first off? There we go. It's Cameraman's choice. So we are. Actually, I missed out who that's actually we're with. I can see the car we're with, but what number is it?
Well, that's
number
car
5.
6, isn't it?
I don't know, but it's in a lovely bronzy rust colour.
I believe that is current 12 scale stock world champion Andy Murray.
Well, Andy Murray can't fish up for a brand new painted body shell. It's gone for a 1 can.
It
You're
is.
right.
It is
Honestly.
current world 12 scale stock world champion.
Yes. Who can't be bothered to fish up for a blooming decent body shell. Honestly. If you're a 112 scale stock spec world champion, you can't get. What's the point of being a 112 scale stock world champion if you're not going to get yourself a properly painted body shell?
I would have given up my 1/12 scale stock world championship title at this point if I didn't have a pro painted shell to drive around in. Maybe
yes,
he likes a slightly browny red shell.
Possibly, given the fact that he is world 112 scale stock world champion. He wants to be incognito, so people don't come up to him and mob him for his World 112 stock spec scale stale world championship, and then say, "Please sign my breast," which is fine, but it's a welder from Doncaster called Keith. Anyway, drop back 1 to the yellow and purple car, the car number 2 of Ashley Whiffin. Wow, Ashley's been racing. I remember racing Ashley. Years and years and years ago, there was a thing called the STCC, Southern Touring Car Championship, which actually was a bit like this one, but a little bit further north. So it was had Milton Keynes, but it had the east as well.
Okay.
I remember coming here. Used to do this with my son. I remember doing that series back in 2006. Ashley Whiffin was racing then. I think he was quite young then, so now he's middle-aged, I suppose.
Well, I mean, crikey. So we're with car 7 right now.
Oh, we got it with car 2. Had the 2-7 moment together, have I?
It is a 7 there.
Oh, it's not Ashley Whiffin then. That's a blow.
James Connolly. You say we're with?
These are not good numbers.
Oh,
I realise
crikey. Andy Murray's had a bit of a nightmare somewhere because he was
Hang
right
on,
up behind him.
What has happened to 112 scale world stock spec champion Andy Murray?
I don't know, but he's had 2 accidents now. One of them I witnessed, the other one nobody knows.
I'm pretty certain on his way to the 112 world stock spec championship, Andy Murray didn't have many accidents at all.
I don't think he did. Or everybody else just had more.
No, not in the world championship for Stockdale 12, that's for sure.
Not for Stockdale, no.
In Stockdale.
So we should still be with car number 7.
Yeah, you told me it's 7. I'm upset about that. I thought it was 2.
James Connolly.
I actually don't think these are easy numbers. Okay, car 2. Let's go car 2. He's the white and the mauve car. White nose, white tail, purple in the middle. Just going away from you now, Jarl. I'm about to turn around back through the switchback and go through the eye of the needle.
Which number are we following?
2 now. I'm
following number 2.
It's not, because he hasn't got him. White, purple and white. Bottom of the track. He's not found him, is he? White, purple and white is quite simple. On the main straight now. There we go. So let the camera whip along. What's your problem?
It's okay.
In fact, it's too sunny. It's
The
quite
brown one
big.
is not Andy Murray. 12 scale World
You've
Championship
not got that
stock
one
scale.
wrong as well, have you?
He is not driving a brown car.
Have we literally spent the last 3 minutes talking about the wrong car again?
Let's move on.
Who is it then? Who is it?
Car 6. Car 6 is Rich Ludlam.
Because you've got the wrong blooming.
Rich has been doing fantastic, so almost as good as one 12 scale stock scale championship world champion Andy Murray would have been
Which
doing.
is why I've said Ashley Whiffin's in the race when he's not, because you've put me on the wrong blooming race. This is the best cock up yet. We've not just misidentified the drivers, we've misidentified the entire heat.
There we are. There we are. We're in race 5.
Oh, how's the Radio Impound podcast? How are you? How up? Thank you for the coverage. You said get great coverage. We've just literally wasted 5 minutes of everybody's time. Thanks to you and me not checking. Hi, I'm back, says Mac Halbard. Honestly,
Okay.
luckily it's only a heat.
At least the power hasn't gone out.
Don't say that. Please don't say that.
I knew that would change the subject.
No, you
quick enough.
depressed me.
So, at least everybody will be thrilled for the next heat.
Well, at least everybody knows who World Stock Spec World Champion 12 scale Andy Murray is.
Do you know what? Where is he? Where's Andy?
There he is. There he is. There.
Where? There.
There.
Where's your car?
It was on the track, isn't it?
Have you got a one can? Have you got a properly painted shell? He hasn't.
Oh.
See, I told you it was a one can. That's why I was confused. That's all right.
It's not acceptable.
I was
World
just-
champions have proper paint jobs.
I was just talking to the world 12 scale.
World Stock Spec World Champion Andy Murray, who's behind
World
us,
champion who's behind us there.
has decided not to have a properly painted body shell, which is shocking. Just not odd. Your fans are upset, Andy.
He's got a wonderful pair of sunglasses on. Those just
They
coming up
are,
now.
yeah.
Look.
It's got the
last
whole-
one up on the rostrum
It's
there.
got the
and see if you
whole
can
kind
get
of
those lovely
glassy.
sunglasses.
There we are. There's World Stock Spec World Champion,
There you
champion single body kill.
That is what a world champion wears when he is on the rostrum.
Is it?
Yes.
And nothing else.
Nothing
just
else.
Wearing some
Just
shades. Au natural avec shades.
Keeping it lightweight, you see.
What? That's a bit unfair. You don't know that.
So, we are now in race 6.
Are we? You sure?
And in this race,
Yes, go on then.
we have car 1 of Marcus Askell.
Yes, you sure?
Car 2,
Yeah,
believe it or not, it's Ash Whiffen.
don't believe it.
Car 3, Billy Fletcher.
Still don't believe
We
that.
all
either.
know Billy Fletcher does some iRacing.
Yes, well, I didn't know that, but you know that, so that's good.
Do. James Hart is in car 4. Liam Hendy's car 5. Andy Murray, not sure who he is, but he is car 6.
Never, ever heard of him.
And then we've got car 7 of James Conley. 8, Charlie Colby. 9 is Ricky Copsey. So, let's have a look. Car number 6. Car number 6, the all-white car of Andy Murray there.
Right.
10 seconds.
Not just the one can, the least colourful one can.
It's just a plain white shell. Oh, a lot of stickers on it, though, in fairness to him.
Yeah, that is true. I had some wheel spin coming out there.
There he goes, with just all his stickers.
Okay, so
He's got 3 rows of sponsor stickers on both sides of the car.
that's what happens when you're world champion.
What's he world champion of?
12th scale. I can't do it anymore. 12th scale stock racing.
Spec racing.
Spec racing.
He's a very disappointing man for me now. I wanted the full-on colour effect. You bet your bottom dollar if he gets to the podium, as you say, I'll do this podium photographs with a lovely painted body. You go, oh, well done, yeah.
Every time. So we're still with Andy at the moment. Comes around onto the straight, nice and tight round there. You can see the difference in these guys and the way they're driving, the lines they're taking as they go through. Runs through the centre section of the track, pushes up towards the top end and drops down, threading the eye of the needle there. Virtually a straight line for these guys. The real tight on the
You
apex
could see it on
is
the
going
camera,
round.
couldn't you, if you wanted to?
Akbar.
You could see it on the camera, couldn't you? On the other camera.
Have we got another camera here today?
Probably gone flat by now, to be honest.
There he goes.
Whoa. That's a battery and a half, isn't it?
Go. Okay. So
It's fine. I just wanted to use it.
there he is.
put it out-
Lovely.
when you're winding that cable in at 6 o'clock this evening, wanting to go home, you'll be upset if you haven't used it. I think the problem is, I think people
It's a great shot.
people probably think we're enjoying ourselves. We carry on enjoying ourselves like this. We should stop. Sorry, I'm just leaning across you, which is very rude. I do apologise.
All right.
Who are we with now?
We're still with Andy Murray. I do think it
I
would
believe
be
we
a.
should drop back one car to the orange car 4. Who is that? Car 4 in this heat.
That's James Hart's car 4.
So we're with James Hart now, hopefully. We drop back to the orange. Yes, we have James Hart. This is not working for me at all, this sun now.
No, he's got pretty bad, isn't it?
It's right in my eye. I'm going to have windburn tomorrow. It's not the biggest story in the world, obviously.
Well, James Hart is certainly pushing Andy Murray around the track at the moment.
Is that illegal? Are you allowed to push people around?
Well, the thing is,
extra
Andy is in
motive
front
power?
of him on the timing
Oh,
sheet.
no, he's not. He's just bounced across the...
Now, let's see what happens as
and
they
he
go
had
through.
two problems. He had a bit of oversteer there, he had a bit of curb strike, and then a bit of oversteer coming into the straight. Did Andy, not James in the kitchen. You probably saw it just in the back of the shot.
Yeah, but as they've come over the line, Andy's still in front. So this should change it. It does. There you go. Sorry, that one that I'm looking at is really, really small.
That's what people say.
Yes. So what times are we predicted on this one? Is Ricky Copsey taking us around again at the moment?
Radio Impound podcast says, don't feel too bad. And he's referring to our misidentification of entire heat. I once recorded a 2-hour podcast and forgot to hit record.
You're not the only one there.
I've done that.
You are not the only one that's done.
The best story I got about that is many, many years ago, like late 80s, early 90s, went to a wedding. And do you remember the video cameras where they had the actual recording was like a hip thing, and then you had like a gun was the camera? It looked like a Star Trek gun, and you pressed it, you pulled the trigger and there's a camera. So my sister was on camera duty because she actually worked for the BBC. She worked in the accounting department, but she worked for the BBC. So she was on the gun effectively, as we let this race run without us. But she got on and off wrong.
Oh no!
Because it wasn't like viewfinder. There wasn't like an active viewfinder then. And so she basically pressed it off and on was on, and all we got when you watched it back was a collection of my aunt's feet bitching about the aunts who weren't there. It was brilliant.
I did a podcast when me and Russ were doing the State of RC podcast. Russ obviously doing grid talk now. But
moved on as he moved up.
Well, it all kind of came to a head after the after lockdown and everything. We had such a massive break from doing it. I think Russ wanted to take it up. I kind of felt like I still needed a bit more time to deal with lockdowns and other
You were
global
stuffed
issues.
up, weren't you? Really, couldn't be bothered with the time.
It was global issues I was dealing with, Nick, on a huge scale.
Right.
And then, we had a bit of a chat, and Russ carried on, did his thing with Grid Talk. He's up there with Chris Bowden now, and they're doing great. I had a good chat with him on the way down yesterday, actually. It's good to know he's getting on with it and just cracking on, which is nice.
Right.
But doing that with Russ, one of the last times we did it, we had Neil Cragg on.
You always had Neil Cragg. He was on every
Loved
10
having Craggy on.
minutes.
Craggy is such a good guest. He really is. He's a great guy, great guest to have on. Lovely, nice and chatty. Always got some good stories to tell. But we did about an hour and a half with Neil, and then I realised I hadn't recorded any of it. And he was so good, he sat there and he did it all again, and I swear he almost got it word for word when we went back over it when we did the interview again with him. It was amazing.
I've had to re-record bits, and they're either way better or way worse. They're never the same.
No, it wasn't.
Because the biggest problem is if you remember, if you set something spontaneously funny, you try and say it again,
just not,
and then it's not funny. I think everyone's not press record on something.
Yeah.
So we are now doing, what's this now? Heat number, is this 7? So modified. Press record, John. Press record. Okay, this is the key thing right now. Ollie Jeffries against Harley Eldridge for the overall pole position in the top modified class. As it stands, Harley holds it, and she has 2 wins to 1 win for Ollie. If Ollie wants to get that championship, he has to write this down. He has to get a time that is better. He has to win first of all and beat. Where's it gone? Oh, has to beat 304.71. Well, it's 23 laps in 304.71. They're well slower than last. And I think that's difficult even with fresh tyres.
Well, 5 seconds off that in the last time round.
And there are 100 points. 100 points for the top qualifier, which may well go to Harley. So far, Ollie swept the first 2 rounds this series with the top qualifier and won the A final. So this is a chance for a little bit of a move back the other way. Let's see what goes on, and let's go out with the cars.
So Harley leading herself. Right now, Ollie, if you can keep these, if you can keep these 2 cars, the front 2.
Well, what we might do actually, because we were very concentrated on them last time. Let's have a little bit of a spread at some of the others. Talk about the 3rd car. That's the bright yellow car, and we'll just let them settle down and we'll have a quick look. We haven't really had a chance to have a look at the 5 machine of Carl Branston, who's historically been a little bit more known for nitro racing, but does do a bit of touring car these days. As you can see, he's not visually. They're all staying similar, sort of gapping to each other, and that
there's not much in it at this point.
That would be, and also they're very much off the pace. So I don't think that they're anywhere going to get near top red as Harley makes a mistake.
Yeah, well, that wasn't Harley, that was Ollie Meggitt. There's in the middle of them. Oh, there you go. That is pole position out for Ollie Jeffries.
So drop back to the orange car that's just gone past. I obviously now drop that pole position concept. So the orange car, which I believe is the 2 machine, and that is Zach Smith, who's actually leading overall in this one. Interesting. He can't take the pole from, if it's possible, I don't think he might be able to take 2nd place. I don't think he can, but because Ollie's got a 1st and a 2nd, and I don't think there's any 2nds for Zach, so even a 1st wouldn't bring up any higher than 3rd.
Well, Ollie's out now. Pulled his car off.
Well, no point.
Couple of troubles.
No point wearing tyres out, no point wearing motors out, no point wearing engines out, because basically you are what you are and you are where you are.
Well, the only way to improve was to get that time from where he was, and without that, with the mistake, certainly wasn't going to happen. 2 mistakes.
So Harley leads out by about 0.1 of a second, so it's very close. Branson, who we watched, is in 2nd. Smith in 3rd. Still running round with him. The thing I often do in these shows, it's 4 or 5 times I've ripped my headset off by treading on the wire.
Yeah.
Wireless headphones, which I have for everything else I do. It's just boom. I haven't trod on my head once with a wireless headset. Let's see if we can. Where's Ollie Meggitt? Is he car 6?
He is car 6. So one of these pink ones coming down the straight now. Second one
of
those.
The 2nd, the pink one. Let's pick up Ollie because we haven't shown Ollie all and realistically, Ollie obviously is upside down. Ollie is, of course, a very good friend of ours. Worked with RCTV for a few years. Has a very nice coat.
Has my nice coat.
It's not your coat. And obviously has been recently doing the commentary for the ENS series, which I think is actually getting back underway again in a couple of months. I think they are going to try and run the series at the back end of the year. Like many international series, obviously curtailed by the recent pandemic. Ollie also the team captain for the club in the club competition.
And he's certainly pushing a little bit of pushing a bit too hard there. Took that a bit too tight. Lost an awful lot of time. Ollie's still pushing pretty hard.
Leading, still Harley, I think, by about a second. She's going to pick up a 3rd win, which is so pick up Harley. Harley's about to thread the needle in the pink car. About to start on the start finish now. There she goes. This will be her first TQ at King of Clubs. I mean, she will start from the pole position for the 2 finals. The 2 finals is an aggregate points result, so it's an aggregate points result. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with a tiebreaker, I assume, being fastest time. I'll have to check that with Andy. Rather than sometimes the tiebreaker is qualifying, but they're getting points of qualifying, so it wouldn't make any sense. So Harley, just with a couple more laps to do, still looking just a little bit tighter, a little bit quicker than the others. Certainly found a mojo here in the Colchester Club with this ever-changing conditions. It's much warmer than it was this morning. Even before the sun came out, it was warmer. And once the sun gets on the track, obviously that's instantaneously several more degrees pumped into the tarmac.
So with that then, at what point does it start affecting the cars negatively to have the heat in the track?
There's obviously, with all the tyres, there's a tyre range, and I would be the first person I know what it is. There's a tyre range where they work their best, and you don't want to be below it, you don't want to be above it. Where the sweet spot is may depend on your setup, but the last thing you want is a tyre that's way too hot. With these cars, way too cold isn't anything like the same problem as it is for a Formula 1 car, but it's still less than optimal. There we go, over the line.
And slowed down again, so that was 22 in a 3:02, and looking back over the times, I think it was Ricky Copsey.
Well, they dropped a lap, you see.
Well, he was a
class,
22.302 a couple of heats ago.
Different class.
Yeah, of course. But
Sorry.
what I'm saying is in a 13.5 blinky class.
Well, there's a good reason for that. There's two reasons. A, Ricky may have put new tyres on, but they are putting way more wear through the tyres. The drop-off is much greater. My guess is that all of them decided just to run all 4 heats on a single set of tyres and save the freshies for the final.
That would make sense.
But there we are. Congratulations, Harley. First pole position at King of Clubs. Right, I'm going to take a very brief break for my problems.
You go for it. So, we will move on now to race number 8. The Tamiya and Tamiya GT and MTC class. Steve Adams, Tim Harrop, Carl Matthews, Carl Osborne, Gavin Lanaway, Martin Reeder, Peter Harrodance and Nathaniel Goodman. Goodman. One of the two. Okay, so these guys just bringing it down now onto the line. I'm not sure that we've actually got all of the cars on the grid. Doesn't look like we have. Certainly car rate is not going to be leading us off. One second. You've got, oh no, there you go. Car rate's just coming around now, bringing himself onto the line. Look at that for timing. Here we go. So, car 8 of Nathaniel Goodman leads us around for the final time today in qualifying in this heat. Puts in an opening lap of 16:19. Okay. Still Nathaniel leading us around from Tim Harron. Back down to Carl Matthews. Leader gets past some traffic. Coming up onto the number 1 car of Steve Adams. Steve doing everything he can just to stay in front at the moment, but gives him plenty of space to get through. Obviously these guys not racing each other, they're racing the clock at the moment. Not sure what the motor limits are on this class. I imagine they're probably just running stock motors, as the Tamiya kits often come with them.
Morning.
Ah, good day.
What's going on in Heat 8 then?
Well, we have...
Has the Alpha broken down yet?
Well, no, not yet. Not yet. And it's still just as low as it's always been. Maybe lower with that front end scraping on the
someone's
straight
trodden on
side.
that.
But it is Nathaniel Goodburn that leads us around. Car number 8, the green one there. Just coming through to the centre section. Got held up a little bit, but I don't think that's going to trouble him too much. I think he's so far ahead in this one that...
How far ahead is he? He's like laps ahead.
Yes, like an entire lap and a bit at the moment on second place. So now I'm guessing these are split on the championship points between the MTCs and the GTEs.
Yes, I think it's a catch-all for a couple of classes, yeah.
It does seem to be quite a staggering difference between the two cars. So looking at that, Nathaniel Goodburn threads the eye of the needle nicely, flicks it right onto the straight and through the switchbacks, drops into the middle section of the track and pushes himself up towards the back, gets past the Formula E car, which moves out the way nicely. The Alpha lets him through. Oh, look, see, that Alpha's got plenty of front end on it.
That's all it's got. It's like it had the world's worst nose job. It's the rhinoplasty car.
But it is the straight line power of the MTC. There you go. You can see it on the straight.
I like the way but he was quite clever there, because he absolutely yanged the brakes on because he was concerned about the pink and white car, which then got a shove at the backside from the out. That isn't normally. Tamiya's a fantastic car. I mean, that must be a third-party body that's been built to do something aerodynamic, because I don't believe the 155s look like that, to the point where I'm getting to the point where I actually think I want to have a look on Google Images. We follow the Ferrari Enzo at any point, the red car.
We have done, but we can follow him again.
So that's car number
1.
Is it? Okay. And he's about to come through the switchback now, through the eye of the needle, that red car. Hoppity hop, bang bang on the camera. That's what he wants to do. Down the straight he goes.
Yeah, so that's Steve Adams.
Very long overhang on the Ferrari Enzo. The front overhang is very long. And I think that's what's unbalancing it.
I'm not sure that's its only problem, but I will go with it.
Now I noticed that just visually, I'm just watching whilst we're here. I'm looking at the Formula E car, and it appears to be handling significantly better. Not well, just better. He's dialed in a huge amount of understeer, what he's done, because the thing was like turning on a dime. He's thought, what I'll do is I'll take all the steering out of it, which actually has worked, because I've now watched him for a lap, and he's been pointing in the right direction most of the time. It's not the quickest way. It's
just coming on to the start of the straight now.
Lots of understeer. Yeah, the Formula E car on the start of the straight. Here we go.
Down the straight goes.
Who's
just
that?
done the first corner.
Oh, I just said that. This is the first time he's backed the thing in.
So just coming into the centre section now again, if you can swap over. There we go, and he's pushing his way up to the back end of the track, and turning right now to thread the eye of the needle. Down it comes the Formula E. We'll see as he... he's definitely getting around the corners easier. It's made it through for another lap. Span out on the last corner.
I watched him for 4 laps. He didn't do that. And then we've 2 laps we covered him. The rear end's gone.
Yeah, but much better. You can see it's a much more balanced car now. Obviously,
he's taken a lot of steering out of it, but
nice,
baby.
I'm guessing Nathaniel must have had some issues there, because it was car number 2 of Tim Harrop that took that one.
Right, so I'm just going to quick shift you at these F1 cars to work out which one's which.
Oh, Formula 1 next.
So 8's a quite recent McLaren. You've got an orange Arrows from 2002, is car 11. A quite recent, like a 2006. No, it's the Tuscano. It's the 2004 Williams number 6. 2000 Braun. 12 car is the Renault, an Infinity Renault. You can get it. You've got some time. We've lost Matt to his stomach. So 40-something seconds to go. Very detailed, flangeable driving in there. So what car, this is the excitement, what car will John choose to go with? It's the 7. It's the 7 car of Craig Williams is on camera. Coming through it's the leading of those 2 McLaren style cars. It's got the more modern McLaren. The car is the Arrows car, I think. So it's the McLaren, the Arrows car behind it. There was it's a kind of a pseudo McLaren. He is a McLaren paint job, and there's the 2002 Arrows as he hops over. He's got quite good suspension. Just literally have no issue whatsoever with that curb system. These cars, I think, are 21.5 motors, so they are quite slow. Also, the design is based on the sort of previous generation of F1 cars, so the narrow track ones, which I think were replaced in 2017. I think 17 or 18. I think 17 they were replaced. So they are a bit narrow, which makes them quite. They've got a long wheelbase, narrow track, which makes them quite difficult to drive. Hence the reason they're kind of underpowered. They're 2-wheel drive as well. It'd be nice to see what they do with the modelling the wider track cars the last 3 or 4 years. Quite nice that we're driving there, actually. He hits it round the corner. Let's pick up the silver car, John. He's just about going on the circle part of the infield, going past the Marshall Point 2 now and away from you. That's it. I don't know who the silver car is, but it's easy for us to pick up. Let's see if we can see a number anywhere. No, we can't. So that could be anybody, really. How are we going to find out who the silver car is? Ah, these numbers on he's number 9. He's on the wing. So that is Andrew Thorpe. Currently running in 7th. Still 3 very distinct, different designs in here. Quite a few people have got the body shell of the tusk-nosed Williams of 2004, or 3 or 4, but they've painted them in different colours. One is in Williams colours. There's also a number of them which are looking like a little bit more like sort of a generic 1994 3 car with the upright wings. You might be earlier, more of a generic, perhaps 92 car. But they've kind of stuck on the front wing complex designs of the more recent years. I'm not sure how much aero that wing concept works. I mean, the thing about it is these are small cars. Yes, there is an aero effect, but the multiple vaned wings of a modern Formula 1 car are obviously designed to interact with the rest of the body. It's not, you don't get more downforce because you've got multiple vanes on your wing. It's how it actually affects the rest of the airflow, but looks good, in fairness. Down the main straight. See if we can pick somebody else up. Drop back one car, or to the orange, about 3 cars actually now, the orange car. It's literally the orange car because it's the car that's aping the orange arrows of, I think, 2002. I think that's the 11 machine, just guessing, I think that's the 11 machine of Kieran Umney. It's a fabulous choice of car though, from many a year ago. So long ago, when I was actually doing F1, that's how long ago it is. Different years, different generations. Orange, of course, the team that actually was financed by a Nigerian prince for a while. And guess what? He didn't pay his bills.
Hello.
Hello. So yeah, so I could tell you some more stories, but not more Nigerian prince stories if you like, but I'm not sure whether that would keep us on air.
I've just had a fantastic sausage roll. Talking of Nigerian princes.
Right, yes, because that's... I've had that email where they said, you know, my granddad's died and I have to get 10 million sausage rolls out of the country.
I get those all of the time, just because I'm known for my sausage
roll
rolls.
smuggling. Have you smuggled a sausage roll recently? No. What are you doing with your life?
So that's the Tamiya GTE and MTC
Thing.
done, and the Formula 1, which was race 9, which we haven't swapped over onto.
Oh. Really?
There we are.
You found out heat 10. It's our 2 heats of the juniors who are up on the future of RC.
They certainly are. And the first heat of future RCers.
I am
Car
a
1.
future RCer.
Archie Matthews. 2. Finley Lanaway. 3 is Oliver Woodall. 4. Ethan Webb. 5. Kenny Hyde. And number 6. And car number 6 is Theo Dambreen. So, who is on for TQ at the moment in this one, Nick? With your score sheet up there.
Oh gosh, that's exciting, isn't it? Hang on. Who's on for pole? Da-da-da-da-da-da. So it's in the Junior Tamiya World of Tamiya. So you've got the juniors and the ROs. I suppose the young ones and the really young ones, I think. I don't know.
Okay.
So Archie Matthews, is he in this one?
Yes.
He's currently got 4th. Oh, I've got the championship, that's why. I got the wrong thing. Sorry. Wasn't quite sure he got 4,000 points there. Right, so in the qualifying as today, in junior, it's Finley Lanaway leading from Archie Matthews, from Theo Dambreen, from Kenny Hyde. And in Junior E's-RO, it's Oliver Woodall from Emily Southgate and Harry Standing. Oliver Woodall's a long way ahead in Formula E due. And Finley Lanaway is quite a bit ahead of Archie Matthews. Are they both in this one, Finley Lanaway and Archie Matthews?
Finley's leading us out at the moment, yes. Car number 2.
They are battling, and if Archie can take this and go quickly...
So Finley down the straight now.
2 from 3 from...
3 is Oliver Woodall.
Where's 1?
So yeah,
Where's Archie even in this one?
not a good sign for Archie then if he's not in this one.
No, he's second apparently. Just don't know where he is in the crack. Is he the yellow and orange one? I think he's the yellow and blue, isn't he? It just hasn't got a number. Oh, he's been taken out massively there by somebody else. So what colour is
This one,
Harry?
just gone past you now. That is
Car
Finley
2.
Lanaway.
And then car 1, who I've just noticed has got the number on the rear deck underneath the wing. That must be Archie. There's a big battle going on here with a couple of them.
Oh, crikey.
So Archie leads. by not very much.
A bit of
Track
hopping and
reinterpretation by Archie there.
yeah.
Is he on camera?
Oh, over he goes.
So the yellow and
number
blue
2.
car. The yellow and blue car should be the one that's on. Who's having an accident right now. Massive accident got going. There we are. So he's, I think, I'm pretty sure that's car 1 of Archie Matthews. I'm not certain. But there's an awful lot going on with. Did you see that the 3 cars ahead of him all crash at the same time?
Right, let's have a look. See
He
if
is
we can
one. That is one. Orange and the yellow and the blue
Okay.
is one. I think the silver car is 2, isn't it?
Yes.
So that is Finley from Archie, but I think Archie's ahead in the stagger.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the. It's an excellent track reinterpretation as he attempts to get past people.
So this is the thing when you're a bit younger like this, or in the lower down heats, I suppose, if you like. It's much more difficult not to race during qualifying. So if you've got 2 cars that are like fairly evenly like these two are going to race now until the end of this heat.
Good, you should race. Qualifying's pointless. It should be. Did you read my article on the EFRA page?
I haven't yet. No, post it
Yes.
to me and I will read it.
Well, I said qualifying is just pointless. Every qualifier should be a race.
Roger Mills will be thrilled.
Because realistically, we spend far too much time just racing the invisible clock. Let's race each other, and then we're surprised when we get to the finals. No one can race properly.
Leader's over.
Yeah, he was taken over by the second place man, I think, or third place man. But it's in fairness, he's been over quite a few times, so I don't think it's quite as tragic as it would be if Ollie Jeffries fell over. Oh, he's just had a massive side swipe.
I think you'll find Finley got through when he went over. So Finley now coming down the straight.
He
should
is.
be leading us out.
He's leading. He's leading. Has he got a real lead
There's
with the stagger? Say he is in the lead. You're right.
Car 1 with Archie. So that's
He's
has
now
changed
leading
it
by
round.
1.3 seconds. So actually, Archie started behind him by a couple of slots. So he doesn't need to actually overtake him to get the win. 2.5 minutes to go. However, Archie does need to keep it 4 wheels down.
He's got to keep it 4 wheels down because at the moment, Finley's going to walk. Oh, Finley's over.
Now
He's facing the barrier.
This little bit.
A
Oh, he's got
little bit-
reverse. It's got reverse.
A little bit of reverse
That's
there.
so annoying when they have reverse. You run out to get them. So these two are right together. Archie doesn't need to.
Oh,
doesn't need
they've
to
taken
overtake him.
advantage.
There's no waiting, is there? There's no. I've hit you. I'll wait. I mean, in fairness, it's happened both ways. So I'm not pointing a finger at anybody. But yeah, there's a little bit of a etiquette drop off here.
So
Matthews is on 11 in 2:33. He's on 15:3:18, which could be enough to take the overall pole. I think this is very exciting racing, though. Archie's finding a bit of speed.
I am excited. Archie's pushing
Because
now.
things are are very likely to go wrong at any moment.
Finley is driving his wheels off trying to catch Archie, but he just has not got the power down the straight that he wants to catch him.
I think Archie's car is a little bit quicker. I think you're right.
So
But they've both done now a lap and a half without an accident, so you can't really say. I think because they both can't see each other, it's fine.
well, there you go. Archie made it through a back marker there. A little bit of tussle down the straight, nothing too dramatic for that time around. He's got another back marker that he's coming up on now. Finley's not far enough behind not to be a threat, though. So he needs to get past this one clean.
This and
he
one
has.
more. This and one more.
Oh, that's it. It's all over. It's all over. Finley's crashed at the start of the straight.
Finley's going to get caught by the timing or not. They both
Just made it through.
They've got one more lap. It's not over. Who knows? No, it might be over actually. So Archie's going to get through. He's going to win the round. So
it's not over.
They'll have 2 round
No, it
wins.
is.
Comes over in a 15:3:14 from Finley.
Who's going to be devastated at that because he led a long way through and just decks his car into the side and writes a wheel off of it at the very end.
Well, the bad news is he's lost pole. Pole position has gone to Archie with the fastest time so far today. So they obviously were. I don't think it really matters what tyres they got on their car, new or old, does it? It's just that put it out. I actually thought that both of them showed a good propensity of driving relatively well, I must admit. That was what I like to see of youngsters, just going, I'm just going to go for it. And some laps it worked, some laps not so much.
Yep. But you got to do that to work out what does and doesn't work.
No, there is a 25-minute break. I just told John he can't go to the toilet because there's a 25-minute break coming up. No, it's 5 minutes, isn't it? What's he going to do? Kidney failure?
I mean, he hasn't been to the toilet all day. Why is he moaning now?
Yeah, I've only been 17 times.
Exactly.
I don't know, it's been really weird actually. I don't know what it is. I have had a ridiculously large number of visits to the porter cabin. And I was thinking yesterday, I drove back from Sunderland, which took 3 hours, 40 minutes without stopping or even feel like I needed to. Something's wrong with me on so many levels.
Oh dear.
Right, so now we're looking for the RO champions. Is Oliver Woodhill and Emily Southgate in this one?
Emily Southgate's in this one, but Oliver Woodall was in the one before.
Ah, well, Emily Southgate was 2 laps behind, so she doesn't like to be overcap anyway. But Emily Southgate is the form driver here.
So you got Reese, Harry, Tyler, Hamish, Fergus, Emily and Poppy in this one.
Poppy's your favourite, I've noticed that. You've mentioned it several times.
Yeah. It's a raffle.
You like a raffle, don't you?
I do like a raffle.
I've heard that.
I do. Right, come on, Poppy.
No favourites here. No favourites. Even. Well, come on, Poppy. Let's go. Oh yeah. We just found that Poppy is the boss's daughter, so that's okay. Yeah, we're not transparent at all. So he's gone off with 2,
first,
isn't he? No, he's gone off with the lead up.
Yeah, Poppy's gone off first. So car number 7 of Poppy takes us round. For the Junior RO class.
Whoa!
Oh, a little bit of a kick there. I'm sure that's oil on the track rather than.
Yes. She's getting closed down by the slightly oversteering white number 1, I think. Then you've got the minty green 7 also having issues.
The number 1 car can only corner at right angles. Oh, and the 21 car has stopped in the middle of the straight there.
Carried on.
That's okay.
Poppy has popped over that barrier, but luckily the 1 car also popped over a barrier. Minty green Nissan GTR in 3rd. Wandering blue car. Oh, what? Oh, dear! Off camera, you've missed the triple accident caused by someone.
On the straight there. There's 2 cars.
They haven't got reversed.
Having a terrible time.
But he has got himself a Honda NSX body shell.
And another madness.
He's lost the lead though. Lost the lead, and into the lead has gone car 1 of Reese Watts.
Reese Watts there. Yeah, Poppy in 2nd now. So
no, Reese has made a mistake. He's not in the lead anymore. Poppy is leading. The Red Bull.
Yes, there you go. Poppy's back to the front. Oh no, Reese back to the front now. Look,
only on time, which is what counts, obviously.
Indeed.
Not actually physically ahead. That's what I'm saying. Oh, he wasn't supposed to be there.
There were bits that came off of that then. Could have just been bits of paint. Oh no, the marshal's picked something up.
I think it needs. Has he got a crush in his body shell? Does he need a D?
That one's beached. No one's written. There we go.
Is that Poppy?
No,
that was the other one. We're with them, whoever it is.
That
oh, Poppy stopped. Poppy has stopped in the middle of the track.
Oh,
and started,
dear.
and stopped, and started. Oh, she got a tuck.
Ah, there you go. A little bit of shell tuck on that one. Yeah, not the driver's fault that time.
Oh, that's oversteer. You kind of wonder whether these are, over-aggressive inputs or just the cars aren't handling very well.
Possibly a bit of both.
Because sometimes you have to really try to induce handling characteristics like that. I'm really going to try and get this in to go. Oh, I've managed to do it. The 1 every 10 times.
Let's see if we can find the number 3 car.
Is it leading?
The number 3 car is not leading. Poppy's still leading, but Tyler Standing's got himself into 2nd spot here.
Okay, what car is number 3? It's not that one. That's number 4. I think it might be the Petronas one. It is number 3, the black and silver at the end of the straight. Go for it, John. Now at the bottom of the track. Now.
There you go. Just coming into the middle section, dropping down through the centre now.
Not quite on the track.
blue.
Oh, avoided the car that was coming across a different lane.
That's it. The last of those 3. There you go. Makes his way past 1. It's a battle down the straight, but the car in front was much faster down the straight.
Some very
all on the infield for
liberal
these guys.
reinterpretation by the Honda at the moment of the track.
Well, that, for a 2nd place car, was incredibly polite. I'm not sure it was his fault.
The marshal just put
But
a
he
car
waited
down.
anyway.
The marshal just put a car down, and it then turned around and hit him in the foot. At no speed, just rolled back into his foot.
So we're following car number 3 of Tyler Standing, who's in the upside down Patronus looking car at the moment.
21 and for Lexan cars, they seem magnetically attracted to each other.
Oh, great bit of courage there from Tyler to keep that straight all the way through. Hops over the first 2 curbs. Hopefully that marshal's going to pull that little bit of barrier back in, but doesn't.
No, that's not good. That's going to be a potential. If they were on the racing line, that could have been an issue. Other marshal worked out what's going on there.
There we go.
Senior marshal puts back the track. Excellent.
Poppy's
work
got
there.
a bit. Poppy's having a terrible time with her shell at the moment. But we're still with car number 3.
Is she still leading? I don't know.
Yes, Poppy is still leading, I believe, from Tyler, who's car number 3, which we're following.
I think car number 3 could get her back because he's just sat there. She's just sat there for a very long time. Tyler was
this is gonna
14
change it
seconds
all.
back.
This is going to change it when they come around this time.
They're both going to finish. They're both on the same lap. Who's going to win this one? Poppy about to come
Poppy
across
over the
now.
line.
And
Now
she goes across.
Tyler coming down the straight now. And over. Oh, and he's done it. He's taken Poppy off the top.
Well, Poppy hasn't managed to hasn't got a time at all.
Oh, that's
Probably didn't get her last lap for some reason. I wonder if Poppy had when they were fiddling with her shell, they've disconnected her. Oh, there's the raffle. More importantly, Jan is released. Jan is released.
I thought he said he was desperate. He's stuck behind many children on the stairs.
All going really slowly as he gets more and more backed up and upset.
What we should do now is have a natural break ourselves and both make a break for the toilet before he gets there.
Brilliant idea. So there's 25 minutes to go. We're back in 25 minutes with the finals. Hello everybody, we're back. It's finals time. What is it, Matt?
It's finals time.
I'm going to fiddle with your microphone for one last time. Well, that's not true, but just one time.
Thank you.
Marvellous. Yes, hello, back. We are back with finals. We're going to start with the Tamiya Junior finals. Quite nice. Let the Tamiya guys go off first. They can get home early. There are 2 legs of the final. In pole, we have Archie Matthews. If you just move the camera slightly to the left, John. So then we have Finley Lanaway, Oliver Woodhall, Theo Dan Brine, Kenny Hyde and Ethan Webb. First final is 2 legs, aggregate scores and all that stuff.
Okay.
So it's a final, so we'll go away with the leads and see what happens. Archie away in the yellow and the blue car from the all silver of Finley, and immediately Finley leaps into that's more like it. We've had a change of lead 4 times in 4 corners. And these 2, they're very that's not good news. So carry on with the leader.
Yeah.
And Finley.
So that's Archie over. Archie
I'm not
right to
saying
the very
that Archie
back.
can't catch up again, though, in fairness. But Finley leads now. In second place, it's the 5 car of Kenny Hyde. That's the blue machine. And then we have the purple car. Really should set this up better. Of Theo Dambrine, sorry.
But it is still Finley that's way out in front at the moment.
Yeah, but I think what we're going to see is a comeback drive from Archie Matthews.
Archie's pulled it right back already, so Archie's back into 4th.
He's in 3rd already. And Archie's going to be second. He's second now. Let's just drop back the yellow and blue car in the centre of the track.
There you
go.
go.
This is the man on a mission. Archie Matthews trying to catch back up to Finley Lanaway. Probably feel a bit aggrieved. Finley a little bit aggressive and they're going upside down, but it doesn't matter because it's a chance to come through. So Finley driving doesn't have the speed of Archie, but that's not necessarily a problem because it's really about who falls off the track the least.
It is.
At this level, this junior level, but Archie's putting on a number of good laps. He's now getting very close to Finley.
Yeah, and the pressure he's putting on is certainly making Finley think about his lines. You can see by the way he's driving, he's hopped over a couple of curbs there. Already taking a couple. Oh, and Finley's own lead is over. Archie's through, takes the lead from last to first.
Can Archie keep his head together now? He's got that pace.
I know, obviously much easier to follow.
And a little bit of a oversteer moment coming out of the switchback. Nicely balanced car. It's handling quite well.
So there really isn't a lot between these 2, and Finley's certainly making up a bit of ground on the infield there. A little bit of a mess up there, a little bit too wide, caught a couple of curbs, and that's lost him a bit of time. Archie's pulled away again down the straight, and you can see quite clearly the difference between these 2 going down the straight when you can see them together. Oh, Archie caught up in some traffic, a little bit of mayhem. Finley's going to try and get his way through, but blue car's kind of moved out of his way.
Top clumping there because they're on different laps. They've all managed to get in the same part of the track. Oh, Finley there. The silver car. Let's drop back to the silver car because he's really trying to come back through again. So he's now he's in second. He's got to put a lap on the 4 machine of Theo Dambrine. So Theo, and he's let him through. So Finley's found a kind of a spurt of speed he's not shown so far, and is now beginning to put virtual pressure on Archie Matthews. But he needs to not make any mistakes. That one doesn't cost him too much time. Oh, Archie's made a mistake. So the lead goes. Oh, they're right together again. And it's basically Archie a little bit mistake. Finley got overexcited and through they go. So it's still Archie from Finley. Finley coming through the switchback. Oh, and he's broken the front end of the car. He's got a front. His front right has collapsed. I think it can be mended. This is a ball joint, but that's going to be it because Archie will get a lap during this point. So 3 minutes down as the marshal really works on the front end. He's got it.
And there you go. So first place Archie is right behind him now on the straight. So Archie in first place has just come onto the straight. Finley is the car in front of him a lap down. He's had another mistake, so this is pretty much it. Final over for Finley, basically. I think we've got about a minute and the left half.
It's 2 finals. They're aggregated across the 2, so he hasn't completely out. Now, it's Oliver Woodhall in the car 3 who's in second.
Now, I believe that's the Fortnite car, which has just gone past us now.
Let's have a look at the Fortnite car. It's the blue and colourful car right at the bottom left of the circuit.
Oh, leader's over, though. Leader's over, wiggling his wheels a little bit. And got marshals running over to him.
A minute and 12 seconds to go. The Fortnite car is only just ahead of Finley. Now, is Finley a lap down? Or is Finley about to get the lap back on the Fortnite car? I think this could be the battle for second and third here. Finley behind Fortnite. They're on the same lap.
They are on the same lap. And this, Finley's over.
Back on his wheels. Archie is 2/3 of a lap ahead of this. Finley, again, has more pace than the Fortnite machine of Oliver Woodhall, but Oliver keeping it a little bit more shiny side down at the moment. Finley reinterpreting that corner again. Archie's upside down again, but luckily he's got a huge lead. We're down to 35 seconds to go. So a couple of laps for all of these, and Finley gets into second place. Oh, does he know? They turn inside. Oliver fights him back, and Finley, not able to make the most of the extra pace. Oliver certainly driving a good race, keeping the thing. Oh, just that point, that's driving a good race. He just got that corner wrong, and Finley moves into second place. Archie 2/3 of a corner ahead. Okay, let's pick up our leader again. It's the yellow and blue car going through the switchback now.
And he's had a terrible accident. He's had a real bad crash in the middle. He got caught on a barrier for quite a length of time. If these two can get back through for this last time, it's only a couple of seconds.
They're going to get caught by the time.
They did, unfortunately, got caught.
So it's a lap of honour for Archie, the only person to make the 15th lap. And he'll come through, and he will be the person who picks up the win in the first leg. But there are 2 legs.
Very good. Very good driving by Archie. Taking out early doors. Fought his way back from the very back of the pack. All the way to the front and held it. So one final down for these guys. So we move on to the Junior E RO A leg.
Yes.
One final.
Pole, Poppy Hyde, who we all now are major supporters of because we are toadying up to the man who organises the events. Harry standing in second, Emily Southgate in third, Tyler standing in fourth, Reece Watts in fifth, Hamish Clark in sixth, and Fergus Clark in seventh. Just a reminder, this is a championship supported by Tamiya for youngsters under the age of 12 who have very little RC experience. And certainly, having looked at some of the youngsters, having looked at their experience, I think it ticks both those boxes.
It does indeed. It does indeed. So they're just getting these cars lined up on the grid now. We have Poppy Hyde taking pole in this one, followed by Harry standing, Emily Southgate, Tyler standing, Reece Watts, Hamish Clark.
You've got one to me ends in junior.
Dear.
It's not the end of the world because I couldn't spell qualifying. I've been spelling that for how many years? Well, we've got about to lose very close to losing a donut there, which is absolutely not what you want to do at any point. You donut. Okay, here we go.
Junior E RO A final leg 1. 20 seconds to go.
That was the biggest disaster. We're about to lose that donut. So Poppy in the white car at the front there. In second place is the number 21 of Harry Standing. Third, it's the minty car of Emily Southgate. And then it's the Petronas-looking car of Tyler Standing in fourth. Reece Watts and Hamish Clark and Fergus Clark make up the rest. And away goes Poppy. You would think that she should be able to ease out and win this one. The 21 car has been erratic, Harry, but he does seem to he's got the. That's it. Someone just said, Harry, just drive round. He's obviously had the car detuned by someone, probably Dad, sensibly, or Mum, and therefore he has less speed to do damage with.
Okay, so Poppy has dropped down into second. I think the pressure maybe just on that first lap was a bit much. A couple of mistakes there, a couple of little wobbles. Oh, but they're right back together. There's nothing in it between them at the moment.
Oh, and off camera, there's a very unfortunate accident just happened because the car wasn't actually in the right part of the track.
So Harry flicks himself onto the straight, followed pretty closely by Poppy. Not a huge amount of time between these two. It's about a second.
A bit of oversteer for Poppy at the same time as a bit of understeer for Harry. But Poppy now gets a beautiful run up the first part of the inside. She takes the lead and then loses the lead and takes the lead back again. And they hit each other.
So that was at least 3 changes to the lead within 2 corners there.
That's how we have it in this. That's how they rolled here. So Poppy now in the lead. The problem is that there are wandering missiles all over the track, which can cause no end of problem.
The lead is over.
And
so second place
go, and he's beached, but it's fine. He's got going again. So the leader now is the blue and yellow.
Didn't really get far on that. There was a couple of back markers, but
he's leading. Harry Standing leads, but Poppy Hyde has got right behind him. So first and second right together again as they go down to the bottom of the track and up through the switchback, through the needle. Certainly Harry's got a little bit of a lead, but given the fact that it's not guaranteed that they'll make it round every lap that slight instant, Poppy makes a mistake on the straight.
And the white car actually behind Poppy is the number 5 car, which is in third, of Reese
Watts. And Reese Watts is battle for second.
With Poppy struggling a little bit there to keep
drop
Reese
back
behind
to
her.
the 2 white cars. John, this is the battle for second. Watts has come back, so takes second. So carry on with the white car. That's Watts. We'll carry on with him because Watts is now the man who's going to challenge Standing.
He is on a bit of a charge, so he
managed
can
to get past the very random blue car. Poppy looks like she's perhaps just pushing a bit too much, but then Reese makes a mistake as well.
So these three still fairly well together. We have got Harry
halfway
on the straight now. Poppy's had another mistake, so that's dropped her back even further.
Well, actually, it didn't do much harm because when she got marshalled, she got marshalled to a bit part of the track where she fell off.
Even better.
And she gained, well, she didn't gain, but she didn't lose. Second place man Reese having a lot of problem with oversteer, which I think is induced by turning the wheel too much.
We certainly know that Poppy's car is good enough to win the race and possibly to make up that time because the number 21 car has just finished the end of the straight now. So Poppy is now in second on the straight.
Harry's been driving very well actually this race. He's just basically Harry Standing has kind of just done that. Let's just keep the thing on the island. Let's just keep turning laps. Certainly his fastest lap, I'm sure. He's nowhere near the fastest lap of Poppy's, but it's not the point. It's the average lap that is what wins you a race.
It is. So we're following at the moment the 5 car, which is the third position of Reese. He's just had another little crash there.
Poppy again, back into the straight now.
Just finished the straight. Lovely.
In second and flying through the air with the greatest of ease, but it all lands shiny side down.
Nice of her to rejoin the track there rather than take the shortcut, which she could have done, but I think anybody would have known, but very gracious of her to come back on the track. So she's pushing it through now. A little bit of work to do to catch the 21 car of Harry. So Poppy is just coming onto the straight now, but as we know, one crash can cause an awful lot of time to be lost in this race.
Harry's got 1 minute and 6 to keep it together, and he so far is. Oh, and he stopped. I thought he'd broken down then, but he just stopped and then got quite good going. That was a minor error.
So I'm not sure if there is a problem with his car or not. It seemed to be going fairly slowly for a few corners there, but he's picked it back up.
He's been taken out by the lime green car.
The lime green back marker has taken him out.
And
obviously,
he's in I think she's just trying to go too quickly. She's got, it's a much faster car, but she's perhaps just sometimes not
just pushing too hard,
getting it where it needs to be, which is just go around the laps. There you go. That's a lesson that none of us have learned, has it really?
Just go round without crashing or making any mistakes.
10 or 55 and you've got exactly the same. I know I'm supposed to go around without crashing. Okay, 10 seconds to go. Let's pick up our leader, 21, right in the middle of the circuit, blue and yellow.
A bit of a gaggle of cars at the moment. He's got 2 in front of him. It doesn't seem to be too much trouble because all he's got to do is cross the line now. He has hit one of them. But it is just a run down the straight for a leg 1 win for Harry Standing.
That's a good result.
There you go. Poppy brings it in for second. And there you go. Tyler across the line. Brings the last podium spot in leg 1.
2, 1, 4, 5, 3, 6, 7, 2 minutes till race 3.
Next up is the 17.5 Blinky Touring cars.
And this is the C final.
You can have the 17.5 C final now. So you can have your warm-up lap if you want it. And then if we can set the grid.
Yes, that fits on there. Thank you very much. It's my first time writing.
Yes, you are illiterate.
Who have we got in this one, Nick?
Well, let me tell you. In car 1, we have Scott Hargrave. Well, expect your reaction to that.
Ooh.
Thank you. Car 2, Trevor Little. Thank you. Car 3, Peter Knight. Car 4, Bryce Little.
I see.
Car 5, Ben Webb.
Very good.
And then car 6, it's Niall Quisling.
I expected that.
I know you did.
I was trying to give you a variation of different
It's
reactions.
Brilliant.
There.
No, I mean, I've never had so many reactions in my life.
Thank you. Apart from that one time.
Yes. So green and white in the lead, well, on the pole, and then it's a pink car in second, green
And white car.
light sort of thing, a very traditional blue, purple, cloudy thunderclap, and then the 5th and 6th cars. At least everyone's got a colourful shell, which is a good start. So on pole, it's Scott, then Trevor, then Peter, then Bryson, Ben, then Niall. 10 seconds to go.
I like this bit.
It's very exciting.
You get the beeps.
Oh.
And Marshall there getting on his position. You can just tell he's going to be poised for action.
One word for it.
Oh, cleanly round the first couple of corners. Leader loses his spot.
Into the lead has gone Trevor Little in the pink car.
Oh, leader's gone down
and
two.
an argument.
Oh.
He's down to about his last. So that didn't go very well. So it's Little in the pink car who leads. Second place is the multiple car 5 of Ben Webb. So Webb in second. Little leads, a Little in the pink, Webb in the orange and grey. Coming through the inside field and goes, oh, and he did a massive bit oversteer. So second place now is the purple and the white car.
That's Bryce Little, I believe.
Car number 4, I think, is it?
Oh, and he's into the Bryce into the lead now.
So
Leader
and
has
it's broken.
decked his car.
He's broken his car. He's got
Done.
a failure front left.
So Bryce takes us through, followed up by the number 6 car of Niall.
It's 4 from 6 from 5 from 3. So the first 2 on the grid, one's retired and one's last. So
That is the way it can
qualifying
go.
was pointless, wasn't it?
Pretty much. But you've got to be in it, as you know. You can go from last to first and win the leg. And there's another leg to go. So
That's true, yes.
plenty of chances for everyone. And let's hope whoever broke that car then, I think it was Trevor that's out, has got the spares to get him back in the next leg.
It does seem that it's quite a heavy track on suspension parts. I've seen several cars with broke. I mean, they are doing a lot of this. The curbs are quite not too bad, but they're quite big. And I think there's a lot of curb hopping at speed here because you are turning so much this lap. So
That was a pass for the lead there.
was it?
It was indeed. Noel went past Bryce. I believe it was on this corner they're going around now. But the lap before.
So if we can rewrite that in our minds, actually watching it, it'd be great. So Niall leads Bryce. So it's the lighter coloured car into blue from pink, and then there's the purpley bluey. Well, basically, it's a. How do you? They are very different, but they look similar.
It's the white, pink and blue with the white, pink and blue.
No, it's more white mauve and mauve. Anyway, it's 2 cars, and the leader is pulling away a little bit, so it's a good. Well, so from the back, the 6th car of Niall Quinlisk is actually putting in a good performance at the moment. He's looking quite confident. It's a slow lap compared to the 4 car. Big gain there by Bryce Little.
He's pushing hard when he comes out of the corners. He's really pushing that number 6 car. And he's just losing a bit of time with the back end coming out.
They're about to get joined by the 3 machine, actually, of Peter Knight as well. It could be a battle for 1, 2, 3.
Oh, Peter has a little bit of a slide as he goes into the corner at the top end of the track there. Oh, and again, I think Peter's lost a bit on the back end of his car, which is a shame because he was coming right
Top
into
2
that
right
battle.
in the lead's changed. Lead's changed there on the back, and it's changed twice. And into the lead is now Bryce Little. And then an unfortunate kind of. I'm not in the bit of track I wanted to be in because I've been fighting for the lead. And the 6th car of Niall drops down to 3rd. Into 2nd now goes Peter Knight, but he's a long way behind our leader, who's now Bryce Little.
Not too far back though. Bryce has just got himself up to the back of the track.
Let's drop back
Peter's
1
there
car
now.
to the green and grey car. That's your 2nd place man. Now he's both trying to move forward to get to our leader, Bryce Little, and not be overtaken by Niall Quisling. And Quisling actually is gaining on him, I'd say. Though, saying that, Quisling actually overshot the corner as I said it.
I think you find that Peter is actually struggling a little bit with the back end of that car. I've seen him drop the back end again there, see? And he span it onto the straight. And he's stuck.
And that's a bit of a disaster.
That is a nightmare.
As you
Nightmare.
Oh, leader makes a mistake, and the 2nd place makes a mistake.
So nobody
Second and
wants
third
this one.
right together on screen. That's it. Yep, the orange car is our 3rd place man. That's 3rd and 2nd.
There's a leader
So
past
it
the
is Niall, and then it's car 5 of Ben Webb. So So Webb now running in third, but he can see second, and in fact first isn't that far up the road. Well, Webb
3 seconds off at the moment.
Decided to go ridiculously slow around the corners. I think he's just a little bit confident where he was.
Still, gap's about the same from second to first, about 3 seconds
And
still.
they've been joined by Scott Hargreaves, who's finally got back from that terrible start, our pole man, into fourth in the green and white car. So the first four are actually only covered by probably about two, well, the little area there, we're covered about 3 seconds. Now it's just the first three are covered by about 2 seconds. And it is a little from Quisling from Webb. Webb and Quisling having a bit of a coming together there.
They are much closer though on first place, whether Bryce has just backed off a little bit and is trying to keep it clean and clear so that he's not hitting any of these track markers.
Webb hits second temporarily and he gets punted out. So Quisling now. And there, back speaking through is Scott Hargrave, our pole man, who lost it within 2 or 3 corners. He's now up to third. And again, I think Scott is suffering from rush of blood to the head in a Coldplay style.
This is it.
And there's our leader takes the thing. We fought in a battle, but it was safely over the line for Bryce Little. Niall Quisling second, Scott Hargrave third, Ben Webb fourth.
Very good.
This is easy. You have to change a 7 to a 3 here.
Oh, okay. Okay, I understand now. There we go. So from the 17.5 to the 13.5 C final leg 1.
That's the one. Gary Seiger, hi there. What classes are running? We have Tamiya Juniors, which is especially fun. Then we have 17.5, 13.5 and touring cars in electric touring cars in various modes. Then we have MTCs and adult
GTE.
Tamiyas. And then we have F1s. So the answer to your question, effectively, if it's a track-based RC electric car, it's running.
Okay, so
Even a Formula E car is here today.
I know.
spread yourselves around.
Boy, do we like that Formula E car.
We do.
Cars at the bottom.
We do. I was very tempted to pick one up when I saw the advert for them first, I must admit.
You don't do track things, do you? You don't do
I
two-dimensional
don't. I just
racing.
liked the look of it.
Well, we don't want that, do we? Right, 50 seconds to go for this next one. It's Jack Collins in pole, Victor Georgiev second, Aaron Russell third, Mick Hendy fourth, Gaila Bakoini, how do you say it? Bakoini?
Oh, you struggling with that one?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Tim Timms is in sixth. Oh, get you with you. I can do the foreign accents.
I haven't been able to do that name all day.
Gaia Bakoini.
I'll say.
Gaula Bakoini. Il. Bollocks. I think it's people always think we're doing it deliberately. Like we're not. It's just I desperately want to get it right. I just can't. Okay.
Oh, we're missing car 2.
Missing car 2, so there's no Victor Georgiev. That means there's an open place for Jack Collins.
Car 2, can you come forward at the grid? Sorry, I just realised you're all out.
Oh, we're not missing a car at all.
Ah, okay.
Just gridded wrong.
Right.
We're missing 5.
Okay, from 10.
That's good news, isn't it? We're missing Gaila. That saved us some problems. And they're away. Good start. Oh, the lean on there. That one fun. It's spinning itself into a terrible twisty doom with a all-orange machine. The car 3 of Aaron Russell. But they've got away, and it's a good start from our pole man, Jack Collins. And he's followed up quite closely by Victor Georgiev. So the white, purple, and white of Jack, and the yellow and purple. Oh, no, that's down to the problem. And second and third are absolutely together, mainly because they've hit each other. Right, drop back to second and third because the leaders had a marvellous way of getting away, and it's a 4 car of Mick Hendy, who, the leader then rolled over, so 1, 2 and 3 are together. So Mick Hendy in second, that green and white car in the centre. Victor just gave me a little punt off, and now Victor is in second in the yellow and the purple. And out ahead, and looking like the quickest car is Jack Collins, but he made a mistake a little while ago.
Yeah, these guys, fortunately, now all together. It's quite nice to be able to have them all in shot, to be honest with you. So Jack is about a second up on Victor last time they came across the line. So this time round, that gap dropped down a little bit. He's about 0.7 up now.
Coming up to a back marker already. That's the blue. That's the facing the wrong way of that marker. It's a remarkable bit of that is the 6 car of Tim Timms, who had massive problems all day with that car.
Yeah.
To the fact that it doesn't seem like it's actually got drive to all 4 wheels correctly. That's the only reason the cars do what that's doing. So I think it's got some sort of slipping issue internally. 1, 2, and 3 evenly spaced. We're currently with the second place man, which of course is Viktor Georgiev. He is approximately a second 0.7 behind and a second 0.4 ahead. So we're sitting in a kind of a stripped out 1, 2, and 3. So at that point, you try and sit with the second and see what happens.
Even with that,
the green Hendy, as the sun goes in, we're preparing for rain, but we think it's going to hold off till after the finals.
Well, with the track this size, even with them evenly spread like that, it's not going to take more than a couple of curbs being hit for everybody to be backed and bunched right up together again.
It's a small track, it's 15 seconds or 14 seconds to go, and Tim Timms has another problem, but in doing it, he actually bounced out of the way of our leader. Looks like they're dropping third place man Mick Hendy. The gap between Jack and Victor is staying pretty solid at around 2 seconds. I think Jack actually does have the pace over Victor, but obviously 2 seconds is like half an accident.
I'm not sure there's anything in it as far as sort of corner speed's concerned. Victor seems to be catching a few curbs a little bit too heavy for to make that time back up, and it's just skipping him out a bit far and breaking points, and to be able to set himself up for the next corner that's coming up. But not too bad now. It is that gap stayed fairly even. It's 2.2 seconds again. Thereabouts 2.2 anyway. So we have the leader coming down the straight now. Second, just over the line. So the gap between Jack and Victor this time round still, again, 2.1. So not much in it. These guys are really evenly paced all the way round.
And credit to them, they're not really having many accidents either. So we're seeing a kind of a 4 wheels down on the tarmac sort of race. This is, of course, the faster class of 13.5. So theoretically, they should have done their apprenticeship in 17.5 already before they go to slightly faster cars.
Not always how it works with us, though, is it over
no,
here?
I want to go faster.
I'd be riding a modified car if I was here.
Oh no, I've done that, and I wouldn't. That is for absolute mad people. You just go from massive accident to massive accident. It's too expensive.
Yeah. But we're still with Victor at the moment. Victor coming onto the straight.
This is the C final of 13.5. We then go to both the B finals of 17.5 and 13.5 before we have the A finals and the A final of the touring car modified.
So there's a much bigger gap now. The gap's up to about 4 seconds between first and second. So with about 50 seconds left on this one.
He's in the middle now, white and purple. That's it. Thanks, John.
The last 45 seconds of this one.
Swoops around.
Clears the back marker of Tim Timms there.
Tim Timms.
Himself out the way nicely. Got the green and white car coming up next.
Yeah, he's really broken Georgiev quite. This is the 4 car who's actually running. He's about to lap third place. So this one's really spread out over the course of this 5 minutes. Victor, who was gamely holding on for several laps, has just dropped like a stone over the last few of them. He's now 6 seconds back. So I haven't seen many errors. I just think perhaps it's just pace and the car's getting a little tired.
I think it is at this point. It is a bit of pace, I think.
Last few seconds. I don't know. He won't get another lap. So over the line goes Jack Collins for a very well-deserved and very good win, actually. So for a win from pole. We haven't seen many of those.
And a good, pretty clean race as well.
So next up is a 17.5 Touring B. So they're going to go slower again now, having gone quickly.
Okay, so heading up this one. Number 1 on the grid will be Tony Watts, followed up by number 2 Mark Passingham. We've got Chris Blackburn in spot number 3. Car 4 is Harry Jeffries, done well to get himself in the B there. Then we've got car 5 of Nick Bruty, followed up by Emily Robbins in car number 6. Car number 7 is Jodie Simmons. And then we've got car 8 of David Standing, 9 of Andy Lewis, and the 10 car, the back of the pack, of Luke Jury. So These guys just bringing themselves round onto the grid now.
1 minute till race 5.
Quite a long time for these cars to be sat for an entire minute on the grid without heat going through the tyres, don't you think?
Yeah, it's more about conditioning. I think, I don't think it's quite the same as waiting on the grid at the start of the Spa Grand Prix. But yeah, they warm them up. And obviously, they also put the additive on. But yeah, the work's been done. The carcass is warmed.
30 seconds till race 5.
How quickly do you think they lose the heat out of them to a point where they're losing grip on that, though?
They don't. I don't think. I think not a day like today. I mean, they're very heavily overheated to begin with, so they cool down to where they want to be.
Right. Okay.
And it's that gap to ambient, isn't it? They're that, you know, the. But they kind of drop it down, and the point about it is obviously they retain a bit of the heat anyway. And of course, when you're different in ambient, it's only 10 or 15 degrees. It takes a long time to lose that.
So cast 7 out.
Anyway, so if we look at the front of the grid, it is the all blue car of Tony Watts, the white, purple and green of Mark Passingham. Chris Blackburn has a blue and orange car. Ollie Jeffries has the same colours as his dad. Sorry, Harry Jeffries, sorry, his dad. And then it's the green and the orange car of Nick Bruty, who we saw putting in some good laps in an earlier round when we misidentified him entirely. And there's another 5 car behind there. Let's go. So,
oh man,
Harry, not really his fault in that one, but it was a bit of an accident. His beautiful break is the net result for the blue car of Tony Watts. Third place is Harry Jeffries. Second place is the 3 car of Chris Blackburn. So second and third's the battle we're interested in, and second, so Harry Jeffries moves into second. And I just saw him a minute ago. I honestly think he's about 8. I might actually be overplaying. He might not even be 8. He might be like 7, but I don't think he's much more than 8. Anyway, so Jeffries made a 2 mistakes, but he's got away with both of them as far as positions you can say. But the inside there was an attempt to come by Blackburn. Leader away. So this is kind of a look at the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. This is a messy race for the B final. We're not seeing the same level of control we saw there. I think it's because they're a bit closer, they're a bit more kind of panicky. Mm-hmm. So the trail of cars you see on the screen is 3rd, 4th and 5th. It's led by the all-pink machine of Emily Robbins. And then passing them in the white, purple and green. And they've already spread right out. But just to give you an idea, Tony Watts is leading by just shy of 4 seconds after a minute. So that's been a great start by the all-blue machine.
Yeah, but he's coming up on some back markers now, so it's going to be a bit of a test to get past all of them cleanly. Gets past the first one, which I think was the 8 car of Dave Standing there. So he's passed that one, and next, a bit of a bobble over the corner.
He's having a row with Robbins, and he's lost. So Robbins in the pink car there, passing a big argument with him, and oh dear, Jeffries has got stuck on a pipe. So that's going to drop him back. Passingham's, I think, has got a problem. He's got a tuck. So we've got a lot of things going on here, which are basically resulting in cars not doing what they should do. Let's move to our leader again. He's the all-blue car, just going down to the bottom left of the circuit. And let's just position there as everyone else kind of makes a sort of scrap around them. So Tony Wells is a full-size racer I try to commentate on. Tony Watts, 2 minutes, and is running a lead of something. He was 10 seconds ahead last time round. So he really has stamped his authority. Now, second place is Emily Robbins in the all-pink machine. And she's crossing the line now. And third is Chris Blackburn. So find the all-pink machine, Jan, which is coming through the infield now. That's it. And the car behind in the orange and blue, that is the battle for second and third.
Okay, so nicely moved out of the way by number 7 car. So that was Jodie Simmons just getting out of the way of the battle for second there.
And then completely blew it. Blackburn just blew it entirely there. Now I think there's a comeback from Harry Jeffries after one quite big error. And
yeah,
Harry now is back into third in the 4 car.
He's certainly putting the pressure on Emily now.
Yeah, he's getting close to Emily, isn't he? This is the battle for second. Emily, who's, I think, if I'm honest, has probably driven the most sensibly in this chasing pack. The leader's done brilliantly. He's about to lap everybody. But Emily's perhaps doesn't have the raw ground speed, but she's not making the mistakes. Harry looked unbelievably quick and annoying for an 8-year-old. That's not. Yeah,
that
that's
was an
what
aggressive move there.
Well,
and
it's what you expect. To be honest, he's really, really on his way up. He's a good driver. He's a good little lad. That's what you expect. If you haven't got the experience, no, I don't think it's that. I think he's just got experience at 8 years old. You don't necessarily see the fact that car is on the track and is going slower than you, but still going quite well. Tony Watt's about to lap them all, so this is going to be a benefit for Tony. But
he really just needs to sit there and just let this play out.
A massive error there.
He's off.
But that's, in fact, I say a massive error. It's a minor error, but you get up on the side of those curbs and suddenly your car's upside down. What I will say is that as an 8-year-old has got a big future.
Yes.
For two reasons. One, because he's blooming quick, and two, because his dad's Ollie Jeffries, who makes everything a lot easier.
It does. Leader down the straight now. So we've got Emily Robbins making her way through the centre section there. Just coming up on another back marker, but I think she's probably going to get past that easy enough. To be fair, Tony just needs to sit behind her now.
Well, I think this is going to help because we're on Emily at the moment, and then to get to the leader, we've got to drop back one because she's about to get lapped. So Emily has got second place in this race by what's called driving round sensibly, whilst a number of other people have been driving around very, very fast.
Yeah, and this is it. Sometimes it just pays off to take a little bit of pace out of your car and just get yourself round.
So we just dropped back to the blue car. That is our leader, and it's just coming to the end of this heat. And I think hopefully Emily knows that, and she does. Lets him through. So Tony, he's got one more after this. He's got a lovely lap of honour.
Hopefully, what Emily's going to do now is just hang on to the back of him there.
Actually, he might get two actually.
So
off camera, Chris Blackburn is in third. Harry Jeffries, after a very eventful race, in fourth. Nick Bruce is in fifth. And Andy Lewis is in sixth. And bit of a tortoise and hare situation as far as Emily is concerned, but she's going to pick up the second place because everyone else is going to be caught by the lap call.
That is providing she doesn't make a mistake between here and the finish line, because the orange and blue car behind her. No, she's made it through. It's fine. It's all good.
I don't think she made a mistake in the last 3 minutes.
No, but that's what I mean.
The track the whole way around.
This one here, the 3 car, great race to put it back where it is.
So Blackburn was, as you say, the 3 car was in third. Harry Jeffries was in fourth in the 4 car. Then Bruty, Lewis, Standing, Simmons, Jury, and Passingham. But Tony Watt, I get his name wrong. Tony Watt's brilliant result. There's no other way of covering that. When you win by a lap in the final, you've done rather well.
You have
so
indeed.
We now have the 13.5. You're just ahead of the whole thing here, aren't you? Earlier, 13.5B. I shall now move to the second page of our final listing.
Oh.
And it's going to be Richard King in pole, Mark Bonito in second, Byron Russell in third, Mathieu Dambrine in fourth, Charlie Colby in fifth, Frank Dambrine in sixth, Ethan Southall in seventh, Rich Ludham in eighth, Nigel Philpott in ninth, and Carl Bernard in 10th.
Okay, so this is slightly quicker of the B finals, the 13.5s.
Well, let's hope they managed to get the last B final was more symbolised by everyone, by all bar 2 of the drivers completely losing their heads. It's action packed. It was fun to watch.
There we go. So these guys are just going to, last few are going to make their way round. Everybody will get lined up. .5 B final and King of Clubs Championship. And coverage today is brought to you by Tamiya Junior A, Schumacher and MB Models.
Blimey, you've done the sponsors, you are a star. You do the sponsors, I'll try and work out why things aren't working. So it's all orange in the lead, all purple in second, and 2 lime greens in third and fourth. There's a Rattlecrown white, a Rattlecrown purple as well. So we've managed to get 3 actual paint jobs. So well done to those.
So that one there looks like it's barely got any paint in it at all, the third car. I bet I can see through the green on it.
I know, it's a seductive little thing, isn't it? Little cheeky monkey. I can see through your paint job. Oh, look at your electrics. They're so lovely.
This one looks like one of the older style shells.
Yes,
I like
it hasn't got one of these ridiculous. Well, not ridiculous, but it's just at this point now they've gone away from looking like actual cars. And we're off, and it's a good start for Richard King in the orange car, and Mark Bonito, and then the 2 lime green cars, and it's good. Oh, it's getting a bit close as the single can rattle bodies all fight each other. And they cross the line.
A mistake by the 2 car that let the 3 car through.
King from Russell from Bonavita, you're quite right. Russell was in the second, so it's one of the lime green. The lime green car, he hasn't even bothered putting his stickers on it. He hasn't done what I do with my rattle cans and put some stickers on it. He's just literally just, no, I'll do it light green, that's fine. He's put nothing. He has got nothing. But I think actually even his end plates came black and he hasn't made them black.
Do you think that's how they come out the pack, is it?
I think so. Come look at the other cars, they can see them as well. So pulling away now is Richard King. Second and third are, let's go back to second and third, because it is getting a kind of a stretch on this one at the moment. No one's really coming together. Second and third a little bit closer. Bonavita trying to gain back his second place, and he started from Russell. He's
certainly pushing though. Russell is really pushing at this corner here. He did quite a bit of air off last time. He's threaded the eye of the needle pretty well, flicks it onto the straight, keeps that gap up at the moment. Canter first is quite a way off though. So Richard King is certainly pulling away with it at the moment. There's about 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds in it.
Yeah, it's a very good start by Richard actually. He's just kind of put the manners down all, didn't he, actually?
He's just caught up with a couple of back markers at the moment. Not too much of a stress getting past them really, but just plays your mind a little bit. I think if you're leading a race and you can't get past quickly, 3 corners seems like a really long time where you're at the front of a race trying to get past the back marker.
So this one has spread out immediately to a point where there's no one close to anybody at the moment.
No, so
just drop back one to the purple car, sorry. Drop back one to the purple car, Jan, and we'll have a little bit of a look at Mark Bonavita.
Not really anything I could point out for why you'd be as far back from. Second place has had a bit of a crash there coming onto the straight. So
that's
2
good.
and
They're
3
together now. That's good news.
Second and third both together. They've got the back markers that the number 3 car of Mark has already got past once, and they're all fighting there as well. So this could be quite interesting. One of them clears out the way nicely.
There's 2 Mauve cars.
Oh, lovely. There you go.
But these cars are both nude, naked of sticker sponsorship. Up the inside, Bonavita, look to get inside it. No. Again, that double switch, we see it quite a lot actually. The cars, it's kind of pretty old switcheroo, and the position's not changing. So this is second and third, Russell and Bonavita. Russell in the lime green, Bonavita in the purple.
And nose to tail for these two. It's a great race. A lovely bit of driving from both of them. Back marker in front of them now. Hopefully they're just going to clear out the way nicely.
Oh, I think he unsighted Bonavita there. I think that's not the most...
no, that's probably a time to just pull over and get out the way, really.
I get the impression that car is not going to be on Mark's Christmas card list, and he's certainly not now.
There you go.
He was
over
gently
you go.
helped over. That was I think that's the 10 car of Carl Bernard, but don't quote me on that. So our leader is leading by 7 seconds. That's half a lap he's got ahead. Bonito, after that kind of kerfuffle with the back marker, he's dropped off Byron Russell again. So I think Russell is a tiny bit quicker over a lap, but obviously not so much you can have any sort of error without finding yourself facing the wrong way.
And then again, Mark's caught right back up on the back of him. He's not really not far off at all. That gap is certainly smaller than it's been. So, second going over the line now. Mark's coming up behind him.
Yeah, you can sort of see him on the edge of the shots most of the time. Luckily, one thing about lime green cars, they do show up on the camera, so that's a plus point to the damn things.
Oh, wow, that was really close there. I thought the Marshall was going down, but he made it. Both cars got through okay. So we've got second and third coming through the middle, pushing up towards the back now, both threading the eye of the needle.
We got lost on that one. Let's find the orange car. It's our leader. He's coming to down the main straight.
2 cars in front of him at the moment. There you go. One's cleared out the way. It's the other white car to get past now. Hopefully that one's just going to move off. Lovely. That's the number 6 car. Gets himself out the way nicely. Leader pushes round to start another lap. I mean, it's a long, long way back to second place. Yeah, so second place has just crossed the line now. Leader's coming up to come back down the main straight again.
Seconds. So it's about half a second a lap he's pulling out with quite a lot of ease. So Richard King possibly has had the situation where he's underqualified and he perhaps should have been in the A final. So it may well be that he's sitting there just trying to prove a point. Had a couple of bad luck in a couple of rounds, and suddenly you drop down a couple of points and that's it.
So we're with the leader now. Through the centre section he goes. Just got to finish off this lap and the job is done. Walks away with leg 1. Richard King.
Brian Russell did pick up second. Mark Bonanito was third. Charlie Colby was fourth. And there was Matthew Dambreen, Ethan Southall, Carl Bernard, Frank Dambreen, Rich Ludlam and Nigel Philpott as we now move to the first of our A final leg ones, the 17.5 Blinky A final leg one. Oh, sorry, I do apologise. I've jumped ahead. It's not the A finals. We're having the Tamiya MTC A final, and then the Montex, we're having two other finals for the A finals. Honestly, if I could read, I'd be good at this job.
So just caution, there is cars on the grid already. So go easy on your warm-up laps.
There we are.
Okay, so as they line up for this kind of mixed bag of finalists, these are the guys they've actually spent the entire race together. Nathan Goodban in the green MTC on blimey, Alpha's in second in Tim Harrop. Third is the Enzo of Steve Adams. Then it's the I think it's the GTR. I think it's a big old thing, and the Savox sponsored Carl Matthews car. The all white MTC, I think of Carl Osborne, Gavin Lanaway in the grey, and then bring up the rear, it's the Formula E, which we all love.
High hopes for that one in this race.
You're off. Impressed the Alpha's where the Alpha is. I've only ever seen it having problems, but obviously in between that, it's been putting in some good laps.
Yeah. To be fair,
He's the only one staying with the leader, who's already half a mile ahead. Drop back to second. Let's have some Alpha love. Let's go tight. Let's go tight on the Alpha so you can all see the lovely big wobbly nose it's got.
look how low that is.
Look how wobbly it is.
If you're going to race an RC car, you want it that low, don't you?
That
On the
low.
front?
I just can't believe that's actually a scale. Oh, they've oversteered. Perhaps it needs a bit more grip on the rear rather than a super low nose. Sporting the Alitalia sponsorship. That's the often bankrupt state airline of Italy. Italy, of course, currently one of the teams through to the quarter-finals of the European Championship, which you can see live on BBC One. Yeah, as the random cross promotion goes on.
That's fine, as long as they put a banner up.
Yeah.
But it is Nathaniel Goodburn out in front.
I'm going to make a check. We haven't covered the pink and white GTR, which is going to thread the eye of the needle right now. I know it's a final. We haven't covered him the entire time. I don't remember ever having him on camera. I don't know what car number he is. I think he might be car number 4, but we just haven't shown him much. I thought we're going to the leader's gone past him, so we kind of that allows us to show the leader. It is the car 4 of Carl Matthews. Nathan's absolutely flying. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is a much quicker car than anything else in this heat final. Mind you, saying that, the Alpha.
The Alpha's doing a good job.
He's only one mistake away from taking the win on
he's
this.
6 seconds behind though. I don't want to kind of spoil it. He's just made a mistake as well. So let's go and see Nathan in the green car. He's in the infield. He's beginning his lapping.
Yeah, there you go.
He's
gone past the Formula E.
I reckon he's a second and a half faster per lap than anybody else.
Yeah, so he's starting his 9th now.
And they've all done 10 laps. I'll get that average. I can tell you how many seconds per lap he's faster.
So down the straight we go again. Nathaniel takes us around into the switchbacks and drops down into the centre section of the track. Keeps it nice and tight through there. Threads the eye of the needle. Pushes himself right onto the straight. Power down. Another lap completed. So that is 10 in 1:58. So 15.8 seconds a lap there, Nick. What are the other ones doing?
We've got 15.8, you're quite right. And no one's done 10 laps yet. 16.9, so he's actually 1.1 seconds faster. And second now is Tim Harrop, as we thought, in the 2 car. And Steve Adams in the 3 car hasn't done 10 laps yet. Well, that's because I think that's in there, the Ferrari Enzo with the fan that's fallen out on the straight.
That's the 3 car, isn't it?
No, that's the 3 car just there.
Oh.
Yes, he's broken down to the left of us.
Dear.
Having a look at what's wrong with it, I can tell you what's wrong with it. It's had a massive accident.
Yes, and the fan fell out.
Yes. Who's on the camera? It's all Nathan, is it? 323.
Yes,
Let's have a bit of Formula E love, shall we? The Formula E car, which is running last, well not last, is at the bottom of the track. Let's give him a couple of laps because, you know, it's like bringing a sausage to a knife fight, isn't it, really,
is
with
a
this
little
Formula E car?
You'd think it would have masses of downforce with those wings and things
Well,
on
the
it.
real Formula E car has no downforce either, as evidenced by the fact when they knocked 19 pieces off the car, it's just as quick as it was before, or just as slow, should I say. It's a very good model, in fairness. I must admit, I think it's a great model. I'd love to have a go. I'd love to go sort the handling out. I don't think it should handle it quite the way it is handling.
No, but, you know, they're out there, and that's the main thing, Nick. They're out there taking part.
I'm not. I'm just talking about it.
You are.
I'm just nothing. So the Formula E car goes past. Martin Reeder. He's ahead of Steve Adams with the Enzo, who had a breakdown a minute ago. In fairness to the Formula E and to Martin, this car is way better than it was at the start of the day.
Yeah,
I think
by a long way.
He's actually really got the thing, on the whole, still slightly over rotating, but it's not like it was. So, you know, he's learnt during the day. Right, let's find Nathan in the green car. He's coming into the middle of the field now with 3 cars behind him. He's like, oh, he's just squished. We've missed him getting squished. Look how squished he is.
That's very
Someone
squished.
squished his body. How squished that car is, but he's still winning.
It'd be interesting to see on the timing sheets what sort of time that's dropped off of him, if any at all.
I think at this point he's gone, I'm a bit squished, I'll leave it. He's going to win by just shy of a lap.
Yeah.
I think he did lose a bit of time, actually, if I'm honest. But not a lot. So
Excellent.
Next up, it's the Formula 1 final. So Nathan Goodman, a little bit faster than everyone else in that one. No other way you can put it, really. You can't really sugarcoat it, can you? Come on, Archie, says Hayley Matthews. Oh, it's a while ago. It was when Archie was racing Archie was racing the first final, wasn't he?
I haven't got the final list in front of me, otherwise I'd tell you. However, in this one,
Yes.
we don't have Archie. What we do have is Daniel Robbins on pole, followed up by Paul Ellis, Aidan Gale, Steve Umley, Darren Gale, Jonathan Ellis, Kyron Umney, Malcolm Norwood, Andrew Thorpe, Craig Williams, and bringing up the back of the pack is Jason McConaughey.
Good old Jason.
So these aren't using foam tyres, they're actually using rubber tyres on these.
Yeah, they've got. I think that's the kind of a change the F1's made recently.
I like that. I like the idea behind it.
I think they use foam indoors.
I'd like to go with one of these. Have you tried one of these yet?
Never. No, they're not. They're quite slow.
Because you not get a
It's like anything. They're hard to drive fast. So as we count down, a few seconds to go, it's the all-yellow car of Daniel Robbins in pole. It's the Brawn GP of Paul Ellis second. It's the I've made my colour design up of Aidan Gale third. Umney in the sort of Renault Luxus car. Darren Gale in the same colour scheme as his son, brother. Don't know which way around it is. So there's 2 of them in the same colour scheme. Then Jonathan Ellis with the older McLaren, and then they have the Kai and Umney with the orange arrows colour scheme.
That's it. Right, okay, 10 seconds there.
I've never seen the Michael Massey do that. Let's go. Dan Robbins looking good this at the moment.
A bit of a jump start off the back car, but
oh, and second and third have hit each other, so that's bad news. So we now, I think, have the 5 car has moved into, no, it's the 6 car has moved into second place, which is Jonathan Ellis, apparently. It can't be the 6 car. I'm sure it's one of the Gales in that car. Must be the 5, must have misread it. It's a 3. So it's 1, 3, 2.
And Daniel Robbins taking us around then.
Oh, and there's the first time someone's waited I've seen an entire weekend after an accident. Massively for Robbins already. The rest of the Renault car's broken down. Wow, they have really spread out really quickly.
So
Robbins
leader in the green car.
Going through the midfield, and he is so far ahead down already. He's something in the region of 3.5. Well, it's a lot more than that now. It's 3.5. Actually, second place actually isn't that far behind. It's the rest of the fact that's nowhere near.
Doesn't look that slow, that one, compared to what I've seen these going around today. I mean, this isn't a modified class, is it?
No, they're 21 turns.
21. Wow.
Okay, so the teammates, we come down the just pick up the 2 car, or drop back 1 car from the leader, and that is the kind of multicoloured mess that is the car number 3, I think, who has his teammate behind him. I think actually he's not that much slower than Dan when he keeps it on the island. There he goes, powering. Nice.
Yeah.
You're right. He's got a nice bit of velocity down the straight, the 3 machine.
Yeah. Yeah, both of them have actually.
So
not that far behind at all. Actually, I think he's actually closing the gap down.
It was 2. No, it wasn't. It was 3.01 seconds last time around. This time around, it is 2.5. So he's half a second quicker. Bit back markerage in the way, but it's the 3 car we're looking at of Aidan Gale. Gets past the Williams, much as everyone did in real life in the most recent years. Gale's got a very skippy rear end.
Wow,
he bumps down the straight, but that's not the end of the world. And he's still 2.5 seconds. That lap, no gain, no loss to the bright lime green fluoro car of Robbins, who's just entering the straight now. As Gale comes in the straight now.
Yes, the outside edge of this straight. So the outside edge is really kicking the back ends out on these cars when they come out wide from the end corner there.
I think Robbins has lost a little bit of his lead. They only a tiny amount.
Second place went over badly at the end of the straight then.
It wasn't second. There's 2 cars the same paint scheme.
Oh, sorry. Well, yeah, okay. Well, that was a back marker then. It's at the end of the straight then.
Yes, yeah, so there is a father, son, brother, sister. Two people of the same family, the same paint scheme. But I have no idea the relation between them. Robbins' lead now is down to 2 seconds, so he's taking a second out of it.
You can see it. They are definitely closer on the track now. Dan
Robbins is a really good. I know Dan quite well. He's a good driver, and he probably is driving within himself to make sure he doesn't fall off. I can imagine with these things looking pretty rudimentarily suspended at the rear, and the track not being a billiard table, there's every good chance you could bounce the car off the track. One thing that's quite noticeable is these cars do take the curbs really well.
Yeah.
They don't have a problem hopping again. Look how close it is now. The 1 and the 3
even.
Absolutely on the same part of the track and the same frame. So Robbins just lost a bit of drive, and now it's Gale coming right for him as we get into the last minute and a half of the race. So Aidan Gale is right on Robbins now.
He's lost all the pace out of the corners there.
So Robbins struggling, but it doesn't mean he's not going to win, because we can use this in Formula 1. As Murray Walker said, it's one thing is to catch, another thing is to pass. More importantly, to pass when there's several other wandering about cars in front of you.
Oh!
As the back markers do. Oh, and that's bad luck for Gale. Got picked up by the back marker. Got the Williams back marker there, which Gale gets at the inside of. A nice drive. So Gale lost quite a bit of time during the team kerfuffle there, the traffic.
Got a minute to make it up.
Robbins' car is bouncing even more than Gale's down the straight.
But these two still really, really close as they come into the centre section. There's 2 more back markers to get past. So this is a chance for Gale to make up a little bit of time on Robbins now. He's getting caught up behind them.
And they're now right back together again. The back markers taketh away, the back markers giveth, don't they, really? And they're now evened up. And it's Gale with about 2. No, he's got it. He's got it for a back marker error there. So now Robbins, who seems, I think you're right, to have lost a bit of power, almost like he's a little bit down on basic electricity, like his batteries weren't charged enough.
So these
just not got the punch out the corner, and we're down to the last 18 seconds. They get this lap and one more, Matt.
Oh, thankfully that last back marker just got out of the way, and I think with the pace these two are going, as long as they, whoever that is in the grey car, no, they're catching him too quick. They're going to be on top of that one really, really quickly. And by the time they get there, hopefully he's just going to move out the way for both of them. He does. And now it is a race to the line. So they've both got to thread the eye of the needle perfectly. Both do. Oh, they push it through.
Gale noticeably eased back that last time. You can see he had a little bit of a lower lead. So a kind of a loss of pace for sort of last third of the race there for Dan. Not quite sure what that was, but it made for an exciting event for us. So good race there. A great result for Aidan Gale. And the two of them were over a lap ahead of third. So it was very much the definition of a two-horse race in the Montex Formula 1 A final. Leg one, they'll be doing it all again in about an hour and 10 minutes' time, I think.
So we now have a race 9, which is the 17.5
touring car blinky A final. Final's coming thick and fast now.
And as if by magic, it appears on the screen.
You are magic, that's all I can say. When people ask me, how do I define magic, I say, well, it's Matt. Matt's magic.
You'd be surprised how many people have said that to me over the years.
I'm guessing none. I'm guessing this is the first time.
Maybe you wouldn't be surprised at all.
This is the first time. And even that's like tongue-in-cheek.
Okay, so the first of our A finals coming up now. We'll just wait for these guys to do a little bit of a warm-up.
We just had two A finals.
First of our touring car A finals coming up now. leg ones.
Actually, this is we had some A finals earlier, didn't we, for the Tamiyas as well. Been nothing but blooming A finals.
And these are still leg 1 finals, by the way.
Yes, they are leg 1 finals.
Add that on to the end of the.
Thank you. There's a whole nother set of finals to go.
Excellent.
There's some quite good races so far, actually.
That Formula 1 race I thought was great. That was a great race. I really enjoyed that.
There's swifty little things going round.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? You don't have to have ridiculously fast cars.
Oh, no, you don't.
To have a great race.
No. You never have.
It's just more spectacular when they crash.
Just the accidents are bigger, yes. It all goes more horribly wrong, more horribly often. So waiting for the either they've held the timing, or I have got myself. No, they've changed it. So it's Glenn Westwood in pole, Matt Quislink in 2.
Missing car 3.
Stu Colby not there at the moment. Stu Colby turning up.
There you go.
So it's white, orange, and colourful for Quislink. Then it's Stu Colby in the yellow into, as you said, fluorescent brown. Into yellow, then it's the white Harlequin green and purple car that's running in 4th. In 5th place it is Dave Ringsell. In 6th place Michael Chapman. In 7th place it's Gareth Hobson. 8th George Munns. 9th David Clift. And 10th is Malk Hall.
I'm not surprised to see Malk up there in the 8. He's done great all day.
And there goes Glenn. He's looked very, very fast. Didn't take the fastest time in the final round, but didn't matter because he took the final in the 3 previous rounds. As he pulls away now from the field, Matt Quislink is trying to stay within the 1 and 2. Come underneath us now, swishing down the straight, and Westwood is already sort of laying down the law as we see all 10 cars actually complete the lap pretty much unscathed, but they're forming a snake of equidistant driving, and it's the case of really trying to find a lead now is going to be a problem. A little bit error in one of the last 2 cars. Westwood, now the battle second and third, and in fact it's already gone over because third's gone, so the battle is actually 3rd, 4th and 5th. And that's massively fast wevel of cars, and we're seeing a couple of casualties now as the battles get tight and the corners get sharper. Oh, and there's more problems as the back marker tips the back. There's a big problem there for I think our 3rd place starter. Batteries are out, so that's a bad thing. I think
a race over
Stu Colby. I think Stu is late to the grid and he's early to leave.
Great car as well set up. It's been going well all day.
So
Billy Kavanagh, the 4 car in the lead at the moment.
How was the 4 car in the lead?
He drove a cracking first few laps, Nick, and he made some real time up on the others.
Westwood must have made a mistake there to lose the lead. So where are we now? We need to move forward. There's 3 cars about to go to the bottom of the track, including the Harlequin on the side and the white, pure white car. They're the ones. No, move forward. Thank you, on main straight. That's it. That's first and second. See, I think Westwood's the fastest car, so Billy Kavanagh has done well, but Westwood an all-white machine.
See, it's very easy to have the faster car if you're the one chasing.
I think
So it's one thing to catch, another thing to get past, and another thing altogether to hold the lead. So what you're seeing there is a bit of defensive driving from the from Billy at the moment.
Bounce wide there, but managed to get back tight in for the first corner. Oh, and that's it. That's it. Only double through because he's in the over defence. He then hopped over the barriers, and that was all gone. Now Matt Quisling has been kind of just sitting behind, almost on the shoulder, if you would say. This was horse racing of Westwood, but I think Westwood, to be honest, has got that pace. I think in our desire to watch the chaos of the middle, I think we missed an error by Westwood earlier in the couple of laps, which let that lead go. But now he's pushing away from Quisling. And Quisling didn't seem to lose much that time round.
He's hanging in there.
Gaps was 1.1 seconds as they crossed the line with exactly half the race gone.
So these guys taking quite a different line through as they come out of the middle section there, but Quisling is really hanging on in this one. I don't think the gaps really increased very much.
No, he gained a 10th that time. So Matt in the orange car is right behind this white machine, gaining, not spectacularly, and that time round perhaps not at all. Nope, he actually did gain 100th of a second. Oh, and he got a double bite there in the corner. So that's little tight. Wasn't even an error really. Just the car just didn't quite bite, and had a second. I think he's got closer again actually. Yeah, he's got down to 0.8. So actually, Quisling is pulling in by 0.1 of a second a lap. It's going to take him another 7 laps to get there. Get that graphic saying, battle in 7 laps, chance of overtake. I don't know. Depends when it hits the wall. That was a better lap for Westwood. He's just stretched the lead back out again. It's gone to exactly a second.
Yeah,
and a big tank slapper there for Quisling, and he's dropped off the tail. So Westwood once again gets away, and that's going to give him a lead of well over 2 seconds. And that was entirely down to just a powering out the corner, just the bottom of the infield. Just got it on, and the thing just says, realistically, I can't put that much power down that direction, so I'm going to wobble a bit, and that cost him a second. And now that effort in the early lap, I think, for Quisling is beginning to turn his tyres.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Quisling, if we drop back one car to the orange and white car of Quisling there in second, just coming onto the straight now, you can see like the actual movements of the car are getting a lot sharper. He's kicking the back end out a little bit, and he's just pushing just that little bit too hard, and it means he's losing time coming out of the corners. And Westwood can really just not almost let off a little bit, just let the pressure off of himself, and it just gives him a chance to relax, hit his markers on the track, and stay out in front. He's just got past those 2 back markers. They held him up there a little bit. Yeah, Quisling's not back much, in it, realistically.
Not really. I think I think you're right. I think Quisling may have overheated the tyres.
There's 20 seconds left. There's nothing left, is there?
Let's pick up our leader, the all-white car, very quickly. He's going to take us over the line for this first final leg. There we go. Westwood. Oh, he's got one more lap. I peaked too soon in my move to the leader, but in fairness, that's where it's going to happen. If he crashes, that's the same way he's going to lose it. But Westwood, who was actually out of the lead, surprisingly, for about 5 or 6 laps in the first third of the race, has held off Quisling's attack. Quisling probably may have the fastest lap, but possibly overdrive the car, not in the driving style, but in the ability of the car to actually take the punishment.
1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 9, 6, 10, 3, 5.
However, a great race by both drivers to hang on to where they did.
Good stuff. So next up is the 13.5 A final, and then we have the modified A final. Quizlisk. Okay, it's Quinlisk apparently. I've been told by teammates it's Quin, not Quizlink. It's Quinlisk. So we have to change it for the next one. So for our next final, we will change to Quinlisk. Thank you, Team X-Ray, because we don't ever mind pronunciation correction because we're blimmin' awful at it.
Okay, these guys now bringing themselves round and onto the grid.
So it's over half a minute before we start race 9. Race 9? No, race 10. I was about to say, just pinged across to race 10 there. Ricky Copsey in pole with the lime green 1 can. Marcus Askell with the white 1 can. Zach Finley with the lime green 1 can. And then Ash Whiffen with actually some colour scheme, be it a purple and white.
Okay, so the number 8 car, I think, has a number 3 sticker on its windscreen.
It's useful, isn't it?
Yes, it does. So let's
that
remember that.
blue car is actually number 8. Okay. Good news. Glad we went with that one.
I just noticed it coming up and I thought, oh, hang on.
Okay, so 13.5 rally final, 10 seconds.
Okay then.
You're ready to go. It's lime green from white from lime green. 1 can, the painter for several of these cars. He's a great Spanish entrepreneur. And Copsey gets a massive tank slapper on as he goes to the first few corners. Loses the lead instantaneously to Marcus Askell. So it's white from lime green from lime green. I'm pretty certain that it's Copsey, just from the advertising, the sticker layout. And it's Zach Finley in third. And Finley himself also is finding himself not quite with the grip at the rear one early on. So 1, 2 and 3 together. Leading Marcus Askell, and they're as close as can be. 4th place is Ashley Whiffen. Copsey looking to get the lead back. He lost on the second corner. They're dropping Zach Finley, who is, of course, the national champion at this class. Not a regular at this King of Clubs event. And Copsey looks at the inside of Askell, doesn't quite get there.
Can't quite make
then
that
carries a
mistake.
little bit of he's really aggressive, Ricky, across the curb there. And he's probably a little bit irritated himself for just that simple overdriving in the first couple of corners of losing the lead. Askell knows what he's doing. He's running his lines. And Zach Finley, I think, is playing a bit of a watching brief in. And maybe he's just got his car tuned to come in a bit later with the temperatures of the tyres and the way he's run the additive. So the white car, it's Marcus Askell. And you can see his lead is, well, 4 or 5 metres from Ricky Copsey, who also has a lead of 2 or 3 metres depending on which part of the track we're in. They actually both hit each other, and through goes Finley. Copsey sportingly waited for Askell, but the winner out of that one is Zach Finley. So now it's Finley from Askell from Copsey. So good driving there. I mean, unfortunately coming together, but good driving from Ricky Copsey there. I mean, it's nice to see that where he let him go, and Copsey then got a horrendous lump off the.
He span out the end of the straight as
and
well.
It's all gone wrong now. So we're staying with the second. Let's drop back to 3rd and 4th. It's just the cars behind, the purple and white of Ashley Whiffen and the all orange of James Hart. That's your battle for 3rd. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes to go. Just the top 2 are still going round. Zach Finley can't believe his luck. He's been handed the lead. Didn't have to do anything for it. They have to work to get past the cars. Ricky Copsey back running in after a bad lap in 5th. Now 3rd and 4th aren't necessarily being dropped from the leader, from the second place man of Askell. Finley, though, pulling away. That's a lead of 2.8 seconds. 3rd and 4th, purple and white, is Ash Whiffen. James Hart in the orange.
Yeah, Hart doing well to hang on at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, James is another good national driver. I mean, I think there's an issue here. You've got some of the guys who are national drivers, and I think you've certainly got some people who are kind of like Essex regulars who've got a little bit more circuit knowledge. Hart gets up the inside, and then Ash Whiffen just tops him, and no, they decided that was 50-50. Whiffen carries on going. Now up the front, I'm just a bit confused who's where. That's second.
So that's the car 3, that's the leader.
That's not the leader. The leader's Finley, who's the other car that's happily on its way in the middle of the field. That I think was Copsey having issues. So, I don't know actually.
No, that's car 3. And
yes,
it's
Whiffen,
now Ash Whiffen in the lead.
Askell's taking the lead, so that's amazing. So we've had issues for everyone. Finley, so it's Ashley Whiffen in the purple car. Are we with that? Where are we on the screen? We're with. Right, so Whiffen in car 4. Right, so we need to pick up the car we've got. So we are with Ashley. So all the time, Jan's had the right car and I've been confused. So Whiffen now leading. So what happened there was Finley got involved in an accident. I thought it was Copsey because the cars looked so similar and had so many accidents each. But the lead now is Whiffen from Marcus Askell, who is about a second behind. So the white car behind Ash Whiffen, that's first and second. James Hart and the orange car is in third. 1, 2 and 3 streaking past together in this 13.5 A final. Leg 1, remember, the second leg to come. But Askell starting, so Whiffen starting from fourth, Askell starting from second. The two lime green cars have committed explosive suicide during the course of this race. They've grenaded themselves out of it. So it's the Whiffen, the local boy, sorry about that, from Askell. The white car not noticeably gaining on Whiffen, and he's only got, well, I'd say 2 laps to do something about it. Possibly 3. As they come back to the bottom of the track and come through the switchback underneath the camera. Certainly a little bit close to the white car of Askell there. Whiffen holding a tight line. As they go through the in and out, they got the, I think it's a 10 car, the green and the white car to get past, which will be, I think that's Bailey Graves. I'm sure he'll move out the way as they get close, and they do have, this is the last lap. Can Askell and the white car get anything on Whiffen? It looks at the inside, not quite happening. He's really running out of time. If he can perhaps throw it, he's now really got to hope for a mistake from Whiffen. Whiffen very circumspect through the corner, but then closes it off. Great driving by Ashley, very experienced driver in that last corner. Backed out of it very slightly, and then took the line, which meant that Askell couldn't get past. So a surprising result there in the Ash Whiffen wins. Askell second. Finley, the pre-race favourite in many ways, starting from third, was fourth, but Copsey from pole runs in seventh. Next up, it's the modified A final. Just 7 cars in this one. We've had a couple of dropouts. But the big news is that in the King of Clubs, in the first 2 rounds, every single thing has been won by Ollie Jeffries. Unfortunately, well, fortunately, it's not happened today because top qualifier is the young local racer. It's Harley Eldridge. Carl Branson's third, Zach Smith fourth, Matt White fifth, Damien Giddins sixth, and in 7th place it is Ollie Meggett. Don't forget to record this one, John. Give me a thumbs up. Okay. So a minute to go. Don't forget this is the first leg, got another leg of finals to come. Starting with the Tamiya stuff. I don't mind. I don't mind.
I think my brain only works if I'm watching that or if I'm watching that.
Oh no, you have to watch all of them at once and then get confused like I do.
Yeah, I do. That's what I have been doing, and then I look up at the track and I'm going.
So car 1 now is the Como of Harley Eldridge. In second position it's the X-Ray of Ollie Jeffries, and the Capricorn of Carl Branson, and then the Schumacher of Zach Smith, and then Matt White in automatic. So top 5 different chassis. And none of them, apart from Ollie, have bothered painting their cars properly. But luckily they've chosen different colours. So we have pink, we have multicolour, we have lime green, we have orange, and then we have so we have sunburst, and then we have orange. So they are different colours. So it's red, you'd say the 4. Right, let's get ready to go with this one. Let's concentrate on our leaders, Eldridge and Jeffries, but can Branson get in there and disrupt the party? No way. Jeffries knows what he has to do. He has the international experience. He's been doing this for a very, very long time. Unexpected, I'm sure, to find himself not on pole on this one. And Harley pulling away already. Oh, around the outside attempt there by Jeffries. That was just showing the pure power. Now this, I think, is where he's obviously utilising the extra grip of his new tyres. And this is something that his experience is going to really help him with to manage that during these 2 finals. But Harley, to her credit, is actually still gapping him. 3rd place, it's Carl Branson in the yellow car. In 4th place is Zach Smith. So no one's being dropped. So there's 4 very high quality drivers out in the top 4 positions. Harley Eldridge leads around as we are completing the 42nd second. So we'll have 3 laps. Jeffries, he's sat behind cars many, many times before. He knows what to do. He sat behind the greatest drivers around, the Reinhards, the Matsukuras,
But
Harpers,
today
Bruno
he's sat
Coel.
behind Harley Eldridge,
Yes.
who's holding him off as well as any of them.
I'd say he's gapping him. I think Eldridge is moving away at the moment. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean one thing or the other, because obviously the cars will be different places. But the interesting thing is that Branson is also able to hold on to Jeffries. So let's make sure we got second and third more as our focus at the moment, John. Well, I think they'll naturally in the wider shops pick up what Harley's doing, but certainly Branson is absolutely having a real think about Jeffries. And it doesn't look like Jeffries really is a massive fan of this tight Colchester circuit where it's hard to let the power of his electrical package really show. But in that last couple of corners, visually, Eldridge just pulled back. It's just a little, you know, it's a couple of tenths, it can be these really weird minor errors you make, which actually are only really visible and feelable to the actual driver, but they're visible to us in the naked eye. But there isn't like a massive spin or a tremendous wobble. It's just, he perhaps just missed a turning. But Eldridge doing well, and Branson I think is really causing issues for Jeffries at this point. Possibly distracting him from moving forward.
When you're talking about a lap time as short as this one, that every 0.1 of a second or any bit of time counts for a huge amount on a track of this size.
Visually, really good lap for Jeffries there because he got closer to Eldridge and pulled away from Branson, and suddenly Jeffries has pulled the pin. And round the inside now, Harley knows she's got a battle in there. Just a look at the inside now. I don't know whether Zach's decided to play the watching brief because it worked well for Ashley Whiff in the last final. And think about Harley, but Jeffries finding a little bit of speed. But there, the good thing about top-level touring car racing, and it's the same the world over, if you can stay on the absolute racing line every single corner, every single lap, which is not easy, it is virtually impossible for someone to overtake you in a clean manner because there isn't a chance because the ability these cars have to turn the sixpence, there isn't the ability to actually get up the inside around the outside and make it work. Now, of course, what's coming up now is back markers, and these could make things a bit different. The first one just lets them go. It's a good drive from Giddins. Oh, now it's very, very close indeed. As Eldridge and Jeffries are nailed together as they come down. Jeffries has got a definite advantage towards the back end of the straight. I'm absolutely certain that Branson is sitting there thinking, this is going to work for me if I'm really careful.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Eldridge, massive defence. This is the pressure of being ahead with, multiple British champion behind you and one of the best international races we've produced in Branson behind you as well. For the pinky orange car of Eldridge shouldn't be underestimated. She's really come on in the last few years, and this is kind of a moment of breakthrough possibly to finally put one over on Jeffries, but she's still got 1 minute and 10 seconds. Again, he's got that extra tighter line. He's got that tighter line, and I think more. I don't think Jeffries he can get through there, but I think a lot of it is to try and see if he can unsettle Harley. Can he? Just see if he can play on her lack of experience. Can he show the nose and she'll make a little mistake? Branson, again, a superb run in third. So you've got three drivers, absolutely. And again, a little bit wide there. Looked in the inside. Think, shall I go in? No, perhaps I won't. And we're now down to 40 seconds. So it's this one and two more, I think. Might be three more. No, two more, I think. And as they come round, Branson now, suddenly a little bit of a gap for Harley as Branson now gets a bit of a sniff at the back of Ollie Jeffries. But Eldridge, as again, it's certainly in that very tight infield. There's definitely a slight speed advantage to Jeffries. I think at the bottom of the circuit, it's Harley, and certainly in this back end of the straight, again, it's Jeffries who's got a bit of a speed advantage. And they're back together again as we are on the penultimate lap, and he's thinking about it, but Harley says, no, you're not getting through, and they drive down. Last lap. If can Harley just drive those lines for one more? She's tightening up a little bit. You can see it's a little bit tight. Jeffries thinking about inside. Can he switch back? No. He's got 2 corners to go. Can Harley hold on?
Quick.
This point now, it's only a mistake that's going to stop it, and she's going to power it down and go across. No! And a fantastic finish with the actual result in touching. And the result was a win for Eldridge by 0.08 of a second as he skidded into her. So marvellous run there for the three of them.
That was a brilliant race.
So great run there. Carl Branson waited and waited and waited for them to make a mistake, and they all blew and refused. It's really not on. If you're going to run that close, one of you should make a mistake.
Right, so we are now on leg 2s.
We are on leg 2s.
What have we got coming up first in
Tamiya
leg 2?
Junior A final, and I need to take another one of my exciting natural breaks.
Okay. Okay then. So 1 minute until we kick this one off. This is leg 2 of the Tamiya Junior A final. Everybody starts in the same positions on the grid. So Archie Matthews leads us out. Leads us out. Followed up by Finley Lanaway. And we've got Oliver Woodall, Theo Dambreen, Kenny Hyde, and Ethan Webb at the back of the pack. So 30 seconds, they might be skipping this one on. There we go, 10 seconds to go then. Okay, and we're off. Archie and Finley go straight through. Finley taking the lead straight away up to the inner section. Archie on his roof for an awfully long time. So we have Finley Lanaway taking us round. 19.4 for his first lap. Followed up by Kenny Hyde, Archie Matthews, Ethan Webb, Ollie Woodall and Theo Dambreen. So, Finley Lanaway threads the eye of the needle nicely. And these are the junior racers that are here today. I don't think any of these guys are in double figures as far as their age is concerned yet. Maybe one or two. I don't think many at all. So it is still Finley out in front, coming onto the main straight now. Followed up by Archie Matthews. Certainly made a bit of a comeback drive for Archie there. He did the same in the first final. You are watching card 2. Finley Lanaway hoping to keep Archie behind him in this one. Oh, Archie's had a terrible roll coming onto the straights, giving Finley plenty of time. So I believe it was Archie that took final number 1. So what Finley's going to want to do is make sure he puts down a much faster time in this one to take the win. I believe as far as 2-leg finals go, it is your top result that counts. But Archie is hanging on in there. Finley's rolled it. But Archie, out of just pure sympathy, has rolled right behind him. So Finley on the straight now. Coming up to a back marker. A couple of back markers there. Crashes out the way nicely. Another one puts on a bit of a challenge. So the silver car there, that is your leader, Finley Lanaway. Car number 2. 2 back markers in front of him at the moment. And I mean, when they do that, that's just kind of exactly what you want as a race leader. Parting of the seas. Finley goes through his main challenge, Archie, way down the field. We're halfway through this one. Anything can still happen at this point, really. I don't think Archie's still in second place, but he's a way off of where Finley is at the moment. So Finley comes through. Starts lap 9. Literally that far ahead of second place. Archie's just come through now to start lap 9. So all Finley's realistically got to do at this point, 3 minutes down, 2 minutes left on the clock. I was going to say all he's got to do is keep it on his wheels and drive a clean race. But over he goes. Marshalled nicely. And he's off again. Archie's just come down the straight now. So you can see Finley's in the middle of the centre section, making his way up to the back of the track. Threads the eye of the needle. Archie's still in second place, having a little bit of a nightmare run on this one. Finley's over again. Right at the start of the straight. Or end of the straight, sorry. And again. So, Archie coming down the straight now. Finley's literally 3 corners ahead of him. So Archie's put in a lucky drive, realistically, because Finley's the one that's been making the mistakes. He had almost a lap on Archie. That has gone again. Let's see if he can make it round the end. Takes a much wider line that time. No risk, but over on the next corner. Cheeky little bit of reverse there, but hey-ho. So that's put Archie right back in contention. There's like 2 corners between them now. gap has dropped to, what are we talking about, 3 seconds by the looks of it. Archie's made a bit of a mistake. Let's Finley off. 45 seconds to go, so not a huge amount of time left in this one. If Archie's going to make a move, he's got to keep it on its wheels. Really not much between them. Jumps the curb a little bit, loses a bit of time doing that rather than gains it. So Finley down the straight. This one, and I'd imagine one more for these guys. Both of them will probably get through for the next one as well. So Finley coming up on some back markers now, but these two right together. So you have got car 2 of Finley in the lead, the silver car, followed up by car 1 of Archie right behind him. Both going round the first corner now. Oh, and Archie's through. Archie's through into the centre section. Oh, Finley's taken out by a back marker. He doesn't want to go around that bit of the track. Archie rolls it. It wouldn't have mattered either way. Finley takes the win in this one. I think Archie will be fairly disappointed by that ending, but hey, I'm not sure the time is going to be there to beat his first round. So I'd imagine overall, the likelihood is Archie Matthews is going to take this.
After this round, the overall results of this final are 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 4, 2 minutes till race 2.
So we have the slightly older version of the race we've just had. The Junior ERO A final, leg 2.
ERO?
ERO.
ERO. Anyway, enough of that. Depressing myself now.
It's always nice when Grandad turns up at the racing.
Grandad, we love you. Grandad, we do.
Who have we got in this one, Nick?
I don't know. We have Poppy Hyde in 1, Harry Standing in 2, Emily Southgate in 3, Tyler Standing in 4, Reese Watts in 5, Hamish Clark in 6, and Fergus Clark in 7. I'm trying to remember who did well last time. Do you remember?
10 seconds, here we go.
I think it was between Poppy and
Harry, wasn't it?
Yes.
Oh, jump start from the 3rd, Emily Southgate. Yeah, 21 last time, didn't he?
Yes.
Harry won. This time.
Oh.
Has Poppy got a different car?
I think Poppy's got a different shell anyway. Yes, definitely a different shell. I'm not sure if it's a different car or not. However, the car behind Poppy is certainly putting up a bit of a challenge. The 3
Poppy's
car...
gone blue this time for some reason, you're right. But in the lead is the 3 car, or well, say in the lead. In the lead for no time at all was...
no, because Poppy's gone over. 3 car is definitely in the lead by quite a margin now.
There's more than a point that but Poppy's not being counted. So they forgot to put the transponder in car 1.
Oh dear.
And also the wings fallen off. So it's looking like a bit of a disaster on the car 1 front there. So Emily Southgate leads this by country mile in the mint green car. I say it's not mint green; it's got a mint green tail and a white nose. The randomly lost Honda NSX is still doing its randomly lost stuff. Not quite sure what's gone wrong with Harry Standing. He was comprehensively knew what he was doing the first heat. He got himself well down on the whole situation.
No, Emily Southgate's certainly pushing on now. I believe, is that a GTR? She's got.
I think that's a GTR shell. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of other cars which are.
I do like a GTR shell.
Well, when we were driving down here, we saw about 60 GTRs on the other side of the road. So they were genuinely 60. Not making it up. They were going past many seconds.
Nice.
Obviously off to a GTR event somewhere. I'm not sure where GTR events take place, but they're off to a GTR event.
There must be a thing for certain types of car. Do you think they have Passat events that I could go to?
What, a selection of middle-aged men in slippers, comparing who's got the nicest Labrador.
Like a nice average car. Get good mileage out of it.
I'm disappointed in the mileage I'm getting out of this thing I borrowed off Audi. I only borrowed it off because they haven't mended my Audi.
So what happened to the Jeep?
That went ages ago. Keep up.
Sorry.
Keep
So-
up.
We have Emily Southgate coming onto the straight now. No,
no.
we don't,
Oh.
because the 21 car
Is ahead.
is ahead. Only just, though, there is a bit of a battle.
And only just, yes. And they're also kind of wandering around with Poppy, who has got laps now. So she's now got laps. They've managed to work out the transponder issue as Emily goes over. Our leader is the blue and yellow of Harry Stanley again.
Just in front of that one
Took
there.
him a while, in fairness, but he's got there.
On the straight now. 21 car leading us through. There he is.
Oh, the universal sign for it's broken, the wavy throat thing for the 5 car.
The old cutthroat.
I've realised one of the massive issues on this whole event and why we can't read the numbers.
Go on.
I'm going to borrow the car for a second.
I've lost him. Whilst Nick's doing that, it looks like Harry standing. Car number 2 is taking us around. Nick is back now. Nick is back.
Let me show you the numbers. They're backed by a king of clubs
Right.
rather than a white.
Okay.
So there's a kind of interference pattern behind
There
the
is.
number, which is
You're
why
breaking the outline
even
up.
though we can't see them anyway because we're old, we now really can't see them because there's an interference pattern.
Thank you for the
you.
loan of the car.
I was only the sticker I wanted to show you because I couldn't work out why I couldn't see the numbers. Because I know I'm old, I know I'm blind. It's not an issue, but it's not normally this bad, and it's because they have very specialised, very nice stickers, which are great for the event.
Yes.
Not so much for us.
No, not so much for trying to pick them out at distance. Now, what I would like you to do, Jan, is to follow the Lost NSX if you can. Just going through the middle now. Blue car.
That's Fergus Clark, I think. From
There we are. Let's just have half a lap of that NSX there.
I'm not sure he knows the way around. No.
There we go.
My guess is this is almost certainly his first race.
That is the Lost NSX we've been on about. But our leader is now coming onto the main straight.
Oh, did he
I
record it?
believe. Oh, no.
That's not our leader, that's Emily Standing. She's
No,
almost
it's
3/4 of a lap down. There's our leader.
There's our
blue and-
leader going
number
through the middle.
21, blue and gold.
It's because I was so focused on that NSX.
There's our
going around.
leader going
The
up
blue-
through the switchback. It's our leader on the main straight.
There he is.
It's our leader at the... There we go. There we got there in the end. I don't know if I kept saying leader loudly for. I've no idea.
So 10 seconds left in this one. I think it's going to be a
Back
dash,
to back for Standing.
dash to the line
Amble to the line, perhaps.
for Harry Standing. He's going to thread the either needle one last time. Swings it right on the right-hander.
Well done, Harry. 2 good finals. Good work.
Excellent.
Good work, Mr. Standing.
That's how you take home the gold.
Going for gold.
So,
Yes.
I'll
It's
wait for this one to be
17 and a
over before
half.
I start
Blinky
changing the...
Touring C final.
Oh dear,
Oh.
that NSX has been hit about 6 times on the
It's
straight
17 and
now.
a half Blinky Touring C final. Leg 2.
Right.
There we go. R2.
This is the...
So second was Tyler Standing. So it's Harry Standing from Tyler Standing. So it's a Standing whitewash. Standing Chad H is like a good old demolition derby out there. Well, not so much. It's just they're new to racing. But I know what you mean. But they are new to racing as well.
There we are.
You're very happy with your rewriting of the logo.
I like being able to do that thing. Makes me feel good. Like I've got a real job.
I can see some sky, which is amazing. I haven't seen sky the entire day. The really amazing thing about it is we're waiting for the rain to come in about 2 hours' time, and I can see sky.
That's to lull you in to...
So we've got Scott Hargrave, from Trevor Little, from Peter Knight, from Bryce Little, from Ben Wibb, from Niall, Quinn Lisk.
Quinn Lisk. I always said it was him. Okay then. Have you read out the competitors for this one?
I have, yes. Were you not hanging on my every word?
I was, of course I was. I was just double checking.
I just feel that perhaps I'm not getting the respect I need. I need you to love me more. Love me more.
Do you like how I swapped over onto our second camera that wasn't working earlier?
Have you changed the batteries?
I haven't.
So how's it working then?
No, it's not working anymore.
So change the battery. So I'll change the battery and you do the commentary.
See, Nick doesn't trust me with the expensive camera. Okay then. $17.5 final leg 2. Okay, so Scott takes us round. Oh, nightmare for Trevor again. I think we lost him out of leg 1 as well. Scott with a decent lead after 1 lap. Now just needs to drive a really calm race. He's certainly got the advantage at the moment. A little bit of a tank slapper coming through there. Has lost him an awful lot of time. It's allowed Pete Knight and Ben Webb to box up on him. Oh dear. Not sure what Peter was doing there, but I think that's put him out of contention for a minute. No, he's still hanging on there. So, Scott brings himself down into the centre section. Oh, Peter's had a bit of a slide. He's off again. Nightmare for him. But Scott taking full advantage of this now. He's got 3/4 of the straight as a lead over Ben Webb, the 5 car. So a nice calm race from Scott, and we should see him take home the win in this one. As you've seen all the way through these finals, it does tend to chop and change after about 2-3 minutes. So we are 110 down. Scott from Ben from Bryce. All on the same lap. Everybody's gone through now. Gap a little bit smaller this time round. Scott just taking it steady. Oh, a little bit of a hop there. That's lost him a bit of time. So that's allowed Ben to creep back up. Thread the eye of the needle, the pair of them, and Scott's just taking a little bit of a wavy line going through there. Pretty sure he wasn't doing that in the first one, but maybe correct. Oh wow! A spear of a move from Ben goes wrong. He ends up in the barrier. Scott's gone. Got his lead back. Onto the straight he goes. And I believe that is Bryce Little now in second place. So these guys go through the centre of the track. Bryce Little's got some pace in that car. He seems to be catching Scott. We'll see what the gap is this time round. Bryce has a little kick coming out of the corner, threading the eye of the needle. So the gap between them at the moment is just over a second. So Scott coming up to the back of the track, fires it through the eye of the needle onto the straight, closely followed by Bryce. Bryce goes really wide on the first corner. And just see Bryce in the back of your shot there. Scott's pushing, trying to keep his lines nice and clean. Threads it through onto the straight again. We've got a back marker in front of him. Oh, and the back marker's hit him. Slowed down a bit, length through. So that's second place right behind. Hopefully they'll go through as well, and they have. So we got Scott followed up by Bryce, followed up by Peter. Oh, nightmare. Is that the leader? It is. So Bryce Little takes it up now. Bryce from Peter Knight. So car 4, followed up by car 3. Scott's got himself into third, so not too much of a loss. He's got time to make that back up. Minute and a half left on the clock. But it is Bryce Little that takes us round now, leading into lap 13. Bryce drops down into the centre section, pulls a little bit of a gap on Peter. So the gap last time round was just under a second. And these two as close as they could possibly be now. So you've got Bryce Little followed by Peter Knight, both going through the centre section up towards the back. Oh, bit scandal really, but you know, Peter's got himself through. Bryce now finds himself a little way back from Peter. He's going to have a little bit of work to do. I'm not sure he's going to be able to make it in time without a mistake from Peter now. 45 seconds left on the clock, so possibility of 3 more laps at this point. There you go, Peter's through. Bryce is through. Ben Webb through. But it is still Peter Knight taking us round. Threads the eye of the needle. Fires it onto the straight. With 15 seconds left in this one. I don't think Bryce can do anything about it at all at this point. Oh, but then again, Peter's had a bit of a slide coming into the centre section. Just see Bryce in the back of your picture. There's 6 seconds left on the clock, so Peter's going to get through. Oh no, he just gets caught at the line. There you go, Peter Knight takes leg 2. Followed up by Bryce. And we've got Scott Hargrave, Ben Webb, Trev Little, and Niall Quinlisk. Brings up the back of the pack.
Second for Bryce, third for Scott.
So next up will be the 13.5 Blinky C final. And we have Jack Collins, Victor Georgiev, Aaron Russell, Mick Handy, Gyula Barconil and Tim Timms. No, we didn't have Gyula last time. So 3 and 4, Aaron Russell and Mick Hendy aren't starting, but 5, Gyula Balconi is. Oh no, here comes 4. He hasn't. It is 4 stuck in the back. So late start for Mick Hendy. So he actually ended up just without car 3 of Aaron Russell. And out and away it's Jack Collins. And behind him it is Victor Georgiev. So they come down the straight. Georgiev in second, and third and fourth are quite close at the moment. Oh, it's kind of they were close. Now the lead has fallen over, so it's a lead for Georgiev. Let's drop back from Georgiev to the chaos behind him, please. Leader of the chaos is the pink and the black machine. That is the 6 car of Tim Timms. So Tim's had a horrendous problem with that car. Still having them. He's not there anymore. And now back into the lead of the second of the race has gone car 1 of Jack Collins, the white and the purple. And he'll now begin to move forward 1, the white and the purple car. So I think he's now going to try and chase down Georgiev in the other car. So let's see if he can get bet to him, because he's quicker, but he must have made a mistake. So up through the infield, yeah, definitely gaining on Georgiev at the moment. Here's Jack Collins. So Collins is just going through the needle now. And nice little tight run there. So he's certainly got himself on that nice swinging rhythm, which tends to make you think you've got a bit of pace up here. And he's gaining hand over fist on Georgiev. Another half a second a lap, I would say. Perhaps a bit less this time. Gap goes down to a visual 0.1 point. Sorry, 0.9. I'll start again. Gap goes down to a visual 0.9 of a second, but you can now see the gap. So Georgiev has Collins all over the back of him as they begin just about to start. Oh, and then he's made another mistake, taking a bit of a reworking of the track to reduce the amount of time he lost, but a little bit questionable. I'm sure in a national or a Euros you'd be in trouble for that. There's a car upside down in the main straight when it shouldn't be there. Perhaps Georgiev with a more unsighted, and now Collins is right behind him again. So the yellow and the purple of Victor Georgiev and the white, purple and white of Jack Collins fighting for the lead here in the 13.5 leg 2 for the A final, the C final. And we are just coming up to halfway as Tim Timms pulls out on what has been a massively frustrating day for him. Car just didn't seem to be working. 4 cars still circulating. 1 car didn't start, 1 car's retired. Collins now looking up to Georgiev as they get to the end of the straight. Both of them really flamboyantly oversteered round that top corner, which just costs you time. It's pointless. Collins will get the inside. He's done it. Collins there, 3 corners, got up there. Georgiev trying to get back up the inside before they turned for that run down the bottom of the circuit. Got curb, got upside down, and lost 5 seconds. So it's now all about Collins, and I can't see, unless he makes a mistake, this changing very much. Nick Handy, who started very late, is catching up Georgiev. So let's go back to our 3rd place man, the green and white car, getting at the bottom of the circuit, and coming, I'll tell you, he's coming underneath you in any second now. There he is, that's Handy. He's a long way back from the lead, but he's only about 1.5 seconds back from Georgiev in second. And instantly when looking at this car, you see he's not quite got the same precision as Jack had earlier. Hasn't got the flow about it. I'm not saying it's slow, but it looks stiffer, looks more kind of staccato in its movements. I think that might actually be the setup. The setup seems to be a little bit springy, a little bit bouncier. I'd say looking at it visually, that's underdamped, that car. It was either oversprung or underdamped. They both kind of did the same thing.
Maybe both.
Possibly, yes. It's stiff as a board, basically. Which is, it's not what you need for a touring car. You need to have a bit of compliance. I know theoretically stiffer is better, but it doesn't necessarily work across the world of radio controlled cars. Minute to go.
Very, very spread out at the moment, though, aren't they?
And there's 4 cars in 4 corners of the track, really. We'll stick with Handy for a bit, see if he can do anything with his skippity-dippity car, but it looks like Georgiev has signed up for second. Our leader is really not straight. Just drop back 1 car, because that'll pick up our leader in the purple and white as Handy throws it off the track and is lapped. So that is going to pretty much guarantee the order of 1, 2, 3, 4 being Collins, Georgiev, Handy and Back O'Neill, who's actually taking part in the second final. Tim's broke down, Russell didn't start. So coming down to the last 10 seconds, it'll be this lap and 1 more for Jack Collins, and he will claim victory in the C final for 13.5. A nice plastic trophy. A warm feeling about his last race, but probably disappointed about how his racing is going. I don't think he wanted to be in the C final when he got here. And that is the end of that one.
Excellent. So spread out on that one, really.
No, you can't have a classic every time. Next up is the 17.5 Touring B.
After this round, the overall results of this final are 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, 6. 2 minutes till race 5.
Mr. Chili Power says how many starters at the event. I think there's probably about 70 here. I think 70 racers. No one's allowed to be in 2 classes, so there's actually 70 physical people. Might be a couple more actually.
Yeah, I think you need a much bigger event for people to be doing two classes sensibly anyway. Especially if you want to try and compete in both of them.
So race 5 brings us the touring car B for 17.5. Tony Watts, Mark Passingham, Chris Blackburn, Harry Jeffries, Nick Bruty, Emily Robbins, who put in a good performance last time, from 6th to 2nd. Jodie Simmons, Dave Standing, Andy Lewis and Luke Jury. So Tony Watts won this one last time from my memory. And in second place was the slow but steady Emily Robbins in the pink car in 6th. Harry Jeffries, son of Ollie, looked pretty impressive on a number of levels.
So just marshals to spread yourselves around then, and we'll get this one going.
But the blue car of Watts certainly dominated last time round. So Passingham made a mistake early on. He'll be hoping to avoid that, that's for sure. Ooh.
Oh.
And he's made a mistake again. So Passingham, double mistake. But and Jeffries has got mullered in that first few corners. He's actually dead last. The good thing is the enthusiasm of the youngsters means they won't care about that.
He's
But
only
out
lost
in the
one
lead,
place though.
He's last. Out in the lead is No, I'm talking Harry Jeffries. Not
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you were on passing.
pointing at things that don't make any sense. So that's our leader. Let's drop back to 2nd, which is Passingham. You're right, he's managed to get himself back into 2nd in the white, purple and green. I'm not sure whether Mark is going to gain or not on Tony. We haven't got any kind of form because he loused up the start of the race last leg round, so he couldn't be some of his true paces. Seems to me he's gaining a little bit on Tony Watts at the moment in the blue car.
Yeah, marginally at the moment.
Don't want to hop that. Those little hops cost you a couple of tenths. They're coming up to lap Harry. It's a terrible start. Well, it's not Harry, it's someone else. They're coming to lap another one. Another multicoloured car. There's 2 cars they're getting lapped through. And there's some good lappage there. Passingham again makes a bit of a mistake on that exit of the internal double switchback. Just taking it too tight twice in a row. But he's actually still gaining on Collins quite rapidly.
And there you go, Passingham goes through to the lead.
So Collins, who was quite imperious in the first race, has had an absolute nightmare here.
Yeah, Watts has dropped back. He had a terrible time going through the centre section there. He had a car with a bit of a tuck shell.
Making the sound of a tuck shell, which sounds like an injured whale. Passingham very, very lucky there. As he kind of drifted around the back markers, and the back markers is then in double favour by taking off a 2nd place man.
Okay, so threads the eye of the needle, brings it onto the straight. He's coming up to another back marker now. They move out the way nicely. 2nd place has just finished the straight, so we have Passingham going through the centre section. Push it out towards the back of the track. Threads the eye of the needle again. Let's see what the gap is when they come back through this time. And about 3 seconds last time through. Yeah, it's about the same now. Not much between them. So we've got 1 back marker between 1st and 2nd at the moment. 1 on the straight, which is quite a lot slower than our 1st place man. He gets past without too much of a hassle though.
Let's drop back to the 2nd place man, the all blue car, John, see how his progress is. He's got a few black markers to get through. Got a black mark on that one. Nice.
Brings himself down though. He doesn't seem to be doing too bad. What's the gap this time round is still about 3 seconds, so not really gaining, not really losing at the moment. Clear track between the pair of them though, so this is where we're going to see the pace, and if the back markers are going to hold up Mark at all, they're not. He's straight through, so it's a case of Tony doing the same thing when he catches him.
Emily Robbins in 3rd, again just going about her business, a reasonable rate of speed without being silly.
And the 6th car at Emily Robbins as well, done quite well to push herself up there. So this time around the gap reduces slightly Only very slightly though. So these guys lapping at a really similar pace.
Passage has been taken
the lead
right
is gone.
out. It's back on again though, and in what can only be described as a cornucopia of accidents, he lost some time, and the gap goes down to 1 second exactly. Though there's an error by Tony. Yeah, but that was a pretty impressive accident that Passingham had. But he landed 4 wheels down, so he didn't need marshalling, and he was facing the wrong way at maximum speed at one point.
And the gap, about 2.5 seconds still. So amongst all of that, they've ended up virtually as far apart as they were before it all
the
happened.
traffic giveth, the traffic taketh away. Robbins in third, Brucci in fourth. Robbins can get second overall here. I don't remember Passingham getting a particularly good score in the first round.
So leader down the straight. Second place just gone down the straight now. We're following second. Amongst the back markers, a little bit of a tussle there.
That's going to kind of end the argument. That's going to result in a victory for Passingham.
20 seconds to go.
So that's fine, Passingham. He's about to go the white, purple, green right in the middle of the track right now. There he goes. He's got this one and one more. And he's going to have a comfortable win. He had to fight for it after a poor start and a bit of unluckiness with the back markers, but they now recognise he's fast and letting him through.
Now Tony Watts has got through as well, so he's going to be praying for a breakage or some sort of mistake in these last couple of corners. He doesn't get it though, and Passingham takes home the win.
So Mark Passingham wins. Expect more to come over. I think it's Watts second. Robbins is third. Brucey fourth, Blackburn fifth, Simmons is in sixth. So overall, I think that's going to mean that it will be a win overall for Tony Watts. Robbins is one, yeah, Robbins second, and then Blackburn third. Poor Mark Passingham did so bad in the first place, finished fifth overall.
Yeah.
So next up is you like this one. It's the 13.5 Blinky Touring B final.
Excellent.
So that features.
This is the one I've been waiting for.
I know. I've just sat there going, when's that 13.5 B going to happen? I just need to see it. Skelly Bay says, hi, great to see you still doing this great work. Well, thank you for calling it great work. But yeah, we do it a lot more. It wasn't the fact that there's nothing, just no events to film. Any chances from LS large-scale off-road races? I don't think so this year. There's there are some conversations about things going on towards the back end of the season, but it's still everything's so up in the air with COVID. Skelly Belly, well, trust me, if we can film it, we'll film it.
Well, the trouble is to book it ahead of time now is just a risk with everything, and I think everybody's being super cautious for a while.
Next year we do nothing but events. I'll burn Matt out in a couple of months. Yeah, I've burnt you out, Matt. You're burned.
Well, we'll give it a go.
I'd like to be burnt out. Thank you very much, sir. Yes. Please hurt me. Okay, so we have Richard King in 1, Mark Bonito in 2, Byron Russell in 3, Matt Dembreen in 4, Charlie Colby in 5, Frank Dembreen in 6, Ethan Southwell in 7, Rich Luddenham in 8th, Nigel Filbert in 9, and Carl Bernard in 10th.
Have we got a full grid? It looks like we have. Oh.
Yep, everyone's turned up.
Pulled
No
my
one's
face off.
Very few people have painted their bodies properly. I'm taking my coat off for the first time in 6 o'clock. Nearly.
Well, a nice clean start there.
Very rapid start indeed for Richard King. And then a kerfuffle behind him, which is great news. King gets away. Second place, not sure, but that's the see-through body. That's a see-through car of Byron Russell. Then Breen Frank is in third, but the remaining 8 cars are effectively having a glorified demolition derby behind them.
Yeah, it's very tight though, isn't it? And the thing is, with that many cars moving at that sort of speed through, a twisty, tight track, you're going to get a little bit of rubbing every now and then.
So there's our leader. Let's go back to second place, which is Byron Russell in the light green car. Everyone's spread out now. There's a little bit of scuffage, but only for 7th or 8th places. So can Russell start to move forward? Gap currently is just shy of 2.5 seconds.
Right, so do you want to drop back onto the next batch of cars there?
That's the purple car's next car.
So we should be looking for car number 3, which is Byron Russell.
We were on him.
Oh, okay.
We were on him, we're not now. You've moved him.
So just coming up to thread the eye of the needle, the green car there. Just come onto the straight now.
There we got him.
There we go, lovely.
Second place, it's Byron Russell.
And
Now
amongst the gaggle of cars there.
2.7 seconds back, and he has a exciting skippity-dippy whirl past several other cars.
I'm pushing him on, so the gap's about 4 or 5 seconds now.
It's 4.
4
It's
seconds,
being
sorry.
gradually eked out. It has to be said that the Richard King doing that B final job he did in the first heat as well, kind of showing he shouldn't be in the B final, he should have qualified in the A. It's all well showing off like that, but it's a bit late. No one's impressed.
Well, I always said I'd always rather win the B than come last in the A.
I'd always rather come last in the A. Because then I was an A finalist.
So overrated.
No, it's not. It's the best thing in the world. You're just you know, worshipping underachievement.
I just don't make many A finals.
Well, no, I used to. I don't now. When I was racing, I didn't make many.
A bit of a mistake by the leader coming onto the straight, but it's not going to hassle him at all. So we are still with car number 3, which is second place of Byron Russell.
Third place is the purple car. To drop back 2, and that's Mark Bonito in third in the all purple car. Bit of back marker action going on there. Not sure the back marker knew he was the back marker, to be honest. 1, 2 and 3 spread right out. Oh, Richard King looks too quick for this pack, to be honest. He's just looking like, yeah, he's had some minor dramas during qualifying, didn't make the A final, and now he's just going around going, I can't believe how blooming quick I am.
But it does go to show, though, doesn't it, that there is definitely a step change in pace when you go between the finals.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's always it's always not always super noticeable, but in a 3 final situation, CB and A, there are, the bottom of this heat is a lot slower than the top of this heat. There's a big spread. I'm sure there's a much bigger spread in this heat than there is in the A final.
Yeah, it's when you get somebody that seems a bit out of place in their final that you really start to notice the speed difference more, I think. One race to the other, you don't see it quite as though. They're quicker, but when you can see somebody in a race like this that's just got the pace.
Right, not long to go. Let's find our leader. He's coming through the infield now, the all-orange car, John. Just about to go away for you down to the bottom corner on the right-hand side. And through the switchback for the eye of the needle on the main straight. That is Richard King looking for a double win. He's going to have 2 more laps, actually. He's scraped that one in time for the second lap.
About 15 seconds to go. Yeah, it's going to be touch and go, but he should make it through for one more, which is going to be his victory lap. So I don't think anybody else is going to make it through at that point. He might not make it through, actually. This is going to be it, up to the line. Job done. Double win.
Nice work. So that's the end of touring cars for a few minutes. We've got a couple of Tamiya finals before we have all the A finals back to back.
The finishing order is 1, 3, 2, 4, 7, 10, 5, 9, 6, 8. After this round, the overall results of this final are 1, 3, 2, 4, 5, 7, 10, 6, 9, 8. 2 minutes to race 7.
And this is going to be the Tamiya GT and MTC A final leg 2 with the runaway leader from the last one, Nathaniel Goodban. I'm sure if he finishes, he'll be a runaway leader of this one as well. There's no reason to think he won't be. Tamiya GTE and MTC.
Okay, we can do our warm-up laps and then set the grid. We can
So,
6 drivers to Marshall.
we will see if the Alpha has got the pace in this one for a bit of redemption. Unlikely, I would say.
Isn't Nathan not in this race?
Yeah, he's there.
Oh, he's just lulling us into a full sense of potential competition, is he?
He's that much ahead. He had time for another warm-up lap.
Well, there's danger. He might dump. Oh no, you can do 11 minutes. Okay, fine. MTCs are called micro touring cars, even though they're only just a little bit smaller than normal touring cars. Catch-all class, this one, and it's caught a number of different types of car and a number of different levels of talent. To talk you through it, it's Matt Guppy.
Thank you very much. Okay, off we go then. So the MTC of Nathaniel Goodman off to a flying start, as you expect from him at the moment. Tim Harrop following up, trying to hang on in this one. You notice the pace just lap by lap. Tim seems to lose just a little bit every lap off of Nathaniel. And saying that, oh, he's just up on 2 wheels there, brought him back a little bit. Nathaniel comes down to the gap now after 2 laps. It's about 2 and a bit seconds, so about 2.3 seconds already. So 1.1 seconds-ish per lap is the gain for Nathaniel at the moment. Not enough for a comfortable victory right yet. Only going to take one mistake to let Tim catch back up. And Nathaniel's certainly pushing it as much as he can right now. So we've got back marker that's gone over. No hassle there though. Marshall was in and out of the way nice and quickly. So Nathaniel threads the eye of the needle, swings it right onto the straight. Goes through the switchbacks. And drop into the centre part of the track. Now if we go back 1 car, that's our second place man in the Alpha, just hanging on there. And that is Tim Harrop. Had a little bit of a spin. He's lost him a little bit more time. So our leader's just coming through the centre section of the track now. But Tim down the end of the straight, through the switchbacks. Alpha looking a bit more settled on this one. Still a bit pointy on the front end. But certainly looking a bit more controllable than last time out.
The running order at 2 minutes is 1, 2, 3, 4, 7.
Oh, we'll have a quick look for the number 3 car whilst they're going past me there. So keep following that one for a minute. Okay, so
the red one.
Just coming onto the straight now, the Enzo. There's the number 3 car of Steve Adams. 9 seconds off second place, Tim. So leader just gone down the straight. Second place has just come out the centre section. Third place has just gone down the end of the straight. So you can see these guys are really spread out at the front. Pretty convinced Nathaniel's going to take this one without any hassle whatsoever. A couple of little knocks as he gets down the end of the straight there. But we are still with Steve Adams in the Enzo. Obviously it's not actually an Enzo, it's a Tamiya. But the shell, or the Enzo shell I should say, keeping it nice and clean this time. Yeah, he's certainly sweeping that thing round. So the gap, well, the gap's like an entire lap now between third and second, so it is literally a lap out for Nathaniel, who's a lap up on Tim, who's a lap up on Steve. He's still with Steve at the moment in the red Enzo. Yeah, the closest race on track at the moment is about 20 seconds apart. So we'll stick with Steve for now. Give it a little bit more track time. We've got a back marker that's crashing out the way.
Running order at 4 minutes is
That's not a back marker. That is second place, who's gone over again and just been lapped again by our leader, Nathaniel. So, if you drop back one car now, that's our leader, who's just lapped second place. Nathaniel easily taking this one. 30 seconds left on the clock, providing nothing major happens here. It's a pretty easy victory. But with Tim and Steve still there, I don't even think if Nathaniel crashes out and no, there's nothing anybody can do now. 2 laps clear. So we'll give him the glory, give him the airtime. Nathaniel coming round. 3 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be it as he crosses the line. Double win. No, third place Steve just crossed the line now. And I believe our second place just going over. So there we go. Nathaniel from Tim, from Steve. And that is your Tamiya GTE and MTC A final, leg 2, done.
Marvellous. F1 next. I was enjoying a couple of moams whilst you were doing that. I have a question about moams.
Okay.
Right. Strawberry moam, fruit. Lime moan, fruit. Orange moam, fruit. Why is there Coca-Cola flavour moam? How's the marketing work on that? Because I've looked at the right Coca-Cola trees.
No, there aren't.
Okay, so if we can do our warm-up laps and then set a grid, like that the Tamiya MTC marshals to the marshal.
Yeah, very good. That just fits on there. Daniel Robbins will be leading us out in this one again.
Let's go. Dan Robbins from Paul Ellis and Aidan Gale. It was a big battle between Robbins and Gale in the last heat, which saw Gale take it towards the end as Robbins' performance seemed to drop off. Much cleaner start this time at the front. Gale trying to avoid the second place of Ellis, trying to get past him. So let's stick with second and third. Because I can tell you right now, Ellis is holding Gale up. Oh, Robbins gets a nasty little tank snap there.
You can't come up the inside of that first sort of sweeping right-hander on the centre section because you just cut off on the next corner.
The other thing to remember is, of course, these are open wheel cars. So they don't bounce off each other. They will tumble and turn if they get wheels interlocked. This is good for Robbins. It's the Gale. I don't know, is he really holding up? Sorry, Ellis holding up Gale? I don't know, but he's certainly not helping. I think. Yeah, it's easy to fall into lead. They're already into lapping. I noticed that some of them, that they've now added stripes on the tyres to mimic the Pirelli stripes. So some of these are on medium, some of these are on soft, and some of these are just on tyres. Oh,
yeah,
up the inside there, Gale not quite getting it, but thinking about it. Definitely at this point, it's not helping him, and Ellis is holding him up in a way in the brawn yellow and white car.
It's whether he's holding him up or whether he's defending hard, and that's the thing that's holding them both back.
Well, the good thing for them is that Robbins made a minor mistake in the all-yellow car ahead of them, with Gale in the kind of, I don't know, no idea what sort of colour that looks like on a YouTube screen, I must admit. It's kind of like all sorts of colours, whitey, browny, reddy, yellow, but pretty much like a muddy sort of colour, I expect. Great driving by Ellis. He's managed to hold his line the whole way through. Gale's been giving him a lot of pressure.
Oh, the
Good
Williams.
chance the Williams back marker. He got going, realised what was going. Second and third have been absolutely nailed together for the whole of this first minute and 40 seconds.
Oh.
And it's the back marker. I'm not sure actually was. Oh no, 2 mistakes by Gale there.
Well, this is where we'll see if Gale's actually got the pace to catch Ellis back up now, and whether the freedom of the track space is going to give Ellis a chance to catch Robbins.
And spreading isolation at the moment. Gale behind him. Drop back to Gale. That's it. Let's see if he can gain at all. The gap was 2.3 seconds approximately.
See, and again, see, when you've got somebody right in front of you, it's really easy. It's much easier to get your braking points, get your cornering points.
Down to 2, so 0.3 of a second, but it was quite traffic heavy actually, in fairness, for them both. Gale goes past a back marker. Robbins has not broken away. He's had a bit of traffic issues himself. He's definitely coming back together again. Ellis, Gale's going. He's got another back marker who might just go wide. Yep, and that gap now is down to 1.6 seconds. The weather begins to start thinking about raining, which is worrying because we've got 4 more races to get away, and us to get away. That wind coming up, which is normally indicative of some bad news. Look behind you, it's looking quite threatening. It's supposed to rain at 6, and it's 10:2. And it's raining.
Sorry, I thought that was. I thought that was
Gale
our leaders there, but they're fine.
Has dropped off a bit during this traffic passing moments. Ellis is doing a much better job. He wasn't really focusing. I don't know what went wrong in the first heat because he didn't feature at all. He's now trying to get back to Robbins. Now, remember how Robbins faded in the first heat, first leg, should I say? You kind of think, perhaps that might happen again. Let's just pick up our second place man. He's going down the bottom of the circuit now, white and yellow. And he's trying to catch up down Robbins. And you see on the wider top, there's Robbins there in the bright yellow car just ahead of him. It's first and second. It's a relatively comfortable gap. This is the gap that got eroded during the last couple of minutes last time round, as Robbins seemed to lose a bit of performance. Not sure whether it's tyre performance or whether it was motor and battery performance. Now, I think Gale's also started to decide, now he's taken the camera off and decided to give it a bit of a go. So apart from the fact they got these back markers, the 3 of them are closer than they've ever been. They are equidistant, about a second and a half behind. Another chance to get past that Williams. Absolutely real life there. RC mimicking real life, and Gale's made a mistake. So Gale's out of this now. He's had a roll down to a minute, 51 seconds to go.
And he had brought that gap right down as well. You could see how close they were on the track for a bit there.
So the first and second, Ellis and Robbins, are within 1.06 seconds, but kind of Robbins had a really bad lap there, getting past the those 2 back markers. But the good news for him is there's only 2 laps to go. I think he's going to get this in 2 more. Yeah, he's going to have 2 more laps to go. So if the McLaren gets out of the way of Ellis, Ellis is going to get a sort of a run, but it's going to take some sort of error from Robbins. Move forward to Robbins in the yellow car, because it's now going to take an error from Robbins that will enable Gale to catch him up.
Robbins hasn't lost the power like he did in the first race, though.
And the good news for Robbins is because Gale's down in third, this win, and he'll have a win in a second, and this will give him the overall championship. So if the overall title for this event, 100 points, he'll get a maximum. He also qualified top, so he just has to bring this one home and hope that Ellis stays with us. He does. Great run there. Ellis second, third place to Gale. Okay, so we now have 3 races to go, and the weather's looking particularly threatening.
Yeah, it is.
Might get away with it. We might get away with it. We might not. I'll throw the cat amongst the pigeon. We went a bit of water suddenly at the last minute.
Yeah.
The finishing order is 1, 3, 2, 4, 7, 6.
Yeah, the inevitable dash to the pits for the wet tyres.
So, next race is the 17.5 Blinky Touring A final, leg 1.
7, 4, 9, 5, 8, 10. 2 minutes till race 9.
Why is everyone wearing a high vis? I'm not quite sure how that works regards to
It's because we
I
can't swap vests
for
anymore.
marshalling, right? Yes.
Otherwise, they'd be left on their posts, wouldn't they?
Yes,
normally.
they'd end up
in the olden days.
because obviously, yes, that's how you're going to get COVID, through a vest.
I've put on some particularly smelly vests that have been left on marshal
Yes,
points
I
in
can
my
imagine.
time.
think you've got a little bit of leakage of wind cover in the top right-hand side of the camera, John. It's gone now. It's gone now. It was there. Right, so this is the final. It's Glenn Westwood, Matt Quinn Lisk, Stu Colby, Billy Kavanagh, Dave Ringsell, Michael Chapman, Gareth Hobson, George Munns, David Clift, Mark Hall are your 10. I'm not quite sure why car 4 and 3 ran the wrong way. No. Car 3 couldn't find his grid position. So car 4 of Billy Kavanagh started well last time round. Westwood picked up the win in the end from Quinn's Lisk. Colby in third.
Okay, reasonably clean start. Oh, I'd say that a bit of mayhem.
Well, that was absolutely famous last word, wasn't it?
Yes.
Reasonably clean start. Leaders out and away, but it is 1 from 2. Westwood from Quinn Lisk.
And Kavanagh.
Quinn Lisk, can he keep Westwood honest? Westwood looked a little bit quicker. Dropped the lead partway through the first leg of this race, but had gained it again by the end. A little bit more from the errors of others than from great driving from Westwood, though he did obviously have the basic ground speed. So, and he is now already stretching it from Quinn Lisk. Oh, and then he makes a mistake, and he takes far too much curb, and he moves into second place. Let's stay with the white of Westwood and see whether he has an issue with Billy Kavanagh in the Harlequin-sided car. Fourth place, it's Ringsell in the orange machine. But that's given a nice little Quinn Lisk sitting there going, thank you very much in his orange car. Westwood just took too much curb coming up the main straight, and that just turned the machine over. There's plenty of time to go. Only a minute down, 4 minutes to go. He knows he's got the pace, and he is already now all over the back of Quinn Lisk. So Quinn Lisk is going to have to go defensive for 3 minutes and 45 seconds if he wants to win this leg. Whereas Westwood, I think, is going to be looking for every little minor opportunity just to point out why he is the better one, and he's going to get through. And Westwood just looks quicker everywhere. Oh, they've come together. Well, I suppose he was having an accident, in fairness.
He
was having an accident when Westwood hit him, so there's no real reason. Drop back to second and third. So it's Quinn Lisk now, who is holding off Billy Kavanagh. Now, Kavanagh doesn't quite seem as quick as Quinn Lisk, and I'm just wondering whether, it's more, now he can relax, having not have to go in defensive. He maybe had to start stretching out Kavanagh. Ringsell in the red car, let's call it. It's not pure red, it's like a fluoro red, but that's the red car. Is in fourth, as Kavanagh now begins to look at Quinn Lisk has more interest in the back end of Quinn Lisk than he had in a couple of laps ago. Westwood not getting away, but has a comfortable gap. Poor drive from Quinn Lisk means that a little bit of an advance, but from Kavanagh meant that Quinn Lisk there could get away. So Kavanagh not looking to have the same sort of punch off the corner in some ways, so whether that's just the way his engine's set or just he didn't get a particularly good drive, but it certainly seems a little bit punchy on the Quinn Lisk orange machine than the Harlequin-sided white majority body car of Billy Kavanagh. But Kavanagh and Quinn Lisk are not really separating themselves that much, with Westwood in the white machine just edging away, and a little mistake by Quinn Lisk there on the final turn, just lost a couple of tenths. Top three dropping Dave Ringsell from fourth.
I think Kavanagh actually is here, yellow and blue there.
No, it's car 4. It's Billy Kavanagh.
Yeah.
Yes, that's car 4 there.
Yes.
I'm not going to say anything because our eyes are as bad as each other.
Yeah,
so
I'll just keep my head down for a minute.
We have found one race already where they both had the two of the same numbers. So in that interim where you and I had a conversation for 45 seconds, nothing happened. Apart from the fact that Westwood was just pulling away a little bit further. Quinn Lisk, again, a tenth or two further ahead of Kavanagh. Kavanagh staying equal with Ringsell. Ringsell is just ahead of Mark Hall, who's come from 10th to 5th. Just want to point out for those of you, the wind is picking up, which in this country means rain is a-coming. Will it stay off for the 15 minutes till both the remaining two finals are gone is the question. Or are we going to see real drama? Real drama!
We're
Not
obviously
pretend
going to see
drama
real drama.
in the main Touring Car A final.
Still Westwood out in front from Quinlisk, and Kavanagh back to a Ringsall. And tops, well, all of them on the same lap in this one pretty much. The leader now a good 4 seconds clear. Certainly making his job as easy as he possibly can, giving himself a bit of a breathing space. That just means he can drive his lines rather than having to worry about who's behind him. We are with the number 4 car of Billy Kavanagh at the moment.
Yeah, there's not much time to go, so let's find our leader, the all-white car right in the middle of the track, just going down to the bottom corner before he comes back through the switchback and then threads the eye of the needle of the main straight. That is Glenn Westwood, who has won 5 of the 6 runs today. Just missed out on the final round of qualifying, probably when he's saving his tyres and couldn't be bothered, had a sandwich, wasn't really up for it. But he is now going pretty well, and he has won again, and that was a pretty
Great drive.
good. I think you're right. That's no way of putting it. Okay, now for the next race, which was far more interesting last time round, it was a 30.5 blinky final because we had Ash Whiffin win it. Marcus Aspel was second, but they are car 4 and car 2. Finley was in 5th, and Copsey on pole was down in 7th. So I'm going to find it very difficult to work it out. I'll have to wait until the end of the race and see what the results are of this next one, Heat 10. Obviously, if Ash Whiffin wins it, we'll know he's won. But I think from 4th, he certainly rode the good luck of not crashing. That's good luck as such.
Yes, we all need the good luck of not crashing.
Yes, I am no lucky. I don't crash.
So 13.5 turn blinky touring car A final leg 2. Brought to you today by Tamiya Junior A, Schumacher Racing and MB Models.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to the club for their help and support here. And thank you to the King of Clubs organisation for inviting us here. We are, of course, RC Racing TV. We are available for bar mitzvahs, weddings and various live streaming events. My name is Nick Damon. To my next is the marvellous Matt Guppy.
Hello.
And moving the camera with alacrity, skill and speed, and occasionally in the wrong direction, it is Jan Ergin, who we have all been happy to see. We all get together again after so long.
He's been great up there today. He does not get the credit that he deserves.
He's had a reasonable day because he hasn't been rained on so far, and he hasn't been melted either. So he's had a kind of a temperate day. As days go of trying to follow these little things around, it's not the worst. I'm not saying any day is a particularly good day, but it's not the worst day of doing it, to be honest. He's got an hour and a half me in the car on the way back as well, poor thing. So
it could be worse.
You might have a 3.5 hour run, but at least you're on your own.
I was going to say it could be worse. He could be sat in the car with me for 3.5 hours.
Yeah, no one wants that. Find out what Tanya sold when you get back. What's on eBay? Your life. Okay, so it is Copsey on pole in yellow, Askell in white in second, Finley in the other yellow car in again green again, Whiffin in the purple and black and white automatics. He won the first leg. Off they go. Copsey loused up that second corner, but not this time, and they're going off in order. 1, 2, 3, 4. Green, white, green, purple. Copsey, Askell, Finley and Whiffin. Now Whiffin wasn't... Oh, and immediately Askell makes a little... Lovely little block pass there from Finley. Askell just lost it. So let's make sure we're on second, third and fourth. Thanks, John. But getting away as Copsey, but he's going to need more than that. It's just a bad first result. Who knows? Finley, also not a great result. And then in third, it is Ash Whiffin who won it. Ashley Whiffin who won that first leg. But it's a good run by Copsey, making up for the errors of the first run. So his lime green car is ahead of the lime green car of Zach Finley, who's probably surprised he's not winning this easily. He tends to win the Nationals quite easily, but it's a local club. He's an interloper in this series, and he had to qualify in one of the lower heats because of that. But they are now spread out after a minute or so, the 4 of them. Big losers so far is Askell, who's dropped down to 4th from second. The second and third of Pook, Razor Point and Copsey just nicely away at the moment.
And Copsy's had that car nicely set up all day, really. He's had some great runs in it.
Yeah, we kind of wonder what went wrong in the first leg. He did seem the thing had a vagary oversteer that was quite strange, to put it mildly. Anyway, so very, very static. A little bit, Askell coming a little bit back to Whiffen. Let's drop back to third and move in the white car, because that's where the closest action is at the moment. Askell looking to get back up to third. And don't forget, these two guys were first and second last time round. They're only third and fourth. But I think that actually third for Whiffen's going to be enough, because neither Finley or Copsey had any sort of pointage in the first round. I think, from memory, I think Finley was sixth, and I think Copsey might be ninth. He was certainly eighth. So, whilst he's struggling to recover and get himself back up in the top three, which a win should do, what we're seeing is some consistent driving, high speed in the 13.5 cars. They're only a half a second or so a lap slower than the modified. But this is on a tight track like that, so that's why. You get on a big track, it'll be way slower. But this is a very tight track. There's not much the modifieds can actually do to show their extra speed. And a complete lack of rules, apparently, according to Matt.
No rules in modified.
That's it. Do whatever you like. Cover them in cheese. It's fine. So back markers are ready for Copsey. He's got round them. Whiffen is in a bit of space. Let's go for our leader for a second. He's just the lime green car about to go to the bottom of the track, and then comes back up again. So we've got an incredibly static situation at the moment in this race, because they are all separated by a second and a half, but they are all driving very well. And the fact that I haven't heard any scraping Lexan for, I think, the whole race makes you realise everyone's having a bit of a sensible one. But the sensible one means there's not going to be a lot of changes. Now, I think Finley's probably surprised he's not able to gain on Copsey. That distance is a second and 0.6, and it's been that pretty much the whole time. But as we enter the second phase of the race, there's going to be different tyre wear elements. Ooh, that was unfortunate. Second place man just tipped Andy Murray, the 112 spec world champion. His car was upside down, probably because it was a plain body shell, and therefore the balance was all wrong when it should have been properly painted.
That extra weight would have kept him down.
I think Askell has got Whiffen. No, Billy Fletcher and Marcus Askell got Whiffen. Whiffen's dropped to fifth. This could be a big problem for Whiffen, because it means Whiffen probably won't win. He's dropped to fifth. This could throw the whole thing wide open now. We've got the interloper that is Billy Fletcher in third, with Askell in fourth. We're with the leader. Let's pick this. I think he's the blue car. So the bright blue car down the straight. Yep, the 3 car. That's what we want. That is now in third place, and that is Billy Fletcher. We've got Askell in white behind him. They've got a minute to go, so but might just leave Copsey to go past himself. I don't think he's going to win this matter. So really, Whiffen dropping to fifth and not looking that good. He's going to beat Askell. It's whether he actually gets past Finley and whether he gets past Copsey. It's going to be really, really close. You don't often have a 1 and a 5 winning a race. Oh, and a really, really bad tank slapper for Whiffen. His car's gone right off the boil, and he could be losing more positions. He's only a very small amount in front of sixth. So as we come down now to the last half minute, I think we can pick up our leader again. He's about to go down to the bottom of the circuit before we go to the switchback in the bright yellow car, and I feel water. I think I'm making up to go along. But I think there's a bit of water in the air for this final race. There goes Copsey. He's got 1 lap. He'll just have this lap. I don't think he'll get another one. There's 11 seconds. There's 8 seconds. He's going to finish just over the 5 minutes. I think it was an error there right at the death from Finley, and that's let Askell through. This is going to be really interesting. Finley's made a mistake and dropped out of the top 2 on the last lap. So it's going to be Copsey scored as third. Adam Southgate scored as first. That doesn't make any sense, those results there. Yeah, see, they've realised that. They've got the wrong results. There's been a mistake somewhere.
Oh dear.
Okay, I'm just double checking the result of that one. I will check it and then I'll update you.
Adam Southgate's done well.
After this round, the overall results of this final are
Not.
2, 9, 3, 4, 1, 7, 6, 5, 8.
Yes, that's coming wrong. So we have to wait for the results of that one. There was a strange glitch. This is the one which you need to record, John. Thank you. The main final. So this time round we have Harley Eldridge, Ori Jeffries and Carl Branson. Just to remind you where we are in the situation. Let's just go back there and tell you what the first race was. Let me give you Harley's time for you to write down. No, we haven't got it, that's why. Because I've just pressed the wrong button. It's fine. It wasn't quite as bad as I thought it was. So Harley did a 23:307.28. You remember that? 07. You got a pen? Pass it to me. 307.28. There's Jeffries on the camera. So Jeffries has to win and beat that time to win. It's quite simple. Obviously, if Harley comes like 6th, then it all changes again. But I'm assuming he should be in the top 3. But Branson looked really, really quick. So there's a little bit of hurry up, I would think. They've stopped because of the timing issue in the previous race. But if I were them, I wouldn't worry about that. And I'd get going because it's going to rain. And if it doesn't rain for the race, it's going to rain when we pack up.
Yeah, well, mind you, looking behind us now, it doesn't look quite as...
Oh, there we go. It's not going to rain. At the moment, we haven't got car. Here comes car 3. So Branson has turned up in the lime green car. So pink is Eldridge. The yellow, white, pink, the standard Ollie Jeffries colours. There it goes, race paint as it should be. In second. In third, it's Carl Branson. The orange, red, the fluorescent red is Zach Smith in 4th. The orange is Matt White. In 30 seconds to the final race of the day.
Okay, so at the end of this one,
Gideon's is 6th.
we can have the blinky 35 final drivers over, and we'll work the result out and get that updated. Okay, so Marshall 20, so final race of the day. Here we go.
Alrighty.
Okay. This is going to be Eldridge's breakthrough result. Win against the British national champion over a 2-leg A final. And Ollie keep the status quo going for another few weeks. And they're off. They all start well. And that's often the key point. You put the power down in these cars and you've only just kind of half conditioned the tyres. You kind of pray that they're going to hang on. Eldridge again looks very, very relaxed. The pressure not getting to at the moment. As Jeffries and Eldridge have just got a little bit more of a break from Branson before. Branson trying to bridge that with in 4th place, of course, it's Zach Smith. 5th, it's Matt White. So we're back really into a repechage, what we saw, or replay, should I say, a repechage, what we saw in the first heat, with Eldridge leading them out. Jeffries having a right old sniff around and see what he can do. But he's got to get past, and he's got to be quicker. And he's got to beat a 3:07, currently on for a 3:09, but that's by the by, and that's he's easing back at the moment. Of course, likely, of course, in the first round they all use fresh tyres, so therefore there's a good chance that they can't go fast in this second race because they just haven't got the grip. So this time Branson is a little bit further back and not worrying Jeffries. Jeffries again looking around that internal double loop, thinking I've got a chance there. I slightly overshot the bottom of the corner there, lost a few, well, not even a metre, lost half a metre of that, and then at the end of the straight. Just gains a little tiny bit braking the first one. Eldridge very, very good for the very tight stuff in just getting it coming off it. It's almost like kind of on brakes you give it to Ollie, but on acceleration you would give it to Harley. So she's getting the power down well, and Ollie, a little bit of a understeer wave there as he went through the corner, but it doesn't really cost you anything. It's just a correction. You can see it. And the top two continue on. And round beneath us now. Branson now joined the party, which is just going to annoy Ollie. And actually, at that point, at the same time, a little bit, tiny bit of air has come between Eldridge and Jeffries. As she just begins to ease away from him.
Oh, he's not letting it go, though. He's straight back on it. It's this is the part threading the needle. This is where Harley pulls away a little bit going down through there.
Massive oversteer moment there. Control brilliant. I don't think Ollie actually even lost any momentum there. The car was pointing definitely not where it should do, but he effectively drifted the thing, kept the power on. Fast and Furious 9 is released this week, and I think you've just seen one of the early preview trailers for it.
These three still right on it though, bumper to bumper all the way through. Now, Ollie Jeffries doing what he did in the last race, and at this point he's really starting to pile the pressure on. And we saw in race 1, he was just taking it fairly easy through that first half of the race, and then the second half he really put the pressure on, tried to get that move on Harley through the centre section every time they went through it, and it's no different this time round. He's really put the pace down. Now you can see he's making a move almost every corner on Harley at this point. And and they've all come together.
And Finley gets into second place, and Eldridge gets away. So this is a perfect result there for Harley. It was a kind of coming together.
Finley's gone through.
So no, it's not Finley, is it? It's Branson. Sorry, it's Carl Branson, of course, in the yellow car. Apologies to Kyle there. Another little touch, and then there's 5 cars in the orange car. Matt White's got involved in the whole thing as well. We shouldn't be on the leader. We need to be on the fighting pack. Back it up. That's it. Thank you. So now we've got the green car. So Eldridge has got a body tuck. So Eldridge has a body tuck in second place. Car's not quite right. Let's get close and let's see that body tuck if we can on Eldridge at the rear. And there you got Jeffries in second. Now Branson's got through. He's done what I thought he would do. He waited. The waiting game worked. And another coming together. But now Jeffries gets through. Now the interesting thing about this is that this is going to throw the victory. And now Eldridge is gone. And this is going to almost certainly hand it to Branson's going to win this. Oh no, Jeffries will get this. He's second. Sorry, Jeffries will get this with a 1 and a 2, whereas Branson's got a 1 and a 3. Harley at the moment needs herself. If she can get herself back into third, she will get back into the position she needs to be. So we're with the third car there is the one that counts. Can Harley Eldridge get back into third? In which case she will take the overall victory, because she'll be able to have a 1 and a 3, as will Branson. It won't be as quick. Jeffries' 2 2s don't count. It's always about having a 1. So I'm just thinking, actually, at this moment, it's not going to be Jeffries either. It is actually going to be Branson who's currently winning this with a 1 and a 3. At 4 points, it's better than a 2 and a 2. So out of nowhere, Carl could win this one in the light yellow car. But can Harley, in the remaining 40 seconds, get past Matt White in the orange car and get past Zach Smith in the red car and beat Jeffries? Otherwise, she's going to end up third, which is no real reward for what's been a fantastic weekend's work. But that's what happened. She was bundled out in a number of little comings together and then did make a single mistake herself going through the island. It looks like she just hasn't got the pace. I just don't think she's got the pace to do it. And unless Smith and White come together, it's not going to happen. So let's go and find our leader. He's at the bottom of the circuit now. He's coming through the inner switchback. Let's move to our leader who's coming through. There he goes. He'll be coming across the line now. And Carl Branson's going to be your unlikely winner of this championship today. Oh, he's actually got a lap of honour. So a lap of honour for Kyle Branson. He's not been caught by the timer. So Kyle Branson wins. A win and a third against 2 seconds for Ollie. A win and looks like a 5th for Eldridge means it's going to be Carl Branson is your King of Clubs modified winner this week in this round. Jeffries is second, so he has been beaten, just not by Harley Eldridge. So it's what can you do there? But great driving by Harley, great driving by Ollie and Carl. In fact, Zach Smith and Matthew White as well put in a good performance. But it all goes a bit bad, and there's a kind of a conversation between the two of them as they walk away about who's touched who and what's going on. But you know, it's all there on the tape, so they can all watch it again. But a great action-packed race. Well, that is it for the King of Clubs round here in Colchester. There is a very good chance we will be covering future King of Clubs. Please watch RC Racing TV's Facebook pages to see if that's going to happen, and when. It's not if, when it's going to happen. Thank you, Matt. It's great working with you.
Pleasure.
And thank you to John. Thank you to Schumacher, MB Models, and the Tamiya Junior A. And obviously, thank you most of all to the man who invited us here, the King of Clubs, which is, of course, Andy Hyde. It's been great fun. It's been technically challenging, but great fun. And we will see you all very, very soon at a racetrack somewhere, almost certainly in England, because we can't leave. So thanks for watching, and catch you all then. See you then. Bye-bye.